Neighbors to Lovers. A Single Dad Billionaire Romance at the Beach. By Jessica L. Fox. Chapter 1. Deanna's World. Virginia.
My mother was flirting with a new neighbor again. I could hear her laugh through the wall. That particular laugh. The one she saved for men she wanted to impress. High and musical, like she'd just heard the funniest thing in the world. I dropped my bag on my bed and pressed my palms against my eyes. The flight from Seattle had been exhausting. 3 connections, 2 delays, and a middle seat next to a man who'd fallen asleep on my shoulder. All to spend exactly 36 hours with my father and his girlfriend, who was young enough to be my sister. The champagne cork popped in the other penthouse. Perfect. I kicked off my shoes and headed for the shower. Maybe if I stayed in there long enough, the celebration next door would be over. Maybe I could avoid my mother entirely tonight. Slip into bed, pull the covers over my head, and pretend for a few hours that I had a normal family. But the universe had other plans. Virginia. My mother's voice rang through the penthouse. Darling, are you home? I closed my eyes. Took a breath. Opened my bedroom door. Hi, Mom. Deanna Matthews stood in the hallway between our bedrooms, looking like she'd just stepped out of a magazine. Blonde hair perfectly styled, designer dress hugging her toned figure, trademark smile firmly in place. At 52 years old, she could still turn heads. She made sure of it. How was Seattle? She air-kissed near my cheek, careful not to smudge her lipstick. Fine. And your father? Also fine. Still with that assistant of his? Lila. Yes. Still with Lila. My mother's smile tightened. 16 years since the divorce, and she still couldn't say the woman's name without looking like she'd bitten into a lemon. Well. She smoothed her dress. I have wonderful news. I finally sold the penthouse next door. The buyer closed today. I blinked. The penthouse next door had been empty for months. Maybe longer. I'd gotten used to the silence through the walls. That's great, Mom. Congratulations. Clay Booth. She said the name like it should mean something. Very successful businessman. Very handsome. Very single. Oh no. Mom. He's having a celebratory drink right now. I should get back. She checked her reflection in the hallway mirror, fluffed her hair. Don't wait up, darling. She disappeared through the front door before I could respond. I stood there for a moment, staring at the empty hallway. My mother was 46 when my parents divorced. I was 8 years old. She'd spent the last 16 years dating younger men, chasing youth like it was something she could catch if she just ran fast enough. Now she was flirting with a new neighbor. I should have been used to it by now. The embarrassment. The second-hand humiliation. But somehow, it never got easier. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out, relief flooding through me when I saw the name. Artie, you survive Bernie? I smiled. Arthur Stone. My best friend since I was 13 years old. The only person in the world who really knew me. We'd never actually met in person. We'd found each other in an online chat room for kids with divorced parents. Bonded over shared dysfunction and dolphin documentaries. Became best friends without ever being in the same room. I headed to my bedroom, closed the door, and opened my laptop. 2 rings later, his face appeared on my screen. You look terrible, he said. Thanks. Love you too. Artie grinned. He was 24, same as me, with dark hair that needed cutting and glasses held together with tape. He looked exactly like what he was, a brilliant computer programmer who spent more time with code than people. How was the great Dr. Bernie? Insufferable as always. I kicked off my jeans and pulled on yoga pants. He spent the entire weekend talking about his show. His ratings. His demographic. His advertisers. Did he ask about your thesis? For about 30 seconds. Then he got a call from his producer and forgot I existed. Artie's expression softened. I'm sorry, Jin. I shrugged. It wasn't like I'd expected anything different. My father had been emotionally absent my entire life. Why would one weekend change that? How's Vanessa? I asked, changing the subject. His face lit up. Amazing. She's at her sister's tonight, or she'd say hi. 8 months until the wedding, right? 7 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days. But who's counting? I laughed. Artie had proposed to Vanessa last December, and he'd been planning the wedding with the same meticulous attention he brought to coding. Every detail organized. Every contingency planned. I was happy for him. Really, I was. But sometimes, late at night, I couldn't help the twist of envy in my chest. Artie had found his person. His forever. And I was still here in my mother's penthouse, finishing my master's degree and going home to an empty room. What about you? Artie leaned closer to the camera. Any exciting developments? Define exciting. I don't know. Met anyone? Dated anyone? Talked to anyone who wasn't a dolphin? I talked to people. Besides me. I thought about Carrie, the girl from my marine biology program, who sometimes sat with me at lunch. Did that count? I talked to people, I repeated. Virginia? I'm fine, Artie. Really? I pulled my blonde hair out of its ponytail, ran my fingers through the tangles. I'm focused on my thesis right now. And work. Gulf World is crazy busy with the summer volunteer program starting. He looked like he wanted to argue. But before he could, I heard it. The champagne cork. Through the wall. Again. Artie's eyebrows rose. Is that? My mother. Celebrating with the new neighbor. Ah. Yeah. We sat in silence for a moment. Artie knew about my mother's dating habits. He knew about my father's emotional distance. He knew about the foster care system where I'd spent the first 8 years of my life before Bernie and Deanna decided to adopt the little girl from the car crash. He knew everything. And he never judged. You could move out, he said quietly. Get your own place. On a graduate student budget? Fair point. I sighed. It's only temporary. Once I finish my degree in December, I'll have the Gulf World job lined up. Then I can afford my own apartment. My own space. My own life. 7 more months. 7 more months, I agreed. The champagne cork popped again. How much champagne did 2 people need? I should let you go, Artie said. Early morning tomorrow. Tell Vanessa I said hi. Will do. And Virginia? He waited until I met his eyes through the screen. You deserve good things. Don't forget that. My throat tightened. Thanks, Artie. Love you, Jin. Love you too. The screen went dark. I sat there on my bed, laptop closed, listening to the muffled sounds of celebration through the wall. My mother's laugh. A deeper voice responding. The clink of glasses. I should have been working on my thesis. Or folding the boxes of brochures I'd brought home from Gulf World. Or doing literally anything productive. Instead, I lay back on my bed and stared at the ceiling. 24 years old. Finishing my master's degree in marine biology. Working my dream job at Gulf World Marine Park. I should have felt accomplished. Successful. Happy. But mostly, I just felt alone. I'd given up on the idea of romance years ago. After Darren. After the assault attempt that had left me with trust issues and a restraining order. 5 years of therapy had helped. I could function. I could work. I could even have casual conversations with men without my heart racing. But letting someone close? Letting someone in? That was a different story. The champagne cork popped a third time. I grabbed my pillow and pressed it over my face. 7 more months. Then I could move out. Start over. Build a life that was mine. Just 7 more months. I could survive 7 more months. The champagne cork popped again, and I heard my mother's laugh ring through the wall. I closed my eyes and tried very hard not to cry.
Chapter 2. First Meeting. Clay.
The penthouse was perfect. I stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows. Emerald green water stretched to the horizon. Panama City Beach was exactly what I'd been looking for. A fresh start. A new city. A place where Parker could finally put down roots. My phone buzzed. Work. I ignored it. Parker would arrive Monday. 3 more days. 6 years old, and we'd already lived in 4 different cities. This time would be different. I thought back to Monday, the day everything started. Deanna Matthews had walked me through the penthouse one final time after closing. Efficient. Professional. Until the end. Clay. She touched my arm at the door. Perhaps we could celebrate. There's this wonderful restaurant downtown. Her smile was warm. Her hand lingered. I recognized that look. I appreciate the offer, I said. Kept my voice polite but firm. But I have a lot to do before my son arrives. Her smile faltered. Of course. Well, if you need anything, I'm right next door. Over the next 3 days she knocked twice more. Welcome basket. Charity gala invitation. I politely declined both times. By Thursday, the invitations stopped. Saturday morning, I heard a voice in the lobby after my run. My shirt clung to my back, damp with sweat. Oh dear. This is too heavy. An elderly woman struggled with grocery bags near the elevator. Mrs. Rodriguez from the 3rd floor. Arthritis had twisted her hands into claws. She couldn't grip properly. I crossed the lobby. Let me help you with those, Mrs. Rodriguez. Relief flooded her wrinkled face. Oh, thank you, dear. My daughter's out of town, and I thought I could manage. I gathered all 6 bags. Heavy. Canned goods and milk. She never would have made it to the elevator. Which apartment? 302. I carried everything up. Unpacked the bags on her counter. Put heavy items on lower shelves where she could reach them. Opened the jar of pickles she'd been struggling with. You're a good man, Mr. Booth. She patted my hand. Her skin was paper thin. Your son is very lucky to have you. My chest tightened. Thank you. That means a lot. Bring him by when he arrives. I make the best chocolate chip cookies. I smiled. He'd love that. When I got back to the penthouse, I felt lighter. Parker would like Mrs. Rodriguez. She reminded me of my grandmother. Around 11, I heard a thud in the hallway. A muttered, "Oh dear." The sound of cardboard hitting tile. I opened my door. A woman knelt in the hallway, surrounded by boxes. Blonde hair fell over her face as she gathered scattered brochures. Jeans hugged her legs. A tank top revealed slender shoulders. Something about her made me pause. Made my pulse kick up. Need some help? She looked up. Blue-green eyes met mine. Wide. Startled. The color of the ocean below. My breath caught. Something shifted in my chest. A feeling I hadn't experienced in 14 years. She blinked. Pushed hair behind her ear. Her cheeks flushed pink. The color spread down her neck. Yes. Thank you. She gestured at the boxes. Dropped her keycard. It clattered on the tile. Oh dear. I bent down. My fingers closed around the card. Handed it to her. Our fingers brushed. Heat shot up my arm. Electricity. Immediate and undeniable. She jerked back. Her breath hitched. Felt it too. I'm Clay. Clay Booth. I just moved in next door. Virginia. Her voice was soft, Breathless. Virginia Matthews. Matthews. Deanna's daughter. My stomach dropped. I should have stepped back. Should have kept this professional. But I couldn't seem to move. Couldn't seem to look away from those eyes. Let me help you with these. I gathered brochures. Stacked them in boxes. Gulf World Marine Park. Pictures of dolphins. You work at Gulf World? Yes. I mean, sort of. I'm a graduate student. Marine biology. She pushed hair behind her ear again. These brochures need folding. I thought I could carry them, but they're heavier than they look. I can see that. I picked up 2 boxes. Where are they going? My apartment. But you really don't. Which one? She bit her lip. Penthouse A. Right next door to me. Of course. Lead the way. She grabbed the remaining box. Dropped her keycard again. Her hands were shaking. I picked it up. Here. Let me. I unlocked her door. Held it open. The elevator is this way, she said. We walked together. She kept glancing at me. Quick, nervous looks. Each one made warmth spread through my chest. The elevator doors closed. The space felt small. Intimate. I caught her scent. Something floral. Jasmine, maybe. My pulse quickened. So, I said. Needed to say something. Marine biology. Yes. She stared at the floor numbers. Her hands twisted together. I'm finishing my master's degree. That's impressive. I meant it. It's dolphins. Which probably sounds boring. It doesn't sound boring. I watched her profile. The curve of her cheek. The way she bit her lip. She looked at me then. Those blue-green eyes searching my face. Vulnerable. Uncertain. My chest tightened. Tell me about it, I said. She bit her lip. Then started talking. About communication patterns. About signature whistles. About mother dolphins teaching their calves. Her whole face lit up. Passion and intelligence radiating from her. Her hands moved as she talked. Graceful. Animated. I couldn't look away. The elevator dinged. Penthouse level. She stopped mid-sentence. Sorry. I'm rambling. Don't apologize. Inside her penthouse, the space felt lived in. Textbooks. Laptop. Photos on the walls. A home. Unlike my empty space next door. My chest ached. This was what I wanted for Parker. This warmth. This sense of belonging. You can set those anywhere, Virginia said. I put the boxes on the dining table. Turned. She stood close. Too close. I could see the blue-green flecks in her eyes. Could smell that jasmine scent again. My pulse hammered. She stepped back quickly. Bumped into a chair. Her breath came faster. Sorry. Her voice was breathless. You apologize a lot. My voice came out rougher than I intended. Her cheeks flushed deeper. Sorry. She laughed. Soft. Self-deprecating. You're right. The sound of her laugh did something to me. Loosened something in my chest that had been tight for 14 years. That's a lot of brochures to fold, I said. Knew I should leave. Knew I should walk away. Couldn't make myself do it. I'll manage. I could help. Tomorrow. Sunday. The words came out before I could stop them. She blinked. What? I could come over and help fold. You don't have to. I know. I held her gaze. But I'm offering. She studied me. Those eyes searching my face like she was trying to understand why. Why, she asked. The question hung between us. Direct. Honest. I could have lied. Could have said something casual. Something safe. But something about her made me want to tell the truth. Because I want to, I said. Her lips parted. Her breath caught. "Oh. Is that okay?" "Yes." Barely a whisper. Her cheeks flushed pink again. "Tomorrow. Around 2. I'll be here." I should leave now. Before I did something stupid. Like reach out and touch her hair. Like step closer to see if she'd let me. But I found myself lingering. Found myself not wanting this moment to end. "I have a son," I said. Needed her to know. "Parker. He's 6 years old. He loves dolphins. He's my whole world." Her face softened. Her whole expression transformed. He should come to Gulf World. I could get him into the summer program. Something warm spread through my chest. She just met me. And she was already thinking about my son. He would love that. "Thank you." My voice came out rougher. "That's very kind. I love sharing the ocean with kids." Her voice was soft. Genuine. We stood there. The air between us felt charged. Heavy with something I couldn't name. I needed to leave before I crossed a line. Before I did something we'd both regret. I should go. The words felt wrong. But I didn't move. "Right. Yes." She walked to the door. Opened it. Her hand trembled on the knob. "Thank you for helping." "My pleasure." I stepped into the hallway. My body didn't want to leave. Every instinct told me to stay. To keep talking. To find out everything about her. I turned back. She was watching me. Those eyes wide and uncertain, and something else. Something that made my pulse race. Want. She wanted me to stay too. "See you tomorrow, Virginia." My voice came out low. Almost rough. "Tomorrow." She breathed the word. I walked to my penthouse. Each step felt heavy. Wrong. I closed the door behind me. Leaned against it. Let out a long breath. My heart pounded against my ribs. My hands shook slightly. What just happened? I hadn't felt like this in 14 years. That pull. That immediate connection. That sense that everything just changed. Not since Louise. The thought should have scared me. Should have sent me running. Instead, it made me want to knock on Virginia's door again. To see if she felt it too. My phone buzzed against my hip. Parker's nanny. Confirming Monday's flight details. I pulled it out. Looked at Parker's photo on my lock screen. His missing tooth grin. Those blue eyes so much like mine. 6 years old. My son was only 6 years old. He needed stability. Needed routine. Needed me to make smart decisions. Getting involved with Deanna's daughter was complicated. Messy. The kind of thing that could blow up in my face. The smart thing would be to cancel tomorrow. To keep my distance. To focus on Parker and work and building a stable life here. But as I stood there, remembering the way Virginia's hand trembled on the doorknob, the way her breath caught when I said her name, I couldn't quite convince myself to stay away. I wanted to see her again. Wanted to make her laugh. Wanted to know everything about her. It had been so long since I'd wanted anything for myself. Since I'd felt anything beyond the daily routine of work and parenting. Maybe that was okay. Maybe wanting something for myself didn't make me a bad father. Maybe I could have both. Later that evening, I was assembling Parker's bed when I heard voices through the wall. Clear. Close. They must have been in the room that backed up to mine. "Did you meet the new neighbor?" Deanna's voice. Sharp with forced casualness. My hands stilled on the bed frame. A pause. Long enough that I stopped breathing. Yes. Virginia's voice was quieter. Careful. "He helped me with some boxes." And Deanna's tone sharpened. "What did you think?" Another pause. I could picture Virginia pushing hair behind her ear. Biting her lip. "He seems nice." Nice. The word came out flat. Disbelieving. That's all. Mom. You're blushing. I can see you blushing right now. Silence. Heavy. Telling. My heart hammered against my ribs. Virginia. Deanna's voice softened. You like him? Another long pause. I leaned closer to the wall. I shouldn't be listening. This was private. Wrong. But I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Then so quietly I almost missed it, maybe. My chest tightened. Something fierce and protective and terrified all at once surged through me. Oh, sweetheart. Deanna sighed. The sound carried resignation. Worry. Just be careful with him. Please. It doesn't matter, Virginia said. Her voice was small. Defeated. He was just being polite. Helping with boxes. That's all. No. That wasn't all. That wasn't even close to all. He's coming back tomorrow. To help with brochures. How did you? Virginia stopped. You saw. I saw it on your face when you came in. A pause. Just be careful. Men like that, successful, charming, they don't usually stick around. Their voices faded. Moving to another room. I stood there. Frozen. My hands gripped the bedframe so hard my knuckles turned white. Virginia liked me. She thought I was just being polite. She thought I wouldn't stick around. I should have felt trapped. Should have felt the familiar urge to run that hit me whenever things got real. Instead, I felt something else entirely. Determination. I wanted to prove her wrong. Wanted to show her I wasn't like whatever men had hurt her before. Wanted to see where this could go. Tomorrow. I'd see her tomorrow. And I'd make sure she knew this wasn't just politeness. This was something real. My phone buzzed. Parker's nanny again. Flight confirmed. Monday at 10 in the morning. I looked at the partially assembled bed. At the room I was building for my son. At the life I was trying to create here. Everything just got more complicated. And somehow, despite everything, that didn't scare me as much as it should.
Chapter 3. Folding Brochures. Virginia.
My mother cornered me the moment Clay left yesterday. We need to talk. My shoulders tensed. I tried to escape to my room. She followed. Closed the door with a soft click. About Clay Booth. She crossed her arms. Her expression was unreadable. You like him. Heat flooded my face. Spread down my neck. I don't. Don't lie to me, Virginia. She sat next to me on the bed. The mattress dipped. I need to tell you something. My stomach clenched. Oh dear. What now? I flirted with him when he first moved in. Her voice was quiet. Almost guilty. I invited him for drinks. Tried to get him interested. My stomach dropped. Blood rushed in my ears. Of course she did. Of course. I should have been angry. Should have been hurt. Instead, I just felt tired. But he wasn't interested, she continued quickly. He turned me down. Politely. Multiple times. She took my hand. Her skin was warm. Soft. When I saw you two together yesterday, I realized why. I looked up. Met her eyes. Why? The way he looked at you, sweetheart. Her expression softened. Became almost tender. He never looked at me like that. Not once. My throat tightened. I couldn't breathe properly. I backed off the moment I knew you liked him. She squeezed my hand. I wanted you to know that. I'm not competing with you. I wouldn't do that. Thanks, Mom. My voice cracked. The words felt inadequate. She stood. Smoothed her dress. The vulnerable moment was over. Just be careful. Men like that, successful, charming, they don't usually stick around. She left before I could respond. I sat there on my bed, hand still tingling where she'd held it. My chest ached with something I couldn't name. Hope, maybe. And fear. Sunday afternoon, I changed outfits 3 times. The jeans were too casual. The black dress too formal. I settled on a yellow sundress with small white flowers. Stared at my reflection. Changed back to jeans. Then back to the dress. Oh dear, I muttered. Pushed hair behind my ear. This is ridiculous. I was 24 years old. Not a teenager getting ready for prom. But my hands shook as I smoothed the dress. My stomach churned with nerves. I pulled the brochure boxes onto the dining table. 1,000 brochures. Hours of folding ahead of me. Earlier this week, I'd had lunch with Carrie from my marine biology program. She'd noticed I seemed distracted. Asked if everything was okay. I'd been vague. Non-committal. But now I wished I'd told her about Clay. Wished I had someone to talk to about this feeling in my chest. This terrifying, wonderful hope. My mother appeared in the doorway. Purse in hand. You look lovely, darling. Her smile was genuine. I have errands. I'll be gone for a few hours. She was giving us privacy. Thanks, Mom. She left. The penthouse felt too quiet. Too big. I stared at the brochures. At the clock. 1:55. The doorbell rang at exactly 2 o'clock. My heart jumped into my throat. I pressed both hands to my chest. Tried to calm my pulse. He came. He actually came. I opened the door. Clay stood there holding 2 coffee cups. Dark blue t-shirt that made his eyes impossibly blue. Jeans that fit perfectly. Hair slightly messy like he'd run his hands through it. My breath caught. He was beautiful. Hi. My voice came out breathless. Barely above a whisper. Hi. He smiled. That dimple appeared in his cheek. Held up the cups. I brought coffee. I didn't know how you'd take it, so I brought cream and sugar. The gesture made my chest warm. He'd thought about me. About what I might like. Black is fine. I stepped back. My legs felt unsteady. Come in. He walked past me. That same scent from yesterday. Clean. Masculine. Something woodsy that made my stomach flip. We were alone. The realization hit me like a wave. My pulse hammered in my ears. So. He set the coffee on the table. The ceramic cups clinked softly. Steam rose from them. The rich smell of dark roast filled the air. That's a lot of brochures. 1,050 to be exact. I moved to the table. Put the width of it between us. Safer that way. 3 folds each. It usually takes me about 4 hours alone. Then we should get started. He picked up a brochure. Waited. I showed him how to fold. My hands trembled slightly. 3 creases. Specific angles. Like this. He watched my hands. His attention made heat creep up my neck. Like this. He folded one. Perfect on the first try. His hands were sure. Confident. Exactly like that. We settled into a rhythm. Fold, crease, stack. The paper rustled softly. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows. Warm on my shoulders. The silence was comfortable. Easy. Not awkward at all. I snuck glances at him when he wasn't looking. The way his hands moved. Strong. Precise. The way his forearms flexed as he folded. The small smile on his lips like he was enjoying this. Enjoying being here. With me. My heart did a strange little flip. How long have you worked at Gulf World? He asked. His voice was casual. But his eyes were intent on my face. 2 years. Since I started my master's program. I folded another brochure. Kept my hands busy. I work part-time during the school year. Full-time in summer. Do you love it? The question caught me off guard. Not do you like it or is it good experience? Love it. I looked up. Met his eyes. Yes. The word came out with more emotion than I intended. I love it. The dolphins, the sea lions, the education programs. Teaching kids about the ocean. It's everything I've ever wanted. He smiled. His whole face softened. I can hear it in your voice. The passion. Heat crept up my neck. Spread across my cheeks. I bit my lip. Looked back down at the brochures. What about you? I asked. Needed to deflect attention from myself. Do you love what you do? He paused. His hand stilled. I'm good at it. It pays well. But love? He shook his head. Not really. It's just work. A means to an end. Then why do it? For Parker. Simple. Direct. Absolute. Everything I do is for Parker. The tenderness in his voice. The devotion. The way his expression shifted when he said his son's name. My chest ached. A sweet, almost painful sensation. Tell me about him, I said. Wanted to know. Wanted to understand this man who sat across from me, folding brochures like it was the most natural thing in the world. His whole face transformed. Lit up from the inside. He's 6 years old. Smart as anything. Talks constantly. Asks a million questions about everything. He laughed. The sound was warm. Rich. He's obsessed with dolphins. Has every book in the library. Watches documentaries meant for adults. Recites facts at the dinner table. I smiled. Couldn't help it. He sounds wonderful. He is. Clay's expression shifted. Became more serious. His jaw tightened. We've moved a lot. 4 cities in 6 years. He's never had time to make real friends. Never had stability. Never had a place to call home. That must be hard. On him. On Parker. For both of you. It's been necessary. For work. But it's not fair to him. He set down the brochure he'd been holding. Met my eyes. This move is different. We're staying. He's starting first grade at Bay Academy in the fall. Making friends. Having playdates. Putting down roots for the first time in his life. The determination in his voice was clear. This mattered more than anything. He's going to love it here, I said. Meant it. The beach. The ocean. Gulf world. There's so much for a 6-year-old to explore. Your offer still stands? His eyes were hopeful. Almost vulnerable. To get him into the summer program? Absolutely. I pulled out my phone. My hands trembled slightly. Give me your number. I'll text you the details. The schedule. Everything. Our fingers brushed as he took my phone. That same electricity from yesterday. Immediate. Undeniable. Like touching a live wire. Heat shot up my arm. Spread through my chest. My breath hitched. I jerked back. Nearly dropped the phone. He caught it. His reflexes quick. Steady. Entered his number with sure movements. Handed it back. Our eyes met. The air between us shifted. Became thick. Heavy. Charged with something I couldn't name but felt in every nerve ending. I couldn't look away. Didn't want to look away. Neither could he. We were close. When did we get so close? I hadn't noticed us leaning toward each other. But now I could see everything. The darker blue flecks in his eyes. The small scar above his left eyebrow. The shadow of stubble along his jaw. I could smell his cologne. Woodsy. Clean. Intoxicating. My breath came faster. Shorter. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I was sure he could hear it. He leaned in. Just slightly. Just enough. His gaze dropped to my lips. Lingered there. My pulse raced. Blood rushed in my ears. Was he going to kiss me? Oh dear. Oh dear. Did I want him to? Yes. Every cell in my body screamed yes. I leaned in too. Just a fraction. My lips parted. My eyes started to flutter closed. His phone rang. Loud. Shrill. Shattering. We both jumped. The spell broke. Reality crashed back in. I blinked. Pulled back. My cheeks burned. My whole body felt too hot. Too aware. Clay pulled out his phone. His jaw was tight. Frustration flashed across his face. Sorry. I have to take this. He stood. Walked to the window. Put distance between us. Hello. I sat there. Both hands pressed to my chest. Trying to catch my breath. Trying to slow my racing heart. He'd almost kissed me. I'd almost let him. I'd almost kissed him back. My lips still tingled with anticipation. With want. Tomorrow at 10? Clay said into the phone. His voice was different. Businesslike. Perfect. Yes, I'll be there. Thank you. He hung up. Turned back to me. His expression had changed. Lighter. Excited. The intense moment between us shifted into something different. Something about his son. Parker's flight is confirmed. He arrives tomorrow morning. The joy in his voice was unmistakable. Pure. I get to see him tomorrow. That's wonderful. I smiled despite my still racing heart. Despite the lingering awareness of how close we'd been. You must be so excited. I am. He walked back to the table. Sat down across from me. I miss him every second we're apart. It's been a week. Longest week of my life. The love in his voice. The devotion. It made my chest ache in the best way. The offer. He leaned forward. His eyes intense on mine. To take him to Gulf World. Does it still stand? Yes. Of course. Absolutely. I nodded. Maybe too enthusiastically. Bring him by this week. I'll give him the full tour. Behind the scenes. Everything. Thank you. He reached across the table. Took my hand in both of his. My breath stopped. Everything stopped. His hands were warm. Strong. They engulfed mine completely. His thumbs brushed across my knuckles. Slow. Deliberate. The touch sent shivers up my arms. Down my spine. Thank you, he repeated. His voice was rough. Low. Raw with emotion. You have no idea what that means to me. What you're doing for him. For us. I couldn't speak. Could barely breathe. My hand tingled where he touched it. Heat flooded my body. My face. My neck. Everything. The touch was innocent. Simple. Just hands. But it felt like everything. Like a promise. Like the beginning of something I couldn't even name yet. I should go, he said. His voice was reluctant. But he didn't let go of my hand. Didn't move. Get the apartment ready for Parker. Make sure everything's perfect for him. Right. Yes. I pulled my hand back. The loss of contact felt wrong. Cold. Of course. He stood. I walked him to the door. Each step felt heavy. Wrong. My body didn't want him to leave. At the door, he turned back. One hand on the doorframe. Close enough that I could feel the warmth radiating from him. Virginia? Yes. My voice was barely a whisper. I'm glad I met you. His eyes held mine. Intense. Sincere. Really glad. My throat tightened. Emotions swelled in my chest. I'm glad I met you too. He smiled. That dimple appeared in his cheek. The one that made my stomach flip. See you soon? Soon, I managed to say. He left. The door closed with a soft click. I stood there, leaned against the door. My legs felt weak, shaky. What was happening to me? I'd known this man for one day, 24 hours. And already I couldn't stop thinking about him. Already my heart raced when he was near. Already I wanted more. Wanted everything. This was dangerous. Reckless. Everything I'd sworn I wouldn't do after Darren. After the assault. After 5 years of building walls to protect myself. But as I stood there, my hand still tingling where he'd held it, the memory of his lips so close to mine, the way he'd said my name like it meant something, I couldn't quite convince myself to be careful. I wanted this. Wanted him. Wanted to see where this could go. For the first time in 5 years, I wanted to take the risk. My phone buzzed in my hand. Made me jump. A text from the number I'd just saved. Clay, this is Clay. Thank you for today. For everything. I meant what I said. I'm glad I met you. I stared at the screen. My heart hammered. My fingers trembled as I typed. I'm glad I met you too. See you in Parker soon. His response came immediately. Like he'd been waiting. Watching for my reply. Clay, looking forward to it. 3 words. But they made my chest warm. Made hope bloom like a flower in spring. I held the phone to my chest. Smiled like an idiot at my empty living room. Tomorrow, he'd have his son. His focus would be on Parker. As it should be. As it had to be. But maybe, just maybe, there'd be room for me too. The thought made my heart race and my stomach flutter, and my skin feel too tight for my body. I looked at the half-folded brochures on the table. Hundreds still left to do. We'd barely made a dent in the work. But I didn't care. For 4 hours I'd sat with Clay Booth. Talked with him. Laughed with him. Almost kissed him. Held his hand. It was the best Sunday afternoon I'd had in 5 years. Maybe the best one I'd ever had. I picked up my phone again. Pulled up Carrie's number. Stared at it. Next time I saw her at school, I'd tell her. Tell her about the new neighbor. About the almost kiss. About this feeling in my chest that felt like hope and terror all tangled together. She might understand. Might be happy for me. And I really, really wanted someone to be happy for me.
Chapter 4. Meeting Parker. Clay.
Parker came through the arrival gate at a dead run. Dad. I caught him as he launched himself at me. 6 years old and already getting heavy. Solid. Real. I lifted him anyway. Held him tight against my chest. Hey, buddy. I missed you so much. I missed you too. He squeezed my neck. His small arms were surprisingly strong. Can we go to the beach? Can we see dolphins? Did you know dolphins can hear 10 times better than humans? I laughed. Set him down. Ruffled his curly dark hair. The same color as mine. He grinned up at me. That gap-toothed smile. His front tooth had fallen out last week. The nanny had sent me a photo. My chest ached with how much I loved this kid. We'll do all of that, I said. I promise. He talked the entire drive home. Words tumbling over each other. About his last day of kindergarten. About his best friend Marcus, who cried when they said goodbye. About the book he finished on the plane. His excitement was infectious. Pure. I'd forgotten how much energy a 6-year-old could have. How loud. How wonderful. We pulled into the sea urchin parking garage. Parker pressed his face to the window. We live here. This is so cool. Is it tall? Can we see the ocean from our windows? Yes to both. This is the best day ever. I showed him the penthouse. He ran from room to room, taking it all in. When he saw his bedroom, he stopped, stood in the doorway. "This is mine. All yours." He walked in slowly, touched the bed, the desk, the empty shelves waiting for his books. His blue eyes were wide, shining. "It's perfect, Dad." He turned, crashed into me with another hug. "Thank you." My throat tightened. "You're welcome, buddy. Can I unpack?" "Later. Let's eat first. You hungry?" "Starving." I ordered pizza. The smell filled the penthouse 20 minutes later. Cheese and pepperoni and home. We ate at the counter. Parker's legs swung as he sat on the tall stool. He told me about Houston, about his teacher, Mrs. Chen, who gave him a dolphin pencil on the last day, about how Marcus promised they'd stay friends forever. "Are you nervous?" I asked. Needed to know. About starting over. New school. New friends. He shrugged. Took another bite. Chewed thoughtfully. "A little. But you said we're staying this time." "Right. This is forever." The hope in his voice. The need for certainty. My chest ached. "Right. We're staying. This is home now." "Promise?" "I promise, Parker. We're not moving again." He smiled. That gap-toothed grin that made my heart squeeze. "Okay. Then I'm not nervous anymore." The doorbell rang. Parker's head snapped up. Tomato sauce on his chin. "Who's that?" "Probably a neighbor." "Stay here." I opened the door. Virginia stood in the hallway. Jeans. Gulf World polo shirt with a dolphin logo. Hair pulled back in a ponytail. She held a wrapped package. Her cheeks were flushed, like she'd been nervous about coming. My heart skipped, stumbled, then raced. "Hi." She pushed hair behind her ear. A strand had escaped the ponytail. "I hope this isn't a bad time. I just wanted to bring something for Parker. A welcome gift." She'd thought about my son. Had bought him something. Wrapped it. My chest felt too full. Perfect timing. I stepped back. Couldn't stop smiling. "Come in. He's eating pizza." She walked past me. That jasmine scent I was starting to crave. Her shoulder brushed mine. Electricity. Parker appeared in the hallway. Curious. Cautious. Tomato sauce still on his chin. "Parker, this is Virginia. She lives next door. She works at Gulf World." Parker's eyes went huge. His whole face transformed. "You work with dolphins?" Virginia smiled. Knelt down to his level. Put herself at his height. "I do. I'm a marine biologist. I study dolphins and teach people about them." "That's so cool." Parker bounced on his toes. His excitement barely contained. "I love dolphins. They're my favorite animal in the whole entire world." "Mine too." Virginia's smile was genuine. Warm. She held out the package. "I brought you a welcome gift. To celebrate your new home." Parker looked at me. Those blue eyes asking permission. "You can open it," I said. He took the package. Careful. Reverent. Tore off the wrapping with 6-year-old enthusiasm. A book. The cover showed dolphins leaping through waves. The Secret Language of Dolphins. He read the title aloud. His voice was awed. Hushed. "I don't have this one. I have 12 dolphin books, but not this one." "It's about how dolphins communicate," Virginia said. Her voice was soft. Patient. How they use clicks and whistles to talk to each other. How mother dolphins teach their babies special sounds. "I thought you might like it." "I love it." Parker hugged the book to his chest. Tight. Like it was precious. Then, without warning, he set the book down and hugged Virginia. Threw his small arms around her neck and held on. She froze. just for a heartbeat. Surprised. Then her arms came around him. Gentle. Natural. Like she'd been hugging him his whole life. My breath caught. Stopped completely. Something cracked open in my chest. Something that had been locked tight for 14 years. I watched them. This woman I'd known for 3 days. This boy who was my entire world. Holding each other like it was the most natural thing. Like they'd been waiting for each other. "Thank you," Parker said into her shoulder. His voice was muffled. "Happy. This is the best present ever. You're so nice." "You're very welcome, sweetheart." Virginia's voice was thick. When Parker pulled back, her eyes were bright, shining with unshed tears. She blinked them away quickly. But I saw them. Saw the emotion there. The tenderness. The way she looked at my son like he mattered. "Have you eaten?" Parker asked. "We have pizza. Dad ordered too much." Virginia looked at me. Uncertain. "Please stay," I said. "We'd love the company." "If you're sure." "I'm sure." She stayed. We sat at the counter. Parker between us. He peppered Virginia with questions. She answered every single one. Patient. Enthusiastic. "Did you know dolphins can't smell?" Parker asked. "I did know that." Virginia smiled. "But did you know they're as smart as apes?" "Really? Really?" Parker's eyes went huge. "That's amazing." I watched them. The way Virginia engaged with him. Not talking down. Not dismissing his excitement. Treating him like he mattered. Something shifted in my chest. Loosened. Hope. Virginia caught me watching. Her cheeks flushed. "What?" "Nothing." I couldn't stop smiling. Just happy. Parker finished his pizza. Opened his new book. Started reading aloud. Virginia listened. Asked questions. Like this was exactly where she wanted to be. 2 hours passed. "Parker," I said. "It's getting late. Time for bed." "Already?" He looked disappointed. "Can Virginia come back tomorrow?" "I don't know, buddy. She has work." "Actually," Virginia said, "I have the morning off. If you want, I could take you both to Gulf World. Behind-the-scenes tour." Parker's whole face lit up. "Really? Really? Dad, can we? Please?" "We'd love to," I said. "Yay." Parker bounced. Then stopped. Turned to Virginia. "Will you read me a bedtime story? From the book you gave me?" Virginia's expression softened. Something vulnerable flickered across her face. "If your dad says it's okay." "Please, Dad." "Okay. Go brush your teeth first." Parker ran off. "You don't have to," I said. "I want to." She pushed hair behind her ear. "If that's okay." "It's more than okay." We walked to Parker's room. He was already in bed. Covers pulled up. The dolphin book open on his lap. His curly hair was damp from the bath. He smelled like kid shampoo and toothpaste. Virginia sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress dipped. She took the book from him. Found where he'd marked the page. Started reading. Her voice was soft. Soothing. Perfect for bedtime. She did the different voices for the dolphins. Made sound effects for the clicks and whistles. Parker giggled. I leaned against the doorframe. Watched. This woman. Reading to my son. Tucking the covers around him when he shivered. Brushing hair off his forehead with tender fingers. Like she'd done this 1,000 times before. Like she was meant to do this. My throat tightened. My chest ached with something I couldn't name. Parker's eyes started to droop. He fought it. Blinked hard. Wanted to hear more. Wanted to stay awake. But eventually, sleep won. Virginia kept reading. Even after his breathing evened out. Finished the chapter, in a whisper. She set the book on his nightstand. Careful. Quiet. Pulled the covers up to his chin. Tucked them in at the sides just right. Not too tight. Not too loose. Her hand lingered on his hair. Just for a moment. Smoothed it back with such tenderness my eyes burned. She leaned down. Pressed a soft kiss to his forehead. Then froze. Like she'd just realized what she'd done. Like she'd crossed a line. She stood quickly. Looked at Parker sleeping. Her hand went to her mouth. Her expression was tender. Aching. Almost heartbroken. When she looked at me, her eyes were bright. Wet. Brimming. She hurried past me. Out of the room. Down the hall. Her footsteps quick. I pulled Parker's door mostly closed. Left it cracked. Followed her. I found her in the kitchen. Back to me. Hands pressed flat on the counter. Shoulders shaking. Crying. Virginia. She turned. Tears streaked her cheeks. Running freely. She didn't try to hide them. Couldn't. I'm sorry. Her voice cracked. Broke completely. I don't know why I'm crying. I shouldn't have kissed him goodnight. That was too much. I barely know you. I barely know him. But he's just so sweet, Clay. So perfect. And you're such a good father. The way you look at him. The way you love him. And I've never. She stopped. Pressed her hand to her mouth. Tried to hold back a sob. Failed. I've never had that, she whispered. The words were raw. Painful. That kind of family. That kind of love. I grew up in foster care. Bounced from home to home. Nobody wanted to keep me. Nobody chose me. And then I got adopted, but they were never really parents. They were just people I lived with. People who forgot I existed. Tears fell faster. She wiped at them uselessly. And seeing you with Parker. Seeing the way he trusts you. The way he knows you'll always be there. The way he's never had to wonder if he's wanted. Her voice broke again. Being part of that tonight. Even for a few hours. Reading to him. Tucking him in. Having him hug me like I mattered. Like I was someone he wanted around. She sobbed. A real sob that shook her whole body. It made me realize how much I want that. How much I've always wanted that. A family. A child to tuck in at night. Someone to read stories to. Someone who's excited when I come home. She looked at me. Her blue-green eyes swimming with tears. With longing. With a pain so deep it stole my breath. And I'm terrified, she whispered. Because I don't know how to have that. I don't know how to be part of something like this. What if I'm broken? What if I can't do it right? What if I ruin it? My chest cracked wide open. I crossed to her in 3 strides. Pulled her into my arms. She came willingly. Crashed into me. Pressed her face against my chest. Sobbed. Her whole body shook with the force of it. It's okay, I said. My voice was rough. Thick. It's okay, Virginia. I'm sorry. The words were muffled against my shirt. This is so embarrassing. I'm crying all over you. We just met. You must think I'm crazy. I don't think you're crazy. I held her tighter. Rested my chin on top of her head. Breathed in that jasmine scent. I think you're brave. And real. And perfect. She sobbed harder. I held her. Let her cry. Let her release whatever pain she'd been carrying for 24 years. My own eyes burned. My throat ached. This woman. This beautiful, broken, brave woman who'd never had anyone choose her. Who'd never had a family. Who just tucked my son into bed like he was hers. Like she'd been waiting her whole life to do it. I wanted to give her everything. Wanted to give her the family she'd never had. Wanted to choose her. Every single day. The realization should have terrified me. Should have sent me running. I'd spent 14 years keeping people at arm's length. Protecting myself. Protecting Parker. But this didn't feel like a threat. It felt like coming home. She pulled back slowly. Wiped her eyes with shaking hands. I should go. I'm a mess. You probably want me to leave. I don't want you to leave. I touched her cheek. Caught a tear with my thumb. Ever. The word hung between us. Heavy. Meaningful. Her breath caught. Fresh tears filled her eyes. But she was smiling now. Small. Trembling. Real. Thank you for letting me stay tonight, she whispered. For dinner. For letting me read to Parker. For not thinking I'm insane for crying in your kitchen. You're not insane. I brushed another tear away. Couldn't seem to stop touching her. You're honest. It's refreshing. She laughed. A wet sound. Honest. That's one word for it. It's the right word. I held her gaze. Needed her to hear this. To believe it. You're amazing, Virginia. Parker loves you already. I can see it. And he's a good judge of character. He barely knows me. Kids know. They sense things adults miss. I smiled. And he's right. You are special. Her lower lip trembled. I'll see you tomorrow. Gulf World. Tomorrow. I nodded. 10 o'clock. We'll be there. Okay. She took a shaky breath. Wiped her eyes one more time. I'll let you get back to Parker. I walked her to the door. Opened it. She stepped into the hallway. Turned back. Those blue-green eyes still wet but clearer now. Clay. Yeah. Thank you. For tonight. For letting me be part of it. Her voice was thick with emotion. For not running away when I lost it. It meant more than you know. Thank you for the book. For being kind to my son. My voice was rough. For being you. She smiled. Soft. Beautiful. Then left. I closed the door. Leaned against it. My heart pounded. My hands shook slightly. That woman just cried in my kitchen. Cried because my son was sweet. Because she'd never had a family. Because she was terrified of wanting something she didn't know how to have. And all I wanted to do was give her one. Give her everything. Show her she wasn't broken. Show her she could have this. Show her what it felt like to be chosen. I pushed off the door. Checked on Parker. He was asleep. Peaceful. One arm thrown over his head. The Dolphin book still on his nightstand. Tomorrow. We'd see Virginia tomorrow. The thought made something in my chest feel full for the first time in 14 years. This woman was going to change everything. Change me. Change us. I could feel it in my bones. And for once, I wasn't afraid of change. I was ready for it.
Chapter 5. First day at Gulf World. Virginia.
I arrived at Gulf World an hour early Tuesday morning. My hands shook as I unlocked the employee entrance. Nerves twisted my stomach into knots. I'd given hundreds of tours before. Talked to countless families. This shouldn't be different. But it was different. Because Parker was 6 years old and loved dolphins more than anything. Because I'd cried in Clay's kitchen last night. Because I'd kissed Parker's forehead without thinking. Because I needed them to like me. To keep wanting me around. Oh dear. I took a breath. The salt air filled my lungs. Morning sun already warm on my shoulders. The sound of dolphins clicking and whistling carried across the park. Home. This was home. The dolphins were already awake. I walked to their pool. The water sparkled in the early light. Knelt at the concrete edge. Morning, guys. Luna surfaced first. The oldest female. 15 years old and still playful. She clicked at me. Her signature whistle. Her name. I smiled. Good morning to you too, beautiful. Big day today, I told her. Trailed my fingers through the water. Cool. Refreshing. I'm bringing special visitors. A little boy who loves you more than anything. His name is Parker. Be good for him, okay? Luna Dove came back up right in front of me. Opened her mouth wide. Splashed me with her tail. Water soaked my Gulf World polo. Dripped down my face. I laughed. Wiped my eyes. Thanks for that. Real mature. She clicked. Sounded like laughter. I checked everything twice. The underwater viewing area, cleaned the glass until it sparkled. The touch tank, filled with fresh seawater, starfish and urchins arranged perfectly. The dolphin pool, water tested, temperature perfect. My phone buzzed against my hip. Clay, on our way. Parker hasn't stopped talking about dolphins since he woke up. Pretty sure he's vibrating. My heart did that thing. That skip. That flutter that made my chest warm. Me, can't wait to see you both. I hit send. Stared at the words. Too eager. My phone buzzed again. Clay, same. One word. But it made warmth spread through my entire body. Made my pulse quicken. I walked to the front gates. Tried not to pace. Failed. Pushed hair behind my ear. Checked my watch. 9:58. 10 o'clock exactly, I saw them. Clay's black car pulling into the parking lot. Parker was already unbuckling. I could see him through the window. Bouncing in his seat. Waving frantically. Virginia. Clay got out. Opened Parker's door. The little boy exploded out like he'd been launched. Ran toward me at full speed. Curly dark hair bouncing. Gap-toothed grin so wide it looked like it might split his face. Virginia. We're here. We're really at Gulf World. I knelt just in time. He crashed into me. Small arms around my neck. Hugging tight. My chest ached. A sweet, wonderful ache. Good morning, sweetheart. This is the best day ever. His words tumbled over each other. We're at Gulf World. We're really here. Are we going to see the dolphins? The real ones? Can I touch them? Did you know dolphins sleep with one eye open, so they can watch for predators? I laughed. Stood. Kept holding his hand. I did know that. And yes, you're going to see the real dolphins. Touch them too if you want. Really? His blue eyes went huge. Impossibly wide. I can touch a real actual dolphin? Really? He spun toward Clay. Jumping. Literally jumping up and down. Dad. Did you hear that? I'm going to touch a dolphin. A real dolphin. Clay smiled. That dimple appeared in his cheek. He wore jeans and a dark blue t-shirt that made his eyes even more striking. Sunglasses pushed up on his head. Casual. Relaxed. Beautiful. My breath caught. My pulse hammered. Morning, Virginia. His voice was low. Warm. His eyes met mine over Parker's head. Heat crept up my neck. Morning. We stood there. Parker between us. Holding both our hands now. The Florida sun warm on my shoulders. The smell of salt water and sunscreen in the air. The distant sound of dolphins clicking. This felt right. Natural. The three of us together like pieces clicking into place. The thought should have scared me. Instead, it made my chest ache in the best possible way. Come on. I squeezed Parker's hand. Started walking toward the entrance. Let me show you my favorite place in the world. I gave them the full tour. Behind the scenes. Places the public never saw. The medical facility. The food preparation area. The training pools. Parker asked a million questions. I answered every single one. Clay walked beside us. Quiet. Watching. Smiling. We stopped at the main dolphin pool. The water was crystal clear. Turquoise blue. You could see straight to the bottom. This is where they live, I said. Knelt beside Parker at the edge. Watch. I clicked my tongue twice. The signal. Luna surfaced immediately. Swam toward us. Her body sleek and graceful. Gray skin glistening wet in the sunlight. Parker gasped. His whole body went still. Odd. This is Luna, I said softly. She's 15 years old. She's been here since she was a calf, a baby. Luna stopped right in front of us. Raised her head out of the water. Opened her mouth in that dolphin smile. She's smiling at me. Parker's whisper was reverent. Like he couldn't believe it. A real dolphin is smiling at me. She likes you. I could hear it in her clicks. The friendly curiosity. Want to touch her? He nodded. Too excited for words now. I took his small hand in mine. Guided it toward Luna. Gentle. Like this. Let her come to you. Parker's hand touched Luna's rostrum. Her nose. The skin was smooth. Rubbery. Cool from the water. She feels amazing, Parker breathed. His voice hushed. Full of wonder. Like a wet rubber ball. But alive. And warm underneath. And she's looking right at me. Luna clicked. Whistled. Nuzzled into Parker's hand. She really does like you, I said. My throat tight. Dolphins are good judges of character. I glanced at Clay. He stood a few feet back. Phone out. Taking pictures. But his expression stopped me. Soft. Tender. Raw. His eyes shining with unshed tears. He was watching us. Me and Parker. His son and this woman he'd just met. Together with a dolphin. Creating a memory. Our eyes met. Held. Something passed between us. Unspoken. Powerful. A recognition. This matters. This moment matters. We matter. My pulse raced. My hands trembled slightly. He smiled. That dimple. Mouthed thank you. I looked away before I started crying right there at the dolphin pool. Did you know dolphins are as smart as apes? Parker asked Luna. Like she could answer. Some scientists think you might be smarter than humans. Are you smarter than me? Luna clicked twice. Dove under. Came back up. Splashed him lightly with her tail. Parker squealed. Laughed. She splashed me. Dad, did you see? Luna splashed me. I saw, buddy. Clay's voice was thick. Rough. That's pretty special. Wednesday through Friday, they came every morning. Parker arrived vibrating with new dolphin facts. I matched them. We went back and forth like it was a game. Clay watched. Smiled. Took endless pictures. Wednesday at lunch, we sat at the picnic tables near the sea lion pool. The smell of French fries and salt water. Seagulls calling overhead. Parker between us. Eating his sandwich. Kicking his legs. Chattered without stopping. Then suddenly, he went quiet. Set down his sandwich. Looked at me with those serious blue eyes. Virginia? His voice was small. Uncertain. Yeah, sweetheart. Do you have a mom and dad? The question hit me like a wave. Unexpected. Sharp. Knocked the air from my lungs. Clay's hand stilled on his water bottle. His eyes snapped to mine. Concerned. Protective. I swallowed hard. My throat felt tight. I grew up in foster care. I didn't have a regular mom and dad like most kids do. Parker's face crumpled. His bottom lip trembled. That's so sad, Virginia. Everyone should have a mom and dad. It's okay. I touched his hand. His small fingers were sticky with ketchup. It was a long time ago. And I had foster families. Different families over the years. And now I have friends. And my work. And the Dolphins. I'm okay. But you were alone. His voice cracked. You didn't have anyone to tuck you in. Or read you stories. Or make you breakfast. My eyes burned. I blinked hard. No. I didn't have that. Parker stood up on the bench. Eye level with me now. Put his small hands on my cheeks. Serious. So serious for a 6-year-old. You're not alone anymore, he said. Firm. Certain. Like he was making a promise. You have us. Me and Dad. We're your family now. Okay. My throat closed completely. Tears spilled over. I couldn't stop them. Okay, he asked again. Worried now. Don't cry. I didn't mean to make you cry. These are happy tears, I managed. My voice broke. Happy tears, sweetheart. Parker hugged me. Right there at the picnic table. His small arms around my neck. Holding on tight. I love you, Virginia, he whispered into my shoulder. The words shattered something in my chest. Broke me wide open. I love you too, Parker. The words came out choked. Raw. True. So much. Over his head, Clay's eyes met mine. Dark. Intense. Wet with unshed tears. His hand reached across the table. Found mine. Squeezed. The touch said everything words couldn't. I see you. I understand. We're here. We're not going anywhere. I squeezed back. Held on like he was an anchor in a storm. Thursday afternoon, I met Carrie at the campus cafe. I was running late. Still damp from the morning dolphin session. Hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. She was already there. Waiting at our usual table by the window. 2 iced coffees in front of her. Sorry I'm late, I said. Slid into the chair across from her. Got caught up at work. No worries. She pushed a coffee toward me. Studied my face. Her eyes narrowed. Okay. Spill. What? Don't want me. She leaned forward. Grinned. You're glowing. Like literally glowing. I can see it from across the table. What's going on? Heat crept up my neck. Spread across my cheeks. Nothing. Liar. She pointed at me. I've known you for 2 years, Virginia Matthews. You've never looked like this. So spill. Right now. I bit my lip. Looked down at my coffee. Traced the condensation with my finger. I met someone, I said quietly. My neighbor. He moved in next door a couple weeks ago. Carrie's eyes went huge. And he has a 6-year-old son who loves dolphins. The words started spilling out. I couldn't stop them. I've been taking them to Gulf World all week. Every morning. Parker, that's his son, he's amazing. So sweet. So smart. And Clay, my voice softened. Clay is just. You're falling for him. Carrie's voice was gentle. Knowing. I think I already fell. I looked up. Met her eyes. Is that crazy? It's been less than 2 weeks. The heart doesn't care about timelines. She reached across the table. Squeezed my hand. I'm happy for you, Virginia. Really happy. You deserve this. You deserve someone who makes you glow like this. My throat tightened. Thank you. But. Her expression grew serious. Promise me something? What? Don't lose yourself in him, okay? In them. I know you. I know how you give everything. How you put everyone else first. She squeezed my hand tighter. Take care of yourself too. Make sure you're still eating. Still sleeping. Still coming to class. Still you. I promise. Good. She smiled. Sat back. Now tell me everything. And I mean everything. What does he look like? How tall is he? Does he have a good smile? I laughed. Spent the next hour telling her about Clay. About Parker. About Luna and Dolphins and the best week of my life. She listened. Asked questions. Made me blush with her comments about how romantic it all sounded. For the first time in years, I had someone to talk to about this. Someone who was happy for me. It felt wonderful. Friday afternoon, we went swimming with the Dolphins. Parker stood at the edge of the training pool in his swim trunks. Bright blue. Matching his eyes. His life vest was orange. Too big. It made him look even smaller. But his excitement was enormous. He bounced on his toes. Vibrated with barely contained energy. Ready? I asked. I was already in the water. The temperature was perfect. Warm from the Florida sun, but cool enough to be refreshing. So ready. He jumped. Splashed. Went under for a second. Came up sputtering. Laughing. This is amazing. I steadied him. Made sure the life vest was secure. You okay? Better than okay. Water dripped from his curly hair. His gap-toothed grin was huge. Can we call Luna now? I clicked twice. The signal. Luna appeared immediately. Dove under us. Her sleek body a gray shadow beneath the surface. Then she surfaced right in front of Parker. Parker squealed. Actually squealed with joy. Reached out with both hands. Gentle, I reminded him. Kept one hand on his life vest. Steadying him. I know. His voice was hushed now. Reverent. Hi Luna. Remember me? Luna clicked. Whistled. Opened her mouth in that smile. She swam a circle around us. Slow. Letting Parker watch. Touch. Marvel. She's swimming around me. Parker's voice was odd. Breathless. Virginia, she's swimming around me like we're friends. You are friends. I could hear it in Luna's vocalizations. The playful sounds. She likes you, Parker. Luna Dove. Came up on Parker's other side. Nudged his hand with her rostrum. Parker laughed. Pure joy. The sound echoed across the pool. I glanced at the pool edge. Clay sat there. Feet in the water. Phone in hand but forgotten. Just watching. His expression unguarded. Raw. Love. Pure love for his son. For this moment. And when his eyes met mine, something else flooded his face. Something that made my pulse race. Made heat flood my body despite the cool water. Want. Need. Gratitude. And underneath it all, something that looked like the beginning of love. For me. My breath caught. Stopped completely. He mouthed something. I couldn't hear over Parker's laughter and the splashing. But I read his lips. Thank you. I nodded. Couldn't speak. Turned back to Parker before Clay could see the tears in my eyes. Luna spun. Dove deep. Came up with a flip. Showing off. Parker clapped. Kicked his feet. Again. Do it again. She did. Over and over. Like she understood. Like she knew this little boy needed magic today. We stayed in the water for an hour. Parker and Luna playing. Me watching. Making sure he was safe. Happy. Creating memories. Clay watched us the whole time. Never looked away. This was a moment. One of those moments that changes everything. I could feel it. In the water. In the air. In the way Clay looked at us. We were becoming something. The three of us. Something real. Something that mattered. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of it. Friday evening, I sat in my dorm room. Exhausted. Happy. My skin still smelled like chlorine and salt water. My muscles pleasantly sore from treading water for an hour. My phone buzzed. Artie, video call? I hesitated. Then answered. His face appeared on screen. Glasses sliding down his nose. Concerned expression already in place. You've been quiet this week, he said. No preamble. What's going on, Jin? I bit my lip. I met someone. His eyebrows shot up. Disappeared behind his dark hair. Someone? Like a guy someone. Yeah. Tell me everything. Right now. I did. The words poured out. About Clay. About Parker. About 4 days at Gulf World. About touching dolphins and lunch at picnic tables and you have us now, and swimming and the way Clay looked at me. All of it. Everything. Artie listened. His expression grew more worried with every sentence. Jin, he said when I finally stopped. His voice was careful. Gentle. Be careful. My stomach clenched. What do you mean? He's a billionaire. Single dad. Moves from city to city for work. Artie pushed his glasses up. A nervous habit. Guys like that don't stick around. They can't. He's not like that. My voice came out defensive. Sharp. How do you know? I just do. I know him. You've known him for 2 weeks. The word stung. Because they were true. Have you looked him up? Artie asked. Googled him? Done any research? I hesitated. No. Do it. Right now. With me. Artie. Please, Jin. Just humor me. I want to make sure you're safe. That you're not getting in over your head with someone who's going to hurt you. I pulled my laptop onto my bed. My hands trembled slightly. Typed Clay's name into the search bar. Hit enter. Articles appeared. Dozens of them. Tabloid headlines in bold text. The ice-cold billionaire. Heartbreaker strikes again. Commitment issues plague wealthy consultant. Clay Booth, the man who can't love. My stomach dropped. Fell through the floor. See? Artie's voice was quiet. Sad. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. But he has a reputation, Jin. I clicked on the first article. Read. Clay Booth, 35, has dated an estimated dozen women in the past decade. None of the relationships lasted more than a few months. Former girlfriends describe him as charming, but ultimately unavailable. He won't let anyone in, says one anonymous source who dated Booth for 3 months last year. It's like there's a wall around his heart. He's wonderful until you want more. Then he's gone. I clicked another article. Then another. My eyes scanned the words. My heart sank lower with each one. Emotionally closed off. Refuses to commit. Breaks hearts without even trying. His late wife is all he'll ever love. But as I read, something started to become clear. Something the articles weren't saying directly but was there in the details. I pulled up a calculator. Did the math. 12 women in a decade. That was barely 1 per year. Sometimes 2. I kept reading. Found more specific information. Dates. Timelines. Since Louise died 14 years ago, he'd had 7 relationships. Maybe 8. All short. None lasting more than 3 or 4 months. All ending the same way, when the woman wanted more. Not because he was a player. Because he was scared. 7 or 8 relationships in 14 years. That wasn't a player. That was a wounded man, trying and failing to move on. Trying and failing to open his heart again. Jin? Artie's voice pulled me back. You okay? What are you thinking? I looked at the screen. At all those headlines calling Clay cold. Unavailable. A heartbreaker. But I'd seen him with Parker. Seen the tenderness. The devotion. The warmth. I'd felt his arms around me when I cried. Heard his voice crack when he said thank you. Watched his eyes fill with tears watching his son swim with dolphins. That wasn't cold. That was terrified. He's not what they say he is, I said. My voice was quiet but certain. He's not a player. He's not cold. But the articles. The articles don't know him. I met Artie's eyes through the screen. He lost his wife 14 years ago. During childbirth. She died bringing Parker into the world. Artie's expression softened. He's been raising Parker alone for 6 years. Moving from city to city. Never putting down roots. Never letting anyone in because he's terrified of losing someone again. Of Parker losing someone. My throat tightened. Tears burned my eyes. He's not cold, Artie. He's scared. He's protecting himself and his son the only way he knows how. By keeping everyone at arm's length. That doesn't mean he won't hurt you, Artie said gently. Scared people hurt people too. Sometimes worse than the ones who mean to. I know. My voice cracked. But I don't think he wants to. I think he's just as scared as I am. And maybe, I took a shaky breath. Maybe we can be scared together. Maybe we can help each other be brave. Artie sighed. Long and deep. Just be careful, Jin. Please. Guard your heart. Don't give everything away too fast. I will. I promise. We hung up. I stared at the laptop. At all those articles painting Clay as someone he wasn't. The ice-cold billionaire. But I knew better. I'd seen the truth. He wasn't ice. He was water. Deep and vast and full of currents. Protecting something precious underneath. My phone buzzed. Made me jump. Clay, thank you for this week. Parker hasn't stopped talking about you. About dolphins. About how lucky we are to have you in our lives. Neither have I, if I'm being honest. My chest tightened. Warmth flooded through me. Tears spilled over. Me, thank you for coming. For trusting me with Parker. For letting me be part of your week. It was the best one I've had in a long time. Clay, same here. See you Monday? Me, I'll be here. I set my phone down. Looked at the articles one more time. Everyone else saw the ice-cold billionaire. The man who wouldn't commit. The heartbreaker. The man with walls too high to climb. But I saw something different. I saw a father who loved his son more than life itself. A man who'd been hurt so badly, he'd spent 14 years hiding from feeling anything at all. A person just trying to protect the one thing that mattered most. I saw someone exactly like me. Someone who'd never had a family, and was terrified of wanting one. Someone who'd been hurt and built walls to survive. Someone who might be ready to let those walls come down. And that made me want him more. Made me willing to take the risk. Made me ready to be brave. Because maybe we could heal each other. Maybe we could be scared together. Maybe we could build something real despite all the reasons we shouldn't. Maybe this could work. Maybe we could both finally have the family we'd always wanted. I closed the laptop. Turned off the light. Lay back on my bed. Monday. I'd see them Monday. And I couldn't wait.
Chapter 6. Getting Closer. Clay.
The beach stretched endless before us, white sand meeting emerald water under a cloudless sky. Parker ran ahead, his dark curls bouncing as he chased the waves. "Did you know dolphins sleep with one eye open?" he called back to us. Virginia laughed. The sound did something to my chest. Something dangerous. I did know that. Her eyes sparkled. They rest one half of their brain at a time. That's so cool. Parker spun around, running backward. Can people do that? Nobody. I caught up to him, ruffling his hair. We need both halves of our brain. You sure about that, Dad? He grinned, all mischief and missing tooth. Virginia covered her mouth, shoulders shaking. 3 weeks ago, she would have blushed and looked away. Now she teased me with her eyes. The nervous rambling had faded. She looked at Parker like he was hers. We spread blankets on the sand. Parker started building what he called a dolphin castle. Virginia knelt beside him, helping pack sand into a bucket. I should have been watching the ocean. Instead, I watched her. Blonde hair caught the sunlight. Blue-green eyes focused on Parker's face as he explained his architectural vision. The gentle way she smoothed sand, patient with his constant changes of plan. This woman was going to wreck me. Dad, you're staring. Parker didn't look up from his castle. Am I? Yep. He patted another tower into place. Virginia, Dad stares at you a lot. Her cheeks flushed pink. Beautiful. Parker, I warned. What? You told me to always tell the truth. Virginia bit her lip, fighting a smile. Your dad's very honest. Too honest sometimes, I muttered. Parker finished his castle and stood, brushing sand from his knees. I'm going to find shells for decorations. He took off down the beach before I could remind him to stay close. Virginia started to stand. I caught her hand, helping her up. Her skin was warm from the sun. Thank you. Her voice dropped just for me. For this. For including me. Virginia. I didn't let go of her hand. You're not an afterthought. You're the reason I suggested the beach today. Those blue-green eyes widened. Her pulse jumped under my thumb. Clay. I know it's fast. I stepped closer. I know we should slow down. But I can't stop thinking about you. Her breath caught. I think about you too. The space between us disappeared. I could see the freckles across her nose. The way her lips parted. The want in her eyes that matched what I felt. I leaned in. I found a starfish. Parker's voice shattered the moment. Virginia jumped back. Her laugh came out breathless, uncertain. That's amazing, buddy. I ran a hand through my hair, frustration and amusement warring. My son had terrible timing. Parker showed us his treasures. Virginia praised each one. And I tried to ignore the way my heart pounded every time she looked at me. Later, as the sun started to set, Parker curled against Virginia's side. He'd been quiet for a few minutes. Never a good sign. Virginia. His voice was small. Can I ask you something? Of course. What was your mom like? Virginia's whole body tensed. I started to intervene, but she shook her head. I didn't really know my mom. Her voice stayed even. I grew up in foster care. But I had people who cared about me. Parker processed this. So you didn't have a mom either? No, sweetie. I didn't. Did you miss her? Sometimes. Even though I never knew her, I still wondered what it would be like. Parker nodded against her shoulder. I wonder about my mom too. Dad says she was really nice. That she loved me even though she was scared. Virginia's eyes found mine. I nodded, giving her permission to continue. Your dad's right. She smoothed Parker's hair. Your mom loved you very much. And she'd be so proud of the amazing kid you are. Do you think, Parker hesitated, do you think she'd be okay with you hanging out with us? My throat tightened. Virginia's voice was gentle. I think she'd want your dad to be happy. And you to have people who care about you. Good. Parker sat up. Because I really like you. And Dad smiles more when you're around. Parker. Heat crept up my neck. What? You do. He stood, stretching. I'm gonna get my feet wet. Don't kiss while I'm gone. He ran off before either of us could respond. Virginia's laugh was shaky. He's perceptive. Too perceptive. I shifted closer. But he's not wrong. I do smile more. The week that followed blurred together, in the best way. Virginia and Deanna had some kind of confrontation on Monday. Virginia showed up at my door that evening, shoulders tight, jaw set. But her eyes met mine without wavering. "Everything okay?" I asked. "It will be." Her voice was steady. "Can I cook dinner here? I need the distraction." I gave her my kitchen. Watched her move around like she belonged there. Parker set the table without being asked. We ate homemade lasagna like a family. When Deanna knocked later, trying to insert herself into the evening, I politely deflected. Virginia was here because she chose to be, not because her mother engineered it. The nights became a routine. Virginia cooking or me ordering in. Parker doing homework at the counter. All of us talking about our days. Easy. Natural. Right. Saturday, I took them sailing. Parker fell asleep in the cabin within an hour, lulled by the gentle rocking. Virginia and I sat on the deck, salt air and sunshine surrounding us. "Tell me about Darren." I kept my voice low, non-threatening. She stiffened. "What do you want to know?" "Whatever you're willing to share." She was quiet for a long moment. Then the words came. "I was 21. Junior year of college." He seemed nice at first. Her voice was steady, controlled. Then he got possessive. Controlling. I tried to break it off. I waited, letting her set the pace. He showed up at my apartment one night. Forced his way in. She stared at the horizon. He tried to, I fought back. Locked myself in the bathroom. Called the police. My hands clenched. "Virginia." I pressed charges. Got a restraining order. Started therapy. She finally looked at me. That was 5 years ago. I've been in therapy ever since. Working through it. 5 years. She'd been 21. My brilliant, brave Virginia. "Thank you for telling me," I said. "I wanted you to understand why I'm cautious. Why I'm scared." "You have every right to be scared." I caught her hand. "And I'll wait. As long as you need." The next day, sitting on my balcony after Parker went to bed, it was my turn. "Louise and I got married young," I started. "We were both 21. She wanted kids someday, but she was terrified of pregnancy. Something about her mom's difficult deliveries." Virginia listened, not interrupting. "When she got pregnant at 28, we were excited. Scared but excited." The words hurt, even after 14 years. She developed something called HELP syndrome. It's rare, dangerous. They did an emergency C-section at 35 weeks to try to save them both. "Clay." Her voice broke. "Parker survived." She held him for a few minutes. Then I couldn't finish. "It's okay." Virginia's hand found mine. "You don't have to say it." I should have protected her. That's what I told her. That I'd keep her safe. And I couldn't. "It wasn't your fault." I know. Logically. But logic and feelings are different things. She squeezed my hand. "I understand that better than anyone." We sat there, hands intertwined. The ocean whispered below. Stars appeared overhead. I should kiss her, I thought. Pull her close and show her everything I was feeling. But her thumb traced circles on my palm. Her body angled toward mine. Trust in her eyes. "I want him to," Virginia's expression seemed to say. But neither of us moved. Not yet. We were falling. Both of us knew it. And we were both terrified of what came next. But for now, this was enough. Her hand in mine. Understanding between us. Tomorrow, stretching ahead with possibility. Tomorrow, I'd kiss her. Tomorrow, I'd tell her everything. Tomorrow.
Chapter 7. Elevator Kiss. Virginia.
The past few days had settled into a rhythm that felt dangerous. Mornings at Gulf World with Parker, his hand tucked into mine as we explored the exhibits. Afternoons studying while Clay worked in his home office. Evenings cooking dinner together, the three of us moving around his kitchen like we'd done it for years instead of weeks. I should have been terrified. Instead, I kept forgetting to be scared. Virginia? Parker tugged my sleeve. Can we see the Dolphins one more time before we go? Of course, buddy. I glanced at Clay, who was finishing a phone call near the gift shop. Your dad might need to get back soon, though. Dad's done. I checked. Parker grinned, all mischief. He told me to keep you here for a few more minutes. My stomach flipped. Did he? Yep. Said he needed to handle something. Parker bounced on his toes. But I'm not supposed to tell you that part. Parker Booth, you're terrible at keeping secrets. I know. He didn't look remotely sorry. That's why Dad tells me the good ones. Clay appeared, pocketing his phone. Ready to head back? The Dolphins, I started. We can come back tomorrow. He caught my eye, and something in his expression made my pulse race. I have something I need to do tonight. Parker covered his mouth, failing to hide a giggle. What's going on? I asked. Nothing. Clay's voice stayed light, but his eyes said otherwise. Just need to talk to you about something. Alone. Oh dear. The drive back to Sea Urchin took forever. Clay's hand rested on the gear shift, close enough to mine that I could feel the heat of his skin. Parker hummed in the back seat, kicking his feet against his car seat. Parker, Clay said. When we get home, can you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Give me 10 minutes alone with Virginia. My heart stopped. Are you gonna kiss her? Parker asked. Parker. What? You should. She wants you to. I can tell. Heat flooded my face. I'm right here. I know. Parker leaned forward between the seats. That's why I'm helping. Clay's jaw twitched like he was fighting a smile. 10 minutes, buddy. That's all I'm asking. Fine. But you have to tell me if you kiss her. Deal. We pulled into the parking garage. My hands trembled as I unbuckled. This was happening. Whatever this was. Clay opened my door, offered his hand. I took it because refusing would have been ridiculous. Parker ran ahead to the elevator, pressed the button, then darted back. I forgot. I left my dolphin book in the car. He was the worst actor I'd ever seen. Go grab it, Clay said. We'll hold the elevator. Parker ran off, and Clay guided me into the elevator. The doors closed. We were alone. Clay hit the stop button. The elevator jerked to a halt between floors. Clay, what are you? I need to say something, and if I don't say it now, I'm going to lose my nerve. He turned to face me, blue eyes intense. I can't stop thinking about you. My breath caught. Every morning, I wake up wondering if you'll smile at me. Every night, I lie awake replaying conversations. He stepped closer. You're in my head, Virginia. Constantly. And I need to know if I'm alone in this. You're not alone, I whispered. Tell me you feel it too. I feel it. The words rushed out. I'm terrified. You're Clay Booth. Billionaire consultant. You could have anyone. And I'm just. His hand cupped my face, thumb tracing my cheekbone. You're brilliant. You're kind. You're amazing with Parker. You make me laugh. You make me feel things I thought died with Louise. Tears burned behind my eyes. Clay. I haven't felt like this in 14 years. And it scares me. But not as much as the thought of not having you in my life. I've never felt like this. My voice broke. Ever. I don't know what I'm doing. Neither do I. He leaned closer, forehead nearly touching mine. But I want to figure it out. With you. What about Parker? What if this doesn't work and he gets hurt? Then we make it work. His breath ghosted across my lips. Because walking away isn't an option anymore. Not for me. I'm scared. Me too. What if I mess this up? Then we'll fix it together. His eyes searched mine. Virginia, I'm going to kiss you now. If you don't want me to, say so. But I really hope you don't say so. I should say no. Should protect myself. Should remember Darren, and all the reasons I didn't date. But Clay wasn't Darren. Clay had been patient. Kind. He'd let me set the pace. And right now, I was done with fear. Kiss me, I breathed. His mouth found mine, and the world disappeared. Gentle but consuming. Patient but passionate. His hands framed my face like I was precious. Like I mattered. I grabbed his shirt, pulling him closer. Needing more. Needing everything. He made a sound low in his throat that made my knees weak. His fingers tangled in my hair. The elevator, the building, reality itself, all of it faded until there was only this. Only him. Only the way he tasted like mint and promises. When we finally broke apart, his chest rose and fell against mine. My lungs burned for air. His thumb traced my lower lip. Come to New York with us, he said. 2 weeks. Just the three of us. My brain struggled to function. New York? I have business there. But mostly, I want to show you the city. Take you to the aquarium. Watch Parker's face when he sees Times Square. He pressed his forehead to mine. Say yes. This is moving fast. I know. If you need time. Yes. His smile could have lit the entire city. Yes. Yes, I'll come to New York. Yes, I want this. Yes, I'm terrified, but I'm going to do it anyway because, I sucked in a breath. Because I'm falling for you, Clay. And I think I have been, since you carried those boxes for me. He kissed me again. Softer this time. Sweet. I'm going to take this slow, he promised against my lips. I'm going to be patient. We'll go at your pace. What if my pace is faster than I think? Then we'll figure that out too. He reached over and pressed the elevator button. We started moving again. I touched my lips, still tingling. Did that really just happen? If it didn't, I'm having the best hallucination of my life. The doors opened on our floor. Parker stood there, dolphin book in hand, grin stretching ear to ear. Did you kiss her, Dad? Clay laughed. A real laugh that crinkled the corners of his eyes. Yes. Finally. Parker threw his hands up. I thought I'd have to leave you in there all night. You knew? I asked. Duh. Dad told me the plan. Parker grabbed my hand. So does this mean you're Dad's girlfriend now? I looked at Clay. He looked at me. I think so, I said. Parker cheered. Actual cheering in the hallway. Does this mean you'll come to New York with us? Parker asked. Please say yes. Dad already booked your ticket. He what? Clay had the grace to look sheepish. I was optimistic. Confident, you mean? That too. Parker bounced between us. This is the best day ever. Can we celebrate with ice cream? It's almost bedtime, Clay said. But this is special. Virginia's your girlfriend. That's ice cream worthy. I bit my lip, trying not to laugh. Clay sighed. Fine. But just this once. Parker pumped his fist and took off down the hall to Clay's apartment. Clay caught my hand, lacing our fingers together. You okay? I kissed you in an elevator. Technically, I kissed you. Either way. I squeezed his hand. I can't believe I'm doing this. Having regrets already? No. I stood on my toes, pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. Just wondering when I'm going to wake up.
Never, if I have anything to say about it.
We walked to his apartment, hand in hand. Parker was already raiding the freezer for ice cream. The domesticity of it all should have terrified me. Instead, it felt like coming home. And for the first time in 5 years, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, I deserved this. I deserved him. I deserved them both.
Chapter 8. Dating Phase. Clay.
"You're telling your mother today," I said, watching Virginia fidget with her coffee mug. She groaned. "Do I have to?" "Unless you want her finding out when she sees us together in the hallway." I pulled her chair closer to mine. "Which will probably be in about 3 minutes, knowing Deanna's schedule. She's going to be weird about it." "She's already weird about it. She's been trying to get my attention since I moved in." I caught her hand. "But I chose you. That should count for something." Virginia's cheeks flushed pink. Even after 3 days of dating, that blush still got me. "Fine. I'll tell her." She stood and turned back. "But if she makes it awkward, I'm blaming you." "Fair enough." I watched her leave, already missing her presence. Parker wandered in from his room, hair sticking up at odd angles. "Is Virginia gone?" he asked. "Just next door. She'll be back." "Good." He climbed onto the chair Virginia had vacated. "I like having her around all the time." "Me too, buddy." "Are you gonna marry her?" I choked on my coffee. "What?" "You should marry her. Then she'd be here forever. And I'd have a mom." He said it like it was the simplest thing in the world. "Parker, we just started dating." "Marriage is," I stopped. "How did you explain complicated adult feelings to a 6-year-old? It's something that takes time." "How much time?" "I don't know. As much as we need." He frowned, clearly dissatisfied with that answer. "But you like her, right?" "Very much." "And she likes you?" "I hope so." "She does. I can tell." He stole a piece of my toast. "So what's the problem?" The problem was that I'd only known Virginia for 3 weeks. That my last marriage ended in tragedy. That I was terrified of screwing this up and losing the first woman who'd made me feel alive in 14 years. "No problem," I said. "We're just taking it slow. Grown-ups are weird." "Yep." Virginia returned 10 minutes later, shoulders tight. "How'd it go?" I asked. She congratulated me. Used all the right words. But her smile never reached her eyes. Virginia sank into her chair. "She said she's happy for me." "I don't think she is." I pulled her close, pressed a kiss to her temple. "Give her time. She'll come around." "Maybe." Parker tugged Virginia's sleeve. "Can we go to Golf World today?" "Don't you ever get tired of dolphins?" she asked. "Nope. Never." He grinned, all innocence. "Besides, Dad needs to learn stuff." "What kind of stuff?" "Tide pool stuff. You said you'd teach us to find creatures in the rocks." Virginia's eyes lit up. The transformation was instant, from stressed to excited in seconds. This woman and her passion for marine life. "I did say that, didn't I?" She looked at me. "You up for getting your feet wet?" "Always." The beach at low tide was different. Pools of water trapped in rocky outcroppings, each one a miniature ecosystem. Virginia crouched beside one, Parker on one side and me on the other. "See that?" She pointed to something I couldn't distinguish from the rocks. "That's a sea anemone. Touch it gently." I did. The thing retracted, pulling into itself. "Cool." Parker's eyes were huge. "Can I try?" "Go ahead." For the next hour, Virginia guided us through a world I'd never noticed. Hermit crabs scuttling between shells. Tiny fish darting through shallow water. Starfish clinging to rocks with hundreds of tube feet. "How do you know all this?" I asked, watching her explain symbiotic relationships to Parker. "I spent every free moment on beaches growing up." She traced a finger through the water. "It was the one place I felt like I belonged. The ocean doesn't care if you're in foster care or if you have a family. It just exists, and you're part of it. My chest tightened. She'd built a whole life around belonging to something. And now I wanted to give her what the ocean couldn't, a real family. A home. Us. Dad, you're staring again, Parker said. I know. Virginia's blush returned. Maybe we should head back. The tide's coming in. That evening, I cooked while Virginia studied at the kitchen counter, and Parker built something elaborate with blocks. Domestic. Simple. Perfect. My phone buzzed. Work. I ignored it. It buzzed again. And again. You can get that. Virginia didn't look up from her textbook, but her tone stayed even. No judgment. No frustration. It can wait. But it couldn't. By the time we sat down for dinner, my phone had buzzed 17 times. The pasta sat in front of me, getting cold, while I tried to focus on Parker's story about dolphin echolocation. Buzz. I gritted my teeth. Clay. Virginia's eyes stayed on mine, soft and understanding. Just answer it. I'm having dinner with you. And your phone is having a seizure on the table. She met my eyes. It's okay. We're not going anywhere. I grabbed the phone, stepped into the living room. This better be important. It was. A major contract negotiation that couldn't wait until morning. I ended up on the phone for 20 minutes, pacing the balcony while my dinner went cold and my girlfriend cleaned up without me. When I finally hung up, Virginia was washing dishes. Parker was already in his pajamas. I'm sorry, I said. It's your job. She handed me a towel. I get it. But I promised tonight was about us. And tomorrow night will be too. And the night after that. She dried her hands, turned to face me. Clay, I know you work. I'm not going to fall apart because of one phone call. One phone call tonight. 3 yesterday. Work's getting intense. Then we deal with it. She stepped closer. Together. That's what this is, right? Together. I pulled her in, rested my forehead against hers. Yeah. Together. Parker appeared in the doorway. Are you guys fighting? No, buddy. Just talking. Good. Because I don't want you to break up. You're perfect together. Virginia laughed against my chest. We're not breaking up. Promise? Promise. The next day, Virginia had coffee with her friend Carrie, the classmate she'd mentioned a few times. When she came back, she moved slower. Set her bag down without her usual energy. Settled on the couch with her textbook, but didn't open it. Everything okay? I asked. Carrie reminded me to take care of myself. Virginia set her bag down, crossed to where I sat on the couch. She said relationships can be consuming. That I need to make sure I don't lose myself. Smart friend. She is. Virginia sat beside me. Am I losing myself? Are you? I don't think so. But I also didn't notice until she said something. She picked at the couch cushion. I haven't been to the gym in a week. I've been eating all my meals here. My whole routine has changed. Do you want it to change back? No. Yes. Maybe. She groaned. I don't know. I caught her hand. How about this? You go back to your routine. Morning swims, gym time, studying at school. We'll see each other when it works for both of us. No pressure. No expectations beyond what feels right. You're not upset. Virginia, I want you in my life. But I want you whole, not just the parts you're willing to give up for me. I squeezed her hand. Take care of yourself. I'll still be here. Promise? Promise. That night, Parker orchestrated what he called a concert, which really meant banging every pot and pan in my kitchen while singing a song about dolphins that he definitely made up. Virginia laughed so hard she cried. I couldn't stop watching her, the way she threw her head back, the way joy transformed her whole face, the way she fit so perfectly into our chaos. When Parker finally wore himself out and went to bed, Virginia and I collapsed on the couch. I should go. But her head stayed on my shoulder, her body curled into mine. You should. I have an early class. And I promised myself I'd get back to my routine. Sounds important. She rolled her eyes. You're not helping. I'm not trying to. I pulled her closer. But I'm also not going to pressure you to stay. If you need to go, go. If you want to stay a little longer, stay. It's your choice. She stayed for another hour. We talked about nothing and everything. She told me about her thesis. I told her about Parker's first steps. We shared stories like we had all the time in the world. Because maybe we did. When she finally left, Parker called from his room. Dad. Yeah, buddy. I asked Virginia today if she's gonna be my mom. My chest went tight. What did she say? She said not to rush. That we need time. He was quiet for a moment. But she didn't say no. No. She didn't. That's good, right? Yeah, buddy. That's real good. A few days later, I sat at my laptop, finger hovering over the booking button for flights to New York. 2 weeks away. Just enough time to prepare. Not enough time to overthink. I clicked confirm. My phone rang immediately. Work emergency. Another contract issue. Clay Booth, I answered, already feeling the familiar tension creep into my shoulders. The conversation devolved into crisis management. By the time I hung up, an hour had passed and Virginia's text sat unanswered on my screen. Still good for dinner? I texted back. On my way. Sorry. Work. She responded with a smiley face. But I could feel it, the first hairline crack in our foundation. Work bleeding into our time. Pressure building. I pushed the thought away. It was fine. We were fine. But as I grabbed my keys and headed next door, my phone buzzed again. And again. And I had a sinking feeling that fine was about to get a lot more complicated.
Chapter 9. Preparing for New York in Concerns. Virginia.
My phone rang while I was folding brochures at the dining table. Unknown, Seattle number. I almost didn't answer. Hello. Virginia? It's Lila. From your father's office. I straightened. Bernie's assistant never called me. Is Dad okay? He's fine, sweetie. I'm calling because, well, I saw some photos online. You and Clay Booth? Heat crept up my neck. We're dating, yes. That's wonderful. But her tone said otherwise. I just wanted to check in. Make sure you're being careful. Careful. Clay has a reputation. The tabloids call him the ice-cold billionaire. Multiple failed relationships. Women claiming he led them on. She paused. I know Bernie would want me to look out for you. My stomach nodded. I appreciate the concern, but Clay's not like that. He's kind. Patient. Good with his son. I'm sure he is. Just promise me you'll protect your heart? After we hung up, I stared at my phone. Then I did what I'd been avoiding. I Googled him. The results made my chest tight. Photos of Clay with different women at various events. Headlines about broken hearts and cold departures. Articles dissecting his inability to commit. My phone buzzed. Artie on video chat. Hey, he said when I answered. You look stressed. I just spent an hour reading tabloid articles about my boyfriend. Oh dear. He pushed his glasses up. How bad? They make him sound like he collects hearts for sport. And? Do you believe it? I thought about Clay with Parker. The way he'd waited for me to be ready. How he'd stopped the elevator and asked permission before kissing me. No. I don't. Then why are you reading tabloid trash? Because Lila called. warned me to be careful. And now I'm in my head about everything. Artie leaned closer to the camera. Jin, listen to me. You've been burned before. It makes sense to be cautious. But don't let fear ruin something good. What if it's moving too fast? Is it? Or are you looking for reasons to run? I hated when he was right. The next day, I met Carrie at the campus coffee shop. She'd saved me a table by the window, 2 lattes waiting. So, she said as I sat down, tell me everything about this billionaire boyfriend. I couldn't help but smile. His name is Clay. He has a 6-year-old son named Parker who's obsessed with dolphins. And he's taking you to New York? In 2 weeks. Private plane. Plaza Hotel. I wrapped my hands around my cup. I'm terrified. Of flying? Of everything. Of not fitting in his world. Of this being too good to be true. Of messing it up. I took a breath. Of him realizing I'm not worth all this. Carrie reached across the table, squeezed my hand. Virginia. You're brilliant. You're kind. You're passionate about what you do. Any man would be lucky to have you. But I'm broken, Carrie. Darren broke something in me, and I'm not sure it's fixed. You're not broken. You're healing. There's a difference. She sat back. Look, I'm excited for you. This sounds amazing. But promise me you'll take care of yourself? Don't lose Virginia in all of this. I won't. I mean it. Keep going to class. Keep working on your thesis. Keep your own life separate from his. Relationships are great, but you still need to be you. I nodded, but guilt twisted in my stomach. I'd already missed 2 morning swims this week. Spent more time at Clay's apartment than my own. Let my routine slip. I promise, I said. And meant it. That evening Clay called. I need to cancel dinner tonight. My heart sank. Everything okay? Work emergency. Major contract negotiation fell through. I need to salvage it. His voice carried an edge I hadn't heard before. Stress. Frustration. I'm sorry. I know I promised tonight was ours. It's fine. I understand. You sure? No. Yes. Your work is important. You're important. Then we'll have tomorrow night. I forced brightness into my voice. Pushed down the disappointment. Go fix your contract. I'll be here. After we hung up, I sat at my desk. Opened my textbook. Read the same paragraph 3 times without absorbing a single word. But it did. The next day, Artie called again. Twice in 1 week? I answered. Someone must be worried about me. Someone is. His face was serious on the screen. Jin, are you sure about this? About Clay? You've known him less than a month. 5 weeks? That's not better. 5 weeks and you're going to New York. Meeting his world. Integrating into his life. What are you saying? I'm saying it's fast. Really fast. And I want you to be careful. You don't trust him. I don't trust the situation. Billionaire single dad swoops in, offers you everything you've ever wanted, family, belonging, love. It's textbook too good to be true. Anger sparked. He's not offering me anything. We're building something together. Are you? Or is he building something, and you're just along for the ride? That's not fair. Maybe not. But someone needs to ask the hard questions. His expression softened. I love you, Jin. I just don't want to see you hurt. I appreciate that. But I'm a grown woman. I can make my own decisions. Even if they're the wrong ones? Even then. The conversation ended strained. For the first time in 11 years, Artie and I hung up without saying we loved each other. I felt unmoored. Lost. Over the next 2 days, Clay's phone never stopped buzzing. During dinner, he'd apologize and step away. During movie time with Parker, he'd take calls on the balcony. During the quiet moments when we used to talk, he'd be typing furiously on his laptop. "Dad," Parker asked one evening, "are you mad at us?" Clay's head snapped up. His fingers froze over the keyboard. "What? No. Of course not." "Then why are you always on your phone?" "It's just work, buddy." "I'm sorry." But Parker's face fell, and something in my chest cracked. Later, after Parker went to bed, I found Clay on the balcony. Phone pressed to his ear. Shoulders rigid. Jaw tight. One hand gripped the railing hard enough his knuckles had gone white. I wanted to comfort him. Wanted to help. But I didn't know how. When he finally came inside, I was curled on the couch with my textbook. "Sorry," he said. "Work's been insane." I noticed. He sat beside me, pulled me close. "It'll calm down soon. I promise." "Will it?" He heard the doubt in my voice. "Virginia, talk to me. What's wrong?" "Everything." "Nothing." I didn't know anymore. "I'm just stressed about New York. About meeting your world. About whether I'll fit." "You'll fit. You fit with me and Parker. That's all that matters." But was it? The next day, I went shopping for the trip. Stood in department stores feeling completely out of my depth. Everything cost more than my monthly grocery budget. Everything screamed money I didn't have. I finally bought a simple sundress on sale. Nothing fancy. Nothing that would embarrass Clay, but nothing that would make me feel like an imposter either. When I got home, a package waited at my door. Inside was a dress. Beautiful. Expensive. The kind of thing I'd never buy for myself. The note read, "Can't wait to show you my favorite city. See." I held the dress up. It was gorgeous. Probably cost more than my entire wardrobe combined. And it made my hands shake. I took it into the bathroom, tried it on. The fabric felt like water against my skin. The cut was perfect. I looked different. Polished. Like someone who belonged in Clay's world. Tears burned behind my eyes. I didn't know if they were happy or scared or some combination of both. My phone buzzed. "Clay, picking you up at 6 a.m. Thursday. Parker's been packed for 3 days. Can't wait." I smiled at the screen. Typed back, "Me too." But when I looked in the mirror again, at this woman in an expensive dress she didn't buy, going on a trip to a city she'd never seen, with a man who seemed too good to be true. The knot in my stomach pulled tighter. Everyone's warnings echoed in my head. Lila's concern. Artie's questions. Carrie's reminder to stay myself. The tabloid articles about broken hearts. I wanted to believe this was real. That Clay was different. That I deserved this happiness. But what if I was wrong? What if I was walking straight into heartbreak? What if 5 weeks wasn't enough time to know someone? I looked at the dress one more time. Then I hung it in my closet, next to the simple sundress I'd bought myself. 2 dresses. 2 versions of who I might become. I just had to figure out which one was really me.
Chapter 10. New York, Arrival and First Day. Clay.
Virginia's face when she saw the plane made every penny worth it. We're flying on that? She stopped walking, staring at the small jet on the tarmac. Yep. Parker grabbed her hand, pulling her forward. Come on. It has a couch and everything. Clay, I thought you meant a commercial flight. I did mention private plane. I caught her other hand. You okay? I've never, she sucked in a breath. Yes. I'm okay. But her hand trembled in mine. Parker dragged her up the steps, launching into tour guide mode the moment we were inside. See. There's the couch. And that's the table where we can eat. And those seats spin around, Dad, show her how the seats spin. I think she gets it, buddy. Virginia moved through the cabin like she might break something. Fingers barely grazing the leather seats. Eyes wide as she took in details I'd stopped noticing years ago. This was her normal now. Flying private. Luxury hotels. My world. The thought should have been satisfying. Instead, anxiety twisted in my gut. We settled in for takeoff. Virginia by the window, Parker bouncing between us, me trying to ignore my laptop bag calling from the overhead compartment. Did you know planes fly at 35,000 feet? Parker announced. I did know that. Virginia's voice was tight. First-time flyer nerves or overwhelmed by everything else, I couldn't tell. The plane lifted off. She gripped the armrest, knuckles white. I covered her hand with mine. You're safe. I promise. She nodded but didn't speak. Parker fell asleep 20 minutes in, exhausted from his pre-dawn wake-up. Virginia stared out the window at clouds stretching endlessly below. My phone buzzed. Email, alert. Then another. Then 3 more, one after another. I tried to ignore them. Buzz. 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 You can check those. Virginia's eyes stayed on the clouds. Her tone stayed even, empty of judgment or frustration. It can wait. Clay. We have hours of flight time. I'm fine. But she wasn't fine. I could see it in the set of her shoulders. The way she held herself away from the luxury surrounding her. Like she didn't belong. I pulled out my laptop. Just to check. Just to make sure nothing was on fire. Everything was on fire. The Chicago contract had fallen through completely. My project manager was in over his head. 3 clients needed calls yesterday. And somehow, in the middle of coordinating this trip, I double-booked a meeting. I fired off emails. Made mental notes. Reorganized my entire schedule. When I finally looked up, we were landing. Virginia still stared out the window. Parker still slept. I'd worked the entire flight. Virginia. It's fine. But her smile didn't reach her eyes. Your work is important. The limo ride to the plaza should have been exciting. Parker woke up, pressed his face against the window, pointed at every building. Virginia smiled at his enthusiasm, but said nothing. I'd screwed up. First hour of the trip, and I'd already chosen work over her. The plaza's lobby made Virginia stop again. Gold leaf and marble and opulence I'd stopped noticing years ago. Through her eyes, I saw it differently. Excessive. Intimidating. A place where foster kids didn't belong. Mr. Booth. The manager appeared, all smiles. Welcome back. Your suites are ready. Suites. Plural. In the elevator, Parker vibrated with excitement. Virginia's reflection in the polished brass showed worry. The doors opened onto the penthouse level. Our rooms weren't just suites, they were adjoining penthouses with views of Central Park. This is too much. Her voice barely rose above a whisper. It's perfect. I guided her inside. Your room is through here. Parker and I are next door. The connecting door stays unlocked unless you want privacy. She walked through the space. Ran her fingers over furniture that cost more than most people's cars. Stood at the windows, looking out at a city that probably terrified her. Clay, I can't. My phone rang. The ringtone I'd set for emergencies. I'm sorry. I have to take this. Her shoulders sagged. Of course. The call was my lawyer. The Chicago contract wasn't just dead. The client was threatening legal action. I needed damage control. Now. I have to go, I said after hanging up. Hated myself for the words. Dinner meeting. Crisis management. I'll be back as soon as I can. You're leaving? Parker's face fell. Buddy, I'm sorry. This is important. We're important. His lip quivered. Virginia knelt beside him. Hey, your dad has to work sometimes. That's what grown-ups do. But we just got here. I know. But you and I can have an adventure. Just us. What do you say? Parker's eyes brightened. Just us. Absolutely. We'll order room service. Watch movies. Explore this huge room. She glanced at me. Sound good? I wanted to stay. Wanted to cancel the meeting. Wanted to be the father and boyfriend they deserved, instead of the workaholic I'd become. But the Chicago contract represented millions. Dozens of jobs. My reputation. I'll make it up to you, I promised. Tomorrow, we'll do whatever you want. All three of us. Virginia nodded. Parker didn't. I left them in a hotel room that cost more per night than most people's monthly rent, feeling like the worst person alive. The meeting ran until 11. By the time I returned, my eyes burned and my tie felt like a noose. I unlocked our adjoining door, stepped through. The lights were off, except for the TV playing muted cartoons. Parker sprawled on the couch, still in his clothes, one arm dangling. Virginia curled beside him, head tilted at an angle that would hurt her neck. Room service trays sat on the table. They'd ordered burgers and fries. Simple. Nothing fancy. I picked up Parker first, carried him to his bed in my suite. He didn't wake. Just made a small sound and burrowed into his pillow. When I came back, Virginia was stirring. Clay. Her voice was foggy with sleep. Hey. Sorry I'm late. She sat up, wincing as she rubbed her neck. What time is it? After 11. Oh dear. I didn't mean to fall asleep out here. I sat beside her, pulled her close. I'm sorry. For leaving. For working the whole flight. For not being present. You had an emergency. I always have an emergency. That's the problem. I pressed my forehead to hers. I wanted this trip to be perfect. Instead, I'm screwing it up already. It's one night. But I heard the doubt underneath. Tomorrow will be different. I'm taking the whole day off. No phone. No laptop. Just us. You can't just stop working. Yes, I can. You and Parker deserve better than this. I cupped her face. I'm falling for you, Ginny. Hard. And I'm terrified I'm going to mess this up. Her eyes searched mine. I'm terrified too. Of what? That I don't fit here. That I'm playing pretend in your world. That eventually you'll realize I'm just, she gestured at herself. Me? Foster kid. Broke grad student. Nothing special. Stop. The word came out harder than I intended. You're brilliant. You're kind. Parker adores you. The word stuck. Too soon. Too fast. I care about you. More than I've cared about anyone in 14 years. You fit where you are. Do I? Yes. I kissed her softly. And tomorrow, I'm going to prove it. No work. No meetings. Just us and this city and showing you how much you belong. She leaned into me, and we sat there in the dim light of a hotel room that cost more than her monthly rent, with my son sleeping in the next room, and the weight of everything we weren't saying pressing down. Tomorrow. Tomorrow would be better. It had to be. The next morning, I kept my promise. Phone off. Laptop locked in the safe. Just the three of us and New York City. We took Virginia and Parker to Coney Island. Not the fancy Manhattan attractions, the authentic Brooklyn experience. The aquarium by the ocean, boardwalk food, sea air. Virginia transformed the moment we walked in. Gone was the woman, overwhelmed by the plaza's luxury. This was her element. Water. Marine life. Teaching Parker about creatures he'd never seen. Look at the sea lions. Parker pressed against the glass. They're so fast. California sea lions, Virginia said. They can hold their breath for up to 8 minutes. 8 whole minutes? Parker's eyes went wide. Yep. And see those long whiskers? They use them to sense vibrations in the water. That's how they find fish even when it's dark. I watched her. The way she came alive teaching. The way Parker hung on every word. The way she didn't notice the stares from other visitors, people recognizing me pulling out phones. She just existed in this moment. Happy. Present. Mine. We moved through exhibits. Sea lions giving way to penguins. Parker squealed at the black and white birds diving through water. Virginia explained their adaptations. I just tried to memorize the way her face lit up. A penguin waddled close to the glass. Parker put his hand up. The penguin tilted its head like it was studying him back. Dad, look. He likes me. Of course he does, buddy. Virginia's hand found mine. Squeezed. In that moment, Parker laughing, Virginia relaxed, sunlight streaming through the skylights, everything was perfect. We ate at a boardwalk restaurant. Nothing fancy. Just good food and ocean views. Parker demolished a hot dog in 4 bites. Virginia nibbled French fries and smiled more than I'd seen all trip. Thank you, she said as we walked back to the car. For what? For this. Not the plaza. Not the fancy stuff. Just this. Being normal. This is normal for us. The plaza is work. This is life. She stopped walking. Looked up at me. Is it? Can you really separate them? The question hit harder than it should have. Because the truth was, I didn't know. That night, after Parker crashed in his room, I found Virginia on the balcony of her suite. City lights stretched before her. She wore the simple sundress she'd brought. Not the expensive one I'd sent. Hey, I said, joining her. Hey. Today was good. Today was perfect. She turned to me. But tomorrow you have that breakfast meeting. And Saturday the client lunch. And Sunday. I know. I pulled her close. I'm trying. But this project, this contract, it's complicated. I'm not asking you to choose between me and your work. Aren't you? She was quiet for a long moment. I don't know what I'm asking. I just know it's scary. Feeling like I'm competing with your phone. With your work. With everything that was here before me. You're not competing. You've already won. Have I? I wanted to promise her everything. Total presence. Undivided attention. A life where work didn't bleed into every moment. But I couldn't lie to her. I'm going to mess up, I said instead. I'm going to take calls I shouldn't. Work when I said I wouldn't. Disappoint you sometimes. Clay. But I'm going to try. Every day, I'm going to try to be better. For you. For Parker. For us. I tilted her chin up. That's all I can promise. That I'll try. Tears caught the city lights. That's all I'm asking. I kissed her. Soft and slow, and full of everything I couldn't say yet. That I loved her. That she terrified me. That I was falling faster than I'd ever fallen, and I didn't know how to slow down. When we pulled apart, she rested her head on my chest. My arms wrapped around her. And the city hummed around us, alive and indifferent to two people trying to figure out how to build something real in a world that wanted to pull them apart. Tomorrow, I promised against her hair. Just us 3. No work. I promise. She didn't answer. Just held on tighter. And I pretended not to notice my phone buzzing in my pocket.
Chapter 11. New York Dreams. Virginia.
The next few days in New York felt like living inside a dream I was afraid to wake from. Day 38, Saturday. Central Park stretched before us like something out of a movie. Parker bounced between Clay and me, holding both our hands as we crossed into the park. The morning sun filtered through the trees, dappling everything in gold. Can we ride the boats? Parker asked, pointing at the lake where rowboats glided across the water. Absolutely. Clay squeezed my hand. No phone calls yet today. No work emergencies. Just us. We rented a rowboat, and Clay rowed while Parker and I sat across from him. The 6-year-old leaned over the side, trailing his fingers in the water. Did you know Central Park has over 18,000 trees? Parker said. I didn't know that. I smiled at him. It's like a forest in the middle of the city. He looked up at the skyline, visible through the branches. Humans are weird. We build everything, then put nature back. Clay laughed. That's surprisingly philosophical, buddy. I watched Clay row, his arms strong and sure, his blue eyes catching the sunlight. A month ago, okay, more like 5 weeks, but who was counting besides me, apparently? I'd been alone in my room, resigned to solitude. Now I was in Central Park with a man who looked at me like I mattered, and a little boy who'd somehow swum straight into my heart like dolphins returning to their pod. What are you thinking? Clay asked. That this is perfect, I said. That I'm scared I'll wake up. You won't. He held my gaze. This is real, Ginny. Parker sprawled between us, happy and chattering. A family of ducks swam past. Street musicians played in the distance. The whole world felt soft and possible. After the boat ride, we wandered to the Central Park Zoo. Parker dragged us from exhibit to exhibit, full of facts about penguins and sea lions. I caught Clay watching me instead of the animals. What? I asked. Just memorizing this, he said. You with him. This whole day. I had to blink fast. Look away at the penguins, before I made a fool of myself and cried in front of the sea lions. We stopped for pretzels from a vendor, then watched street performers near Bethesda Fountain. A man juggled fire. Parker's eyes went huge. How does he not burn himself? The little boy asked. Practice, Clay said. And not being afraid to fail. I glanced at him. Was he talking about the juggler or us? Maybe both. Maybe everything worth doing involved a little risk of getting burned. By afternoon, we'd walked miles. Parker's energy finally flagged. FAO Schwartz? Clay suggested. The toy store? Parker's exhaustion vanished. Really? The store was chaos in the best way. 3 floors of toys, games, and imagination. Parker ran from section to section while Clay and I followed, laughing. I'm buying everything, Parker announced, arms full of dolphin stuffed animals. You can pick 2, Clay said, not unkindly. Parker's face scrunched in concentration. That's like choosing between breathing and eating. Dramatic. But Clay was smiling. I helped Parker narrow it down, a dolphin and a marine biology book. At the register, Clay added a 3rd dolphin when Parker wasn't looking. Softy, I whispered. For you. He handed me the smallest dolphin, blue and white spotted. So you remember today. I clutched it to my chest, throat tight. Thank you. Times Square that evening was overwhelming, lights and screens and thousands of people. Parker pressed against my side, suddenly shy in the crowd. I put my arm around him. Too much? I asked. Little bit. We found a quieter street and grabbed pizza from a hole-in-the-wall place. Sat on the steps of a building, eating like locals. Parker between us, sauce on his face, happy again. Best day ever, he said through a mouthful of cheese. I looked at Clay. He looked at me. Something passed between us. Something big and terrifying and wonderful. Yeah, I said. Best day ever. Day 39, Sunday. More exploring. More family moments. Parker exhausted himself by mid-afternoon and napped in the suite while Clay and I sat on the balcony. Thank you for this, I said. All of it. I wanted to show you my favorite city. He reached for my hand. I wanted to see it through your eyes. It's magical. You're magical. He said it simply, like stating a fact. I didn't know what to say to that. Didn't know how to accept it. So I just held his hand and watched the city below. Day 40, Monday. The Natural History Museum was Parker's idea of heaven. We spent hours in the marine biology section, while he read every placard, asked every question. Why are blue whales so big? He asked. Evolution, I said, slipping into educator mode like putting on a familiar sweater. They have almost no predators, so they can grow without limits. Plus their food source, krill, forms in massive swarms. Being huge means they can eat more efficiently. It's actually fascinating how size became an advantage instead of a disadvantage in their ecosystem. Cool. Parker pressed his face to the glass. I want to be a marine biologist like you. My heart squeezed. I think you'd be amazing at it. Clay stood back, letting us have this moment. When I glanced at him, his expression was so tender I had to look away before I cried. We had lunch at a diner, vinyl booths and checkered floors, and coffee that tasted like it had been brewing since the 1950s. Such a contrast from the fancy hotel restaurant. This okay? Clay asked, suddenly uncertain. I know it's not. It's perfect. I squeezed his hand. I like this better than the fancy places. Relief crossed his face. Me too, actually. After lunch, Parker napped in the suite again. Clay and I stayed on the balcony, talking about everything. Our fears. Our hopes. What we wanted from life. I'm scared, I admitted, that this is happening too fast. That I'll mess it up. I'm scared too, Clay said. I haven't felt like this since Louise. Since before she died. Part of me is waiting for it to go wrong. What if it doesn't? Then I get to keep you. He cupped my face. Is that what you want? To be kept? By you? I leaned into his touch. Yeah. I think I do. He kissed me softly. No urgency. Just promise. Day 41, Tuesday. We took it easy. Room service breakfast. Lazy morning playing board games with Parker. The afternoon felt suspended, time moving slowly for once. But underneath the peace, I sensed something building. Clay kept checking his phone. His shoulders had a tension that hadn't been there before. Everything okay? I asked. Fine. He put his phone down. Sorry. Work stuff. You can take calls if you need to. I don't want to. He pulled me close. I want to be here. Just here. That evening, after Parker fell asleep, Clay and I sat on the balcony again. The city twinkled below us, millions of lives, millions of stories. Do you ever think about the future? Clay asked. Sometimes. Scares me. Why? Because I want things I didn't think I could have. I looked at him. A family. A home. Someone who stays. I'm staying. His voice was fierce. Virginia, I'm not going anywhere. Promise? Promise. But even as he said it, his phone buzzed. He ignored it. It buzzed again. And again. Clay. They can wait. He turned the phone face down. But the spell was broken. The real world was knocking. Day 42, Wednesday afternoon. The calls kept coming. By Wednesday afternoon, Clay was stressed in a way I hadn't seen since before this trip. His jaw was tight. His responses short. I should take this, he said when his phone rang for the 7th time. I'm sorry. It's okay. But my stomach nodded. I took Parker to the hotel gift shop while Clay dealt with work. When we returned, he was pacing the suite, phone pressed to his ear, voice sharp. I don't care what they want. Tell them no. A pause. Because I said so. Another pause. Fine. I'll deal with it when I'm back. He hung up. Ran a hand through his hair. Problem? I asked. Just work. Nothing you need to worry about. But I was worrying. Because this was the Clay from before, the one pulled in too many directions. The one who disappeared into his phone. Clay. I'm fine. He forced a smile. Really? Just some people who don't understand the word no. Parker looked between us, uncertain. How about we order dinner? I suggested brightly. Room service? Perfect. Clay's smile became more genuine. Sorry. I'm done with work for the day. I promise. He kept that promise. For the rest of the afternoon and through dinner, he was present. Laughing with Parker. Holding my hand. Back to being the man I was falling for. But I'd seen the crack. And I couldn't unsee it. Day 43, Wednesday night. After Parker fell asleep, Clay took my hand. Get dressed, he said. Something nice. Where are we going? You'll see. I put on the sundress he'd bought me. Simple but beautiful, probably more expensive than my entire wardrobe back home. When I emerged from the bedroom, Clay's eyes went dark with something that made my skin flush. You're stunning, he said. I'm passable, I corrected, but I was smiling. Couldn't help it. The way he looked at me made me almost believe him. The hotel elevator took us to the roof. I stepped out and gasped. String lights were draped everywhere, turning the rooftop into something magical. A small table was set with champagne and roses. Music played softly from his phone, something slow and romantic. Clay. I pressed a hand to my mouth. You did this. I wanted it to be special. He led me to the table, pulled out my chair. For us. We ate dinner, fancy hotel food that somehow tasted better up here under the stars. The city spread around us, but it felt like we were the only two people in the world. After dinner, Clay stood and held out his hand. Dance with me? I'm not a good dancer. Neither am I. We swayed together, my head on his chest, his arms around me. The music was just background noise. What mattered was his heartbeat under my ear. His hand in my hair. The way we fit. Virginia, he said after a while. I looked up. My heart hammered against my ribs. His blue eyes were raw, vulnerable in a way I'd never seen. I need to tell you something. Okay. The word came out a whisper. I love you. He said it like a confession, like a prayer. I know it's fast. I know we're still figuring this out. But I love you, Virginia Matthews. I didn't think I'd ever feel this again. Didn't think I could. And then you walked into my life with your dolphins, and your rambling about echolocation, and your beautiful, generous heart. His voice cracked. I love you so much, it terrifies me. Tears blurred my vision. Spilled down my cheeks. I couldn't speak. Couldn't breathe. You don't have to say it back, he said quickly. I just needed you to know. I love you too. The words burst out of me. Oh dear Clay, I love you too. Yeah. His smile was trembling. Yeah. I laughed through my tears. I'm scared and I'm overwhelmed and I have no idea what I'm doing, but I love you. I love Parker. I love this life we're building. He kissed me then, deep and claiming and sure. When we broke apart, we were both shaking. I'm not proposing, he said. Not yet. Not until you're ready. But I need to show you something. He reached into his pocket. Pulled out a small box. My breath caught. He opened it. Inside, slightly faded but still recognizable, was the ring pop from our first meeting. The lime one he'd chosen from my desk that day when I dropped my keycard, and he'd helped me with my boxes, and my entire life had tilted on its axis. You kept it. I could barely get the words out. I kept it. His thumb brushed my cheek, wiping away tears. Because that was the moment I knew. When you offered me candy, like it was the most natural thing in the world. When you started rambling about dolphin echolocation, because you were nervous. When you pushed your hair behind your ear 3 times in 30 seconds. He smiled, eyes wet. That's when I knew my life was about to change. A sob escaped me. Not sad. Not scared. Just overwhelmed by the enormousness of this moment. This silly candy ring, he continued, voice rough with emotion. I took it because I wanted a reason to see you again. Wanted an excuse to knock on your door and give you that folding machine and never leave. Clay. I touched the ring pop with a shaking finger. I can't believe you kept it. I'm going to ask you to marry me someday, he said. Not tonight. But someday, when the timing is right, when you're ready, I'm going to ask you to be my wife. To be Parker's mom. To be my forever. His smile was trembling. I just wanted you to know. So when I do ask, you'll remember. I knew from the very first day. I grabbed his face and kissed him. Kissed him like I could pour all my feelings into it, all my fear and hope and desperate, terrifying love. I'd say yes, I managed. Just so you know. When you ask. Whenever you ask. I'd say yes. His kiss was answer enough. We danced more. Talked more. Held each other under the string lights and the stars. And when he looked at me with that question in his eyes, I nodded. Yes, I whispered. I want to be with you tonight. He led me back inside. To his room. And everything else faded away. The fear, the doubt, the worry about tomorrow. There was only us. Only this. Only love. I woke wrapped in Clay's arms, morning sunlight streaming through the windows. For a heartbeat, everything was perfect. Complete. This was what safety felt like. What home felt like. Then his phone buzzed on the nightstand. Once. Twice. 3 times in rapid succession. Clay stirred. Reached for it without opening his eyes, muscle memory, automatic. I watched his face change as he read the screen. Watched the softness drain away like water through my fingers. His jaw tightened. His shoulders went rigid. No, he muttered. Not now. My stomach dropped. Just like that, the dream was cracking. What's wrong? I tried to keep my voice steady. Work emergency. He was already sitting up, reaching for his clothes. The Chicago deal is falling apart. I need to call them. Now. The word came out smaller than I meant it to. Now. He kissed my forehead, quick, distracted, already gone even though he was still in the room. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. He left, phone already pressed to his ear, voice shifting into that sharp business tone I'd heard yesterday. I lay in the rumpled sheets where we'd made love hours ago. Stared at the ceiling. The morning light that had seemed so perfect now felt harsh. Exposing. Through the door, Clay's voice carried. I don't care what they want. Tell them no. My hands curled into fists. I made myself breathe in and out like I was underwater, conserving oxygen. This was it. The real world crashing back in. Last night he'd said he loved me. Promised me forever. Held me like I was something precious. But what if work always came first? What if I'd just given him everything? My body, my heart, my terrifying fragile trust, and he was already choosing conference calls over me. I touched the small dolphin on the nightstand. The one he'd bought me at FAO Schwartz. Evidence that yesterday had been real. The ring pop was in my purse where I'd placed it last night, too precious to leave lying around. Signs that he meant it. That I wasn't imagining this. So why did my chest feel like something was crushing it? Why couldn't I catch my breath? Through the door, Clay's voice rose. Sharp. Commanding. I don't care. Fix it. I closed my eyes. Tried to remember the way he'd looked at me on the rooftop. The way he'd said he loved me. The way he'd held the ring pop like it was a diamond. But all I could hear was his voice getting harder. Further away. All I could feel was the familiar cold creeping back in. I'd felt safe for the first time in 24 years. Had let my walls down completely. Had given him parts of myself I'd never given anyone. And now I was alone in his bed, while he dealt with a crisis that mattered more than this morning. More than me. The fear wrapped around my ribs, squeezing. What if I'd made a terrible mistake?
Chapter 12. Reality Intrudes. Clay.
The first buzz of my phone I could ignore. Virginia was warm and soft in my arms, her breathing steady against my chest. Last night had been perfect. Everything I'd hoped for, and more. The second buzz made me crack one eye open. The third made my hand move toward the nightstand before I'd fully decided to reach for it. Bad habit. I knew it, even as my fingers closed around the phone. Knew I should ignore it, should stay in this moment with the woman I loved. But 14 years of being a single parent and sole provider had trained this response into me. Every call could be about Parker. Every message could be an emergency. Except this wasn't about Parker. Chicago deal falling apart, the text from my assistant read. Investors threatening to pull out. Need you NOW. My chest tightened. 6 months of work. 6 months of negotiations, presentations, strategic positioning. The cornerstone of my medical tourism expansion. Millions of dollars. Hundreds of jobs. My entire second quarter strategy. The messages kept coming, each one worse than the last, each one raising my blood pressure another notch. I slipped out of bed as gently as I could. Virginia didn't stir. Good. She'd been so happy last night, so open and vulnerable and finally fully mine. I could handle this crisis and be back before she woke up. Easy. I'd been juggling business fires for over a decade. This was what I did. I grabbed my clothes and moved to the sitting room, already dialing as I closed the bedroom door behind me. Talk to me, I said when my assistant picked up. The news was worse than I'd thought. The lead investor had gotten cold feet overnight. Something about market conditions, risk assessment, due diligence concerns. Corporate speak for I'm scared and I'm out. Get me on a call with him, I said, my jaw tight. Now. It's 6 in the morning, his time. I don't care what time it is. Get him on the phone. The next hour disappeared into damage control. Calling investors. Reassuring partners. Making promises I was 98% sure I could keep. The deal wasn't dead yet. Just needed life support. When I finally hung up, sunlight streamed through the windows. An hour had passed. Maybe more. I needed coffee. Needed to think. Needed to figure out how to salvage this without Virginia. I'd left her alone in bed after the night we'd shared. After I'd told her I loved her. After she'd trusted me with her body and her heart. My hands went cold. Different from the business stress. Worse somehow. I ordered room service fast, coffee, pastries, fruit, everything she might want. Paced while I waited. Ran through what I'd say. How I'd explain. She'd understand. She had to understand. This was my job. This was how I provided for Parker, for her, for the future we'd just promised each other. When I finally returned to the bedroom, tray in hand, she was awake. Sitting up in bed, sheets pulled to her chest, hair a mess of blonde waves. Beautiful. Still mine. But her eyes were too wide. Her shoulders rigid under the sheet. Morning, I said, aiming for casual. Confident. I brought breakfast. Where were you? Her voice came out thin. Work emergency. Had to take some calls. I set the tray on the bed, leaned in to kiss her. Her lips were cool against mine. Sorry. Didn't want to wake you. She kissed me back, but it felt off. Like kissing through glass. Fine. She reached for a coffee cup. Her knuckles had gone white around it. What kind of emergency? I launched into an explanation. The Chicago deal, the investor issues, the technical complications. She nodded along, sipping her coffee, but something in her face had shuddered. I pushed through anyway. This was important. She needed to understand. So here's the thing, I said, getting to the tricky part. I need to go to Chicago. Deal with this face to face. Phone negotiations only go so far in situations like this. Okay. Her knuckles stayed white around the coffee cup. I want you to come with me. I took her free hand, squeezed. Meet my parents. Parker would love spending time with his grandparents. We'd make a weekend of it. You want me to meet your parents? Something flickered across her face too fast to read. That's a big step. We said I love you last night. I smiled, tried to lighten the moment. Seems like meeting the parents is the logical next move. Logical. She repeated the word like it was foreign. Virginia. I squeezed her hand again. This is good. My parents are going to love you. And it's just a few days. Quick trip. Then we'll come back here or go home, whatever you want. What I want. Her laugh sounded wrong. Sharp edges where there should be softness. When do we leave? Day after tomorrow. Saturday morning. She pulled her hand away. Stood up. Wrapped herself in the hotel robe-like armor. I should shower. Get dressed. Parker's probably awake. Ginny? It's fine, Clay. She smiled. The same smile she'd given me that first day in the hallway when she'd been nervous and trying to hide it. Really? Chicago sounds great. She disappeared into the bathroom. The lock clicked. I stared at the closed door. That feeling was back, the one I couldn't quite name. But I shook it off. She was probably just tired. Processing. Last night had been intense for both of us. She'd warm up once we were in Chicago. Once she met my family and saw how serious I was about this. Everything would be fine. I could fix this. Planned the perfect day. Brunch at her favorite place from earlier in the week, shopping in Soho, maybe a Broadway show if I could score tickets last minute. But my phone had other ideas. Every 10 minutes. Every time I thought I could relax, another buzz. Different crisis each time. The investor wanted new terms. The lawyers needed clarification. The partner in Florida had concerns. Just need a minute, I said, stepping away to take a call from my attorney. This will be quick. Virginia nodded. Smiled that tight smile again. Take your time. We were supposed to be looking at art galleries. Instead, I stood on a sidewalk arguing about contract language while Virginia and Parker wandered ahead. I could see them through the gallery window, her crouched down to Parker's level, both looking at something. A painting, probably. They looked good together. Natural. See. Everything was fine. When I caught up, Parker was showing Virginia a street artist's painting of dolphins. She was laughing at something he'd said, but when she saw me approach, the laughter cut off like someone had hit a switch. All set, she asked. For now. I reached for her hand. She let me take it, but her fingers were limp. No squeeze back. No connection. We grabbed lunch at a deli. My phone rang 3 times during the meal. I ignored the first 2. Answered the third, because it was my lead attorney and I couldn't afford not to. When I returned to the table, Parker was pushing his sandwich around his plate. Virginia was staring at her water glass. Are you guys okay? Parker asked. We both looked at him. What do you mean, buddy? I ruffled his hair, kept my voice light. You keep leaving. He wouldn't look at me. And Virginia's sad. I'm not sad. She smiled at him. Not at me. Just tired. You're lying. Parker had his mother's ability to cut straight to the truth. Adults lie weird. Their voices go up. Parker. I used my dad voice. The one that meant stop. That's not polite. But it's true. He looked between us, his 6-year-old face too serious. You promised you'd be here. Not on your phone. The kid was right. Hit me square in the chest. You're absolutely right. I powered off my phone. Set it on the table face down. Physical proof. No more calls today. I promise. Parker's face brightened. Virginia's stayed neutral. But she'd warm up. Once she saw I meant it. We finished lunch. Walked through Central Park again. I held Virginia's hand, kept my phone off, focused on being here. Present. Like I'd promised. But my mind kept circling back. The Chicago deal. The investors. The timeline. If I couldn't fix this, I'd lose millions. More than money, I'd lose credibility. Position. My reputation in the industry that I'd spent 14 years building. I could feel the thoughts pulling me under, even as I tried to stay afloat. Clay. Virginia's voice cut through. Sorry, what? I asked if you wanted ice cream. She was watching me, those ocean eyes seeing too much. But you're not really here, are you? I'm here. I squeezed her hand. Ice cream sounds great. But we both knew I was lying. I'd missed whatever she'd really been asking. Missed the moment that mattered. And I didn't know how to get it back. Our last day in New York before Chicago. I woke up determined. This time I'd get it right. Fix whatever had gone sideways between us. The universe laughed at me. Calls started at 7 in the morning. By 8, I was in full triage mode. The Chicago deal wasn't just unraveling, it was in free fall. If I didn't get there today, not tomorrow, today, everything I'd built would collapse. We need to leave this morning, I told Virginia over breakfast. My assistant was already rebooking flights on my laptop. Can you and Parker be ready in an hour? Today. She set down her coffee. Her hand was steady. Her voice was steady. Everything about her had gone carefully, dangerously steady. You said tomorrow. I know, but it's worse than I thought. I was already running through mental checklists. Packing, transportation, the presentation I'd need to put together on the plane. We can do New York another time. Make a proper vacation of it. Of course. Her voice had gone flat. Empty. Another time. Virginia. I reached across the table. Tried to bridge whatever gap had opened between us. I know this isn't the plan. But this is important. More important than us. The question stopped me. That's not fair. Isn't it? She pulled her hand back. Never mind. You're right. You have work. I understand. But she didn't understand. Or she understood too well, and I was too far in to see it. We packed in silence. The kind that pressed against my eardrums. Parker kept glancing between us, his small face creased with worry. Even he could feel the temperature dropping. The car service arrived. We loaded bags. Headed to the airport. I needed to focus on them, on Parker's chatter about the plane, on Virginia staring out the window like she was memorizing the city, but my phone kept demanding attention. Kept pulling me away from what mattered. Need to take this, I said, answering a call from my partner. Virginia didn't respond. Just kept her face turned to the window, watching New York disappear behind us. I spent the car ride in negotiation mode. Promising. Planning. Strategic thinking. When I finally hung up, we were at the airport. Parker climbed out first. Grabbed both our hands. Held tight like he was trying to keep us tethered together. Virginia. I said, as we walked toward the terminal. She turned to look at me. Finally. Yes. You okay? Her smile was small. Sad, in a way that made my chest tighten. I'm fine, Clay. Let's just get to Chicago. But I could see the walls going back up. See her pulling away, even as she walked beside me. I'd done this. Somehow, in trying to handle everything, I'd let the most important things slip through my fingers. I just didn't know how to hold on without letting go of everything else. The plane waited. We boarded, Parker between us like a small, hopeful bridge. Like a prayer that whatever was breaking could still be fixed. I wanted to talk to her. To explain that this was temporary. That once the Chicago deal was done, I'd have time. I'd be present. I'd be the man she'd fallen in love with on that rooftop. But I didn't know what to say. Didn't know if anything I said would matter anymore. So I stayed quiet. And watched her slip further away with every mile we flew. Watched her disappear while sitting right next to me. and told myself it would all work out once we got to Chicago. Once I fixed the deal. Once I could breathe again. I just had to get through this next part. Then everything would go back to how it was. I believed that right up until it all fell apart.
Chapter 13. Meeting the Parents and Building Storm. Virginia.
The flight to Chicago was the longest 3 hours of my life. Clay worked on his laptop the entire time. Didn't look up except to order coffee. Parker sat between us reading his Dolphin book, occasionally glancing between us like he was watching a tennis match where nobody was hitting the ball back. I stared out the window and tried to remember how to breathe. This was fine. Everything was fine. Clay was just stressed. The deal was important. Once it was over, he'd come back to me. Back to us. Back to the man who danced with me on that rooftop and promised me forever. Except what if this was who he really was? What if the rooftop was the fantasy and this, the phone calls, the distraction, the choosing work over everything else, was the reality? Oh dear. I was spiraling. In my head, dolphins swam in frantic circles when they were stressed, around and around the same tank until they made themselves sick. That was me right now. Circling. Trapped. No way out but through. We're descending, Clay said, finally looking up from his screen. I nodded. Didn't trust my voice. The landing was smooth. The car service waited. Chicago spread out around us, tall buildings and gray sky and a cold wind that cut right through my jacket. Clay's parents lived in a beautiful neighborhood. Tree-lined streets. Houses that probably cost more than I'd make in a lifetime. The kind of place where everyone had gardeners, and the lawns were perfect. Their home was warm brick with a circular driveway. Parker bounced in his seat as we pulled up. Grandma and Grandpa. He was out of the car before it fully stopped, running toward two people on the front steps. Clay's mother was elegant, silver hair in a neat bob, clothes that probably cost more than my car but looked casual somehow. His father was tall like Clay, but with gray at his temples and kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. They swept Parker into hugs. Then turned to us. Mom, Dad, this is Virginia. Clay's hand found the small of my back. First time he'd touched me all day. The warmth of it almost made me cry. Virginia, these are my parents, Dr. Sarah Booth and Dr. Michael Booth. Both retired now, thank goodness, Sarah said, stepping forward. Her smile crinkled the corners of her eyes. Virginia, it's wonderful to meet you. Clay's told us so much. All good things, I hope, I said, then immediately cringed. What a stupid thing to say. Like something from a sitcom. Like someone who'd never met parents before. Which, to be fair, I hadn't really. Foster care didn't do a lot of meet the parents practice runs. But Sarah laughed. All excellent things. Come in, come in. You must be exhausted from traveling. The house was lovely inside. High ceilings. Original hardwood. Art on the walls that looked like it belonged in museums. But it wasn't cold or showy. Books stacked on end tables. A half-finished puzzle on the coffee table. Photos everywhere. Family photos covered one wall in the living room. Clay at various ages. Parker as a baby. And my breath caught. Stuck in my throat like I'd swallowed water wrong. A wedding photo. Clay and Louise. She was stunning, dark hair, bright smile, her hand in his. They both looked so young. So happy. So untouched by tragedy. That was taken 14 years ago, Sarah said softly beside me. Her voice had a quality I recognized. The kind that came from crying too many tears over too many years. Right before Parker was born. She's beautiful, I managed. My voice sounded strange. Distant. She was. Sarah touched the frame gently. But life goes on. And Clay deserves to be happy again. We're so glad he found you. The words landed like stones in my chest. Each one heavier than the last. They should have been comforting. Should have made me feel welcome. Instead, they pressed against my ribs until I couldn't expand my lungs fully. Dinner that evening went easier than I'd expected. Michael grilled steaks on their back patio despite the cool weather. Sarah made sides. Parker helped set the table and told his grandparents approximately 8,000 dolphin facts. I'd stopped counting after, "Did you know dolphins have belly buttons?" Clay relaxed for the first time in days. Laughed at his father's stories. Teased his mother about her gardening obsession. This was who he'd been before the stress. Before the phone calls. Before everything shifted sideways. This was the man I'd fallen for. "Virginia, Clay mentioned you work with marine life?" Michael asked over dessert. "I'm finishing my master's in marine biology," I said, falling into the familiar comfort of talking about my work. "I work at Gulf World in Panama City Beach. Focus on dolphin cognition and communication patterns." "Fascinating," Sarah said. "And you're how old?" 22. 24, I corrected automatically. I took a gap year after undergrad to save money before starting my master's program. "Smart," Michael said. "Too many students jump straight into graduate work without real-world experience." The conversation flowed. They asked good questions. Seemed genuinely interested. Made me feel like maybe possibly I could belong at this table. "Can I stay here tonight?" Parker asked as Sarah brought out ice cream. "Please? I miss you guys." Sarah and Michael exchanged glances. "If your father doesn't mind." "That's fine," Clay said. "We'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon." Parker cheered. I saw what Clay was doing. Giving us time alone. Time to reconnect. Time to find our way back to each other. But when we left an hour later, driving to the hotel Clay had booked, the silence in the car felt thick. Heavy. Like humidity before a storm. "They love you," Clay said. "They're wonderful," I said. Both true. Both skating around what neither of us wanted to say. At the hotel, another luxury suite, another view of a city I didn't know, Clay reached for me. "I've missed you," he said, pulling me close. "You've been working." I kept my voice neutral. Factual. "I know. And I'm sorry. But the deal's almost done. After tomorrow's meetings, I can breathe again. We can breathe again." He kissed me. I kissed him back. Let him lead me to the bedroom. Let him make love to me, like he was trying to prove something. Afterward, wrapped in sheets that probably cost more than my monthly rent, his arm around me, I stared at the ceiling. The loneliness felt bigger than when I'd been alone. Worse somehow. Like being hungry at a feast you couldn't taste. Clay left before I woke up. Left a note, "Meetings all day. Parents will pick you up at 10. Love you." The "love you" felt like an afterthought. Like the automatic way people sign emails. Sarah and Michael arrived right on time. "We're stealing you and Parker for the day," Sarah announced cheerfully. "Hope you don't mind." "Not at all," I said, grateful not to be alone with my spiraling thoughts. They took us to Navy Pier. Parker ran between attractions, while Sarah and I followed at a more reasonable pace. Michael bought everyone hot dogs, and we sat on a bench watching the lake. "He's a good boy," Sarah said, watching Parker feed French fries to aggressive pigeons. "Louise would be so proud of the man Clay's raised him to be." "Clay's an amazing father," I said. True words. Easy words. "He is. But he struggles." She turned to look at me. Really look at me. "May I be honest with you, Virginia?" The French fry I was holding dropped from my fingers. "Of course." Clay has commitment issues. After Louise died, he shut down for years. Then when he finally tried to date again, he'd sabotage things. Push women away when they got too close. He's terrified of losing someone again. She patted my hand. Her palm was warm. Mine had gone ice cold. "I can see he's falling for you. Maybe has already fallen. But when he gets scared, he runs. Or makes the other person run. I just wanted you to be prepared." "Prepared for what?" My voice came out thin. For the part where he panics. Her smile was sad. All the edges turned down. For when things get real and his fear kicks in. Don't let him push you away. Fight for him if you think he's worth it. But also know you can't fix his grief. He has to do that himself. My hands had gone cold. Did he tell you about Louise? About how she died? The HELP syndrome? Sarah nodded. Terrible tragedy. She was scared of pregnancy from the start. Had anxiety about it. But they wanted a baby so much. Clay promised her everything would be fine. Promised he'd take care of her. Her voice cracked. When she died anyway, he blamed himself. Still does, I think. That wasn't his fault. The words came automatic. Defensive. No. But try telling him that. She squeezed my hand. I'm telling you this because I see the way you look at him. The way he looks at you. You're the first woman he's brought home to meet us. The first one he's introduced to Parker. That means something. But it also means he's terrified. I nodded. Couldn't speak. My throat had closed up. Like when you swim too deep and the pressure builds in your ears and chest. That's what this felt like. Drowning on dry land. We went back to the house after lunch. Parker wanted to play in the backyard. I helped Sarah in the kitchen, cutting vegetables for dinner while trying to process everything she'd said. My hands moved automatically. Chop. 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 The rhythm helped. I'll show you some photos, Sarah said, pulling out albums. If you'd like to understand him better. Did I want to understand him better? Or did I want to protect myself from understanding too much? But I nodded. Sat at the kitchen table. Watched as she flipped through pages. Clay as a baby. Clay as a teenager with braces. Clay's wedding. Clay holding newborn Parker, with joy and terror written all over his face like someone had tattooed the emotions on his skin. And Louise. Stunning, smiling Louise in every photo. The ghost I could never compete with. She was younger than me in these pictures. 28 when she died, Sarah had said. I was 24 now. In 4 years, would I be dead too? Would Clay hold my photo with that same grief? Oh dear. Spiraling again. Dolphins and tanks. Around and around. She was so young when she died, I said, touching a photo of Louise holding baby Parker. Her smile was radiant. Exhausted, but radiant. The way new mothers look when they don't know they're dying. 28. Sarah wiped her eyes. Didn't hide it. She was excited and scared about being a mom. Kept saying she had a bad feeling. We all told her it was normal pregnancy anxiety. That millions of women have babies every day. That everything would be fine. She shook her head. And then it wasn't. And Clay learned that promises don't matter. That you can do everything right and still lose everything. My hands had gone numb. I set down the photo before I dropped it. When we left that evening, Louise's face was burned into my memory. Young. Radiant. Dead. The woman Clay had promised to protect and couldn't. The woman I could never be. The woman I might become. I woke up alone again. Another note. More meetings. When Clay finally returned to the hotel at noon, he looked exhausted. Wired and exhausted at the same time. How'd it go? I asked. Getting there. He ran both hands through his hair. Made it stand up. Look, I have one more dinner meeting tonight. Big one. The make or break kind. I need you to come with me. Okay. It's fancy. Really fancy. I bought you something to wear. He pulled out a garment bag. Designer label. The kind I'd only seen in magazines. I hope it fits. Inside was a dress that probably cost more than my tuition. Black. Elegant. The kind of thing that belonged on someone else. Someone who knew how to wear 4-inch heels without looking like a baby deer on ice. Clay. I touched the fabric. Silk. Real silk. This is too much. Nothing's too much for you. He kissed my forehead. Already distracted. Already moving to the next thing. Wear it tonight. 7 sharp. The car will pick us up. He disappeared into the bathroom. I heard the shower start. I held the dress up to my body. Looked at myself in the mirror. All I could see was Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. The woman bought and paid for. The woman dressed up like a doll. The woman who looked the part but would never really belong. Richard Gere's character couldn't keep her. Not really. Not when it mattered. Because she wasn't from his world. Just like I wasn't from Clay's. This wasn't me. This expensive dress, this fancy dinner, this world of deals and investors and pressure. This was his world. And I was starting to realize I might not fit in it. The afternoon crawled by. Clay made phone calls. Paced. Practiced talking points. I sat on the balcony and tried to read but couldn't focus. You nervous? I asked when he finally emerged from the bedroom, wearing a suit that probably cost as much as a car. Terrified, he admitted. This deal is everything. If it falls through, he shook his head. It won't. It can't. What if it does? Then I've wasted 6 months and millions of dollars. He straightened his tie. Pressure's on. But I've got this. I nodded. Went to get dressed. The dress fit perfectly. Of course it did. Clay was nothing if not thorough. Probably had my measurements memorized from watching me get dressed. From undressing me. I stared at myself in the mirror. The dress was stunning. I looked stunning in it. But I didn't look like me. I looked like someone playing dress-up. Like those marine biology students who put on business suits for grant presentations. Technically correct but fundamentally uncomfortable. Like dolphins in SeaWorld stadiums, performing tricks in exchange for fish. Beautiful to watch. Wrong on every level. When I emerged, Clay's eyes went dark. That look I recognized. Want. Desire. Possession. You're stunning, he said. I feel like I'm playing dress-up. I smoothed the fabric. It whispered against my skin. Expensive whispers. Like a kid trying on her mother's clothes. If I'd had a mother. You know what I mean. You look perfect. He didn't hear what I was really saying. Or heard and chose to ignore it. Or heard and didn't know what to do with it, so he pushed forward anyway. The car's here. Ready? No. I wasn't ready. Wasn't ready for any of this. Wasn't ready to be paraded at a business dinner, like proof of his success. Wasn't ready to sit pretty and smile while he made deals that mattered more than us. But I nodded anyway. Because that's what you do when you're drowning. You nod. You smile. You pretend you can breathe underwater. We rode the elevator down in silence. Walked through the lobby where people stared at the dress, at Clay in his suit, at us together looking like we belonged in a magazine spread. Got into the waiting car. Clay pulled out his phone immediately. Last-minute preparations. Living in his head. In his deal. In his world of numbers and negotiations and everything that wasn't us. And I sat beside him, wearing a dress that cost more than 3 months of my rent, heading to a dinner where I'd be the pretty accessory on the billionaire's arm, wondering when exactly I'd agreed to this. Wondering when I'd stopped being a person and started being a prop. The car pulled into traffic. Clay's hand found mine. Squeezed. An automatic gesture. Muscle memory. Like when you pat a dog's head while reading the newspaper, affectionate but absent. Thank you, he said, eyes on his phone screen. Not on me. Never on me anymore. For being here. For understanding. But I didn't understand. That was the problem. I didn't understand how we'd gone from rooftop confessions to this. From I love you to wear this dress and smile. From partners to performer and audience. I didn't understand how I'd become invisible while wearing the most visible dress I'd ever owned. And I was terrified that by the time he looked up from his phone, really saw me, I'd have disappeared completely. Just a ghost in designer silk. Just another thing he'd loved and lost while trying to save everything else. Just gone.
Chapter 14. The Fight. Clay.
The dinner had gone perfectly. Better than perfectly. The investors had signed. The deal was done. 6 months of work culminating in handshakes and champagne, and Virginia sitting beside me in that black dress looking like she belonged in this world. My world. Our world. Now we were in the car heading back to the hotel, and adrenaline was still racing through my veins. The high of closing the deal. The relief. Like finishing a marathon and realizing you'd won. The certainty that now, finally, I could focus on what really mattered. Her. Us. The future I wanted to give her. The ring box in my jacket pocket felt like it was burning a hole through the fabric. I'd been carrying it for days, waiting for the right moment. Tonight felt right. The deal was done. The pressure was off. We could celebrate. I could ask her to be my wife. 45 days. That's how long we'd known each other. Some people would say it was too fast. But when you know, you know. I'd known with Louise after 6 weeks. This felt the same. Felt right. Felt like the rest of my life, sitting next to me in the back seat of a rental car. You were amazing tonight, I said, taking her hand. Her fingers felt like ice. Did you see how impressed they were? I didn't say much. Her voice was quiet. You didn't have to. You were perfect. I squeezed her hand. Everything's perfect. The deal's done. We can finally breathe. She didn't respond. Just stared out the window at Chicago passing by in streaks of light. My heart was pounding. This was it. The moment I'd been planning. I should wait until we got back to the hotel. Make it romantic. Do it right. But I couldn't wait. The words were pushing up through my chest, demanding to be said. Virginia. I shifted to face her. I need to tell you something. She turned to look at me. Those ocean eyes were dark in the dim car. Unreadable. This is fast, I started. My hand went to my jacket pocket. Felt the ring box. 45 days since we met. Since you dropped your keycard, and I helped you with those boxes, and my whole world tilted. Her eyes widened. Pupils dilating. Clay. Let me finish. I pulled out the box. Not the ring, Pop. That was back at the hotel. The real ring. The one I'd chosen carefully, thinking about her hands, her style, her life. When you know, you know. And I know, Virginia. You're it for me. Clay, wait. I opened the box. The diamond caught the streetlights. Sparkled. Virginia Matthews, will you marry me? The silence stretched. 1 second. 2. 3. Her face drained of color. I can't. The words came out barely audible. I can't breathe. This is too fast. The world tilted. Like the ground had disappeared beneath my feet. Too fast. We've been together every day. You're with Parker, you're in my bed, you're part of our lives. What more do you need to know? I need, she pressed a hand to her chest. Gasping. I need time. Clay, it's been 6 weeks. We barely know each other. 6 weeks. The words came out sharp. My hands fisted on my thighs. It's been 45 days of falling in love with you. Of building a life with you. What exactly don't you know about me? That's not what I mean. Her breathing had gone shallow. Fast. Panicked. This is what he did. This is exactly what Darren did. Rushed me. Pushed me. Wouldn't listen when I said slow down. The comparison punched the air from my lungs. Don't compare me to him. I would never hurt you. Never. But you're not listening to me now. Her voice rose. Cracked. I'm saying I need more time, and you're asking what more I need to know. You're rushing me and not hearing me say stop. Because you're running. The words exploded out of me. All my fear. All my terror of losing her. My pulse hammered in my ears. You're panicking, so you're finding reasons to say no. This isn't about time. This is about you being too afraid to say yes. Maybe I should be afraid. Tears streamed down her face now. Mascara tracking dark lines. You're trying to replace Louise with me. You want a mother for Parker, and I'm convenient. I'm the first woman you've brought home in 14 years, and you think that means we should get married after 6 weeks. The Louise comparison cut deeper than the Darren one. Drew blood. Louise has nothing to do with this. My voice went cold. Dead. The voice I used in hostile negotiations. I loved her. She died. And yes, it took me 14 years to let someone in again. But that's because I was waiting for the right person. For you. How do you know I'm the right person? She was shaking now. How can you possibly know, after 45 days? Because I feel it. I grabbed her hand. Held tight. Because when I look at you with Parker, I see our future. Because when you smile at me, I forget how to breathe. Because I love you, Virginia. Isn't that enough? Love isn't always enough. She pulled her hand away. Jerked back like I'd burned her. You loved Louise too. You promised her you'd protect her. And she died anyway. What if, her voice broke. What if you can't protect me either? What if I say yes, and then everything falls apart? What if I'm just another woman you'll lose? Something in me shattered. Went dark. All the fear. All the guilt about Louise. All the old wounds she was ripping open with her bare hands. The words came out before I could stop them. Before I could think. Cold and precise and designed to hurt. You want to know what I think. My voice cut like a scalpel. I think you're running away. Just like your parents did. Just like you've done your whole life. You got hurt once by some jerk, and now you're using it as an excuse to never take a risk again. All the color drained from her face. Don't. But I couldn't stop. The poison was pouring out. 14 years of fear and grief and rage finding a target. You're so terrified of being abandoned that you're abandoning us first. You're so paralyzed by the thought of ending up alone that you're choosing to be alone. That's what this is. That's what you do. Stop the car. Her voice had gone flat. Empty. Terrifying in its calm. The words hit me like ice water. What had I just said? Virginia. Stop the car. Now. The moment the words left her mouth, I knew. Knew I'd gone too far. Knew I'd said something I could never take back. Knew I'd just destroyed everything. But it was too late.
Virginia.
The world had narrowed to a pinpoint. His voice. His face. His words drilling into my skull like a harpoon through flesh. Running away like your parents. Using it as an excuse. Choosing to be alone. I couldn't breathe. Literally could not get air into my lungs. My chest had locked. My vision was tunneling, darkness creeping in from the edges like I was diving too deep without oxygen. Drowning in air. This was a panic attack. I knew what they felt like. Hadn't had one in 5 years. Not since Darren. Not since therapy taught me how to surface, before the darkness pulled me under. But this one was dragging me down fast. Stop the car, I heard myself say. My voice sounded far away. Underwater. Now. Virginia, I didn't mean. Yes, you did. The words came out flat. Dead. Stop the car or I'll jump out while it's moving. Clay's eyes went wide. He knocked on the partition. Pull over. Now. The driver complied. The car eased to the curb. My hands shook so hard I could barely work the door handle. Fingers numb. Clumsy. Finally got it open. Cold Chicago air slapped my face. Virginia, wait. I turned back to look at him. Really look at him. This man I'd given everything to. This man who just compared me to the parents who abandoned me in a car crash. Who'd weaponized my deepest wound like it was ammunition in a business negotiation. You want to know the difference between me and my parents? My voice shook but held. You want to know why I'm not running away? Yes. His face had drained of color. Eyes wide like he'd just realized what he'd said. What he'd done. I fought Darren. Each word came out hard. Deliberate. Sharp as glass. When he tried to assault me, I fought. I locked myself in a bathroom. I called the police. I pressed charges. I testified in court. I got him arrested and convicted. Clay's mouth opened. Closed. I didn't run from him. I ran toward the police station. I ran toward justice. I ran toward safety. Tears poured down my face now, but I didn't care. Let them fall. Let him see. So don't you dare tell me I'm running away. I'm not running from you, Clay. I'm fighting you. I'm fighting for myself. For my right to say, not yet, without being compared to people who abandoned their baby in a car crash. Virginia? And you want to know why Louise would have said yes? The cruelty in my voice surprised me. Horrified me. But I couldn't stop. The words were venom, and I was spitting them straight at his heart. Because she was 28 and in love, and didn't know any better. Because she trusted your promises that everything would be fine. Because she believed you when you said you'd keep her safe. His face crumpled. Actually crumpled. Don't. She died, Clay. Each word was a knife. And I was the one holding the blade. And I was the one choosing to twist it. She trusted you to protect her, and she died anyway. So maybe I'm smart to hesitate. Maybe I'm smart not to believe promises from men who think 6 weeks is long enough to know forever. Maybe I'm smart not to end up like Louise. The silence was deafening. What had I done? Oh dear. Oh no. What had I just said? I stepped out of the car. My legs threatened to give out. The dress was too thin for the cold. I didn't care. Couldn't feel the temperature. Could only feel the horror of what I just said. Where are you going? Clay called after me. Anywhere but here. Virginia, please? I slammed the car door. Cutting off his voice. Cutting off everything. Cutting myself off from the only man I'd ever loved, because I was too broken to accept that love. Started walking. No idea where. Just away. Away from him. Away from the ring. Away from the promise of forever that had turned into a weapon we'd used against each other. My phone buzzed in my clutch. Him calling. I ignored it. Kept walking. My heels clicked on the sidewalk. Too loud. Too sharp. Like a countdown. Behind me, I heard the car door open. Virginia. I didn't turn around. Couldn't turn around. If I looked at his face, if I saw what my words had done to him, I might go back. Might apologize. Might let him talk me into believing we could fix this. But we couldn't fix this. Some things once said can't be unsaid. Oh dear. What had I done? What had we done to each other? A cab idled at a red light ahead. I ran to it. Knocked on the window with numb knuckles. Airport, I said when the driver rolled it down. Please.
Miss, it's 11 at night.
I'll pay triple. Please. I need to leave. Now. He hesitated. Looked at my face, my ruined makeup, my desperate eyes, my designer dress, and my shaking hands. Whatever he saw there made him unlock the doors. I climbed in. Looked back one last time. Clay stood on the sidewalk. Just standing there. Not chasing me. Not fighting for me. Not doing anything. Just letting me go. Proving me right. Proving that when it mattered most, when things got hard, he'd let me walk away. Just like everyone else in my life. The cab pulled into traffic. Chicago blurred past the windows. I wrapped my arms around myself. Tried to stop the shaking. Couldn't. My phone kept buzzing. Call after call. Text after text. His name lighting up the screen over and over like an accusation. I turned it off. Leaned my head against the cold window. And let the tears come. Not pretty crying. Not soft crying. Ugly gut-wrenching sobs that tore out of my chest. That came from somewhere so deep I didn't know I had depths left. I'd loved him. I'd let him in past all my walls. And he'd used my worst fears against me like they were weaknesses instead of wounds. And I'd done the exact same thing to him. Worse, maybe. Because he'd attacked my past. My parents. My patterns. But I'd attacked his dead wife. His grief. His guilt over a tragedy he couldn't have prevented. I'd told him Louise died because she trusted him. I'd made her death his fault. I'd taken the one wound that never healed and ripped it wide open. We destroyed each other. Both of us holding weapons. Both of us aiming for the heart. Both of us pulling the trigger. And now everything we'd built, that fragile, precious thing, lay in pieces around us. Shattered beyond repair. At the airport, I booked the first flight to anywhere that would take me away from here. Ended up with a red eye to Atlanta, with a connection to Panama City. Wouldn't get home until morning. Good. I didn't want to get home. Didn't want to face Deanna. Didn't want to explain to anyone what I'd just done. What I'd just destroyed. I sat in the terminal in my designer dress and my smeared makeup and my shattered heart. Watched families pass by. Couples holding hands. People living normal lives, where they didn't weaponize grief and trauma against the people they loved. And realized I'd just made the biggest mistake of my life. Not saying no to his proposal. That part was right. Too fast was too fast. But saying the thing I could never take back. Telling him Louise died because she trusted him. Making him responsible for a medical tragedy no one could have prevented. Weaponizing his grief like it was ammunition. Becoming exactly the cruel person I'd accused him of being. Worse than him, maybe. My phone was still off in my clutch. Part of me wanted to turn it on. Call him. Apologize. Take back every word. But I couldn't. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Because even though I'd said terrible things, unforgivable things, so had he. And I didn't know how to forgive someone who'd compared me to the parents who left me to die. Didn't know if I could. Didn't know if he could forgive me for what I'd said about Louise. Probably couldn't. Probably shouldn't. The flight boarded. I found my seat. Middle seat. Cramped. Between a businessman who reeked of whiskey and a mother with a crying baby. The baby screamed the entire boarding process. Screamed during takeoff. Inconsolable. The mother looked exhausted. Defeated. Like she'd been trying to soothe this baby for hours and had nothing left. I knew that feeling. Trying and getting nowhere. Failing at the thing that mattered most. As the plane took off, I watched Chicago disappear below me. The city lights fading. Becoming small. Becoming nothing. Somewhere down there, Clay was probably calling me. Probably panicking. Probably with Parker now, having to explain why Virginia wasn't coming back. Probably regretting everything he'd said. Just like I was. But regret doesn't fix shattered glass. Doesn't unspeak cruel words. Doesn't heal wounds we've deliberately inflicted. Sometimes sorry isn't enough. Sometimes you break something so completely, so thoroughly, that all the apologies in the world can't piece it back together. Sometimes the damage is permanent. I closed my eyes. Tried to sleep. Couldn't. All I could see was his face when I'd mentioned Louise. The way he'd crumpled. The way I'd watched him break and kept twisting the knife anyway. All I could hear was his voice telling me I was running away like my parents. The parents who died and left me. Who hadn't chosen to abandon me, but got blamed for it anyway. All I could feel was the weight of the ring box I'd left behind. The promise I'd rejected. The future I'd just set on fire. Because I was too afraid. Too broken. Too damaged to accept love when it was offered. Or maybe because he'd offered it wrong. Too fast. Too much. Without listening. Or maybe we were both right. Both wrong. Both too wounded to love each other without drawing blood. Dawn was breaking when I finally landed in Panama City. The sky was pink and gold and beautiful. I felt dead inside. I took a cab to Deanna's place. Let myself in with my key. Moving on autopilot. One foot in front of the other. Don't think. Don't feel. Just move. She was in the kitchen. Coffee brewing. Still in her robe. Looked up when I walked in. Took one look at me and gasped. Virginia, what happened? I opened my mouth to answer. And couldn't. Just stood there in my designer dress with my ruined makeup and my broken heart, and my soul leaking out through the cracks. And finally, let myself completely shatter. Fell apart in my mother's arms for the first time in my adult life. And cried like the abandoned child I'd always been. The one who finally found love and then destroyed it with her own hands. The one who was always too afraid to hold on.
Chapter 15. Aftermath. Virginia.
Deanna held me while I cried. Didn't ask questions. Didn't say anything. Just held on while I fell apart on her kitchen floor. When the tears finally stopped, not because I felt better, but because my body had simply run out, she helped me to the guest room. My old room. The one I'd stayed in before moving to campus. Sleep, she said. We'll talk later. I crawled into bed, still wearing the dress. The designer silk that had cost more than my textbooks. That had made me look like I belonged in Clay's world. I didn't take it off. Couldn't find the energy. Just pulled the covers over my head and disappeared. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. Over and over. I turned it back on during the layover in Atlanta. Mistake. 23 missed calls. All from Clay. 47 text messages. I turned the phone face down. Couldn't read them. Couldn't see his name. Couldn't think about what we'd said to each other. What I'd said about Louise. My stomach turned over. I ran to the bathroom. Threw up nothing. Dry heaves that hurt my ribs. When I came back, Deanna was sitting on the bed. Do you want to talk about it? She asked gently. No. Okay. She smoothed my hair back. A gesture from childhood. When had she last done that? Sleep. I'll be here. I slept. Woke up. Slept again. Time lost its edges. Day melted into night, melted into day. Days 52 through 54, Thursday through Saturday. I stayed in bed. Not because I was tired. Because getting up required a reason. A purpose. Some motivation beyond basic biological function. I had none. Deanna brought food. I ate a few bites to make her stop hovering. Everything tasted like cardboard. Like nothing. My phone kept buzzing. I stopped checking who was calling. Clay. Artie. Numbers I didn't recognize. Everyone wanting explanations I couldn't form into words. I powered it off completely. Shoved it in the nightstand. You need to eat, Deanna said on day 3. Saturday. Maybe. Time had stopped meaning anything. I'm not hungry. Virginia? I said I'm not hungry. My voice came out monotone. Affectless. She left the tray anyway. Turkey sandwich. Fruit. Water. I ate the fruit after she left. Forced it down. My body needed fuel even if I didn't want it. That's what depression was, I remembered from my psych classes. Your body continuing to function while your mind checked out. The organism surviving while the person inside it died. Autopilot with no destination. I'd studied this. Could probably write a paper on the neurochemistry of what was happening to me right now. Knowing didn't help. Saturday evening, I finally took a shower. The dress came off in pieces. I had to cut the zipper because my hands shook too much to work it. Designer silk. Probably worth more than a semester of textbooks. Ruined. I dropped it in the trash without looking back. Stood under the hot water until it ran cold. Let it beat down on my head. Wished it could wash away the memory of what I'd said. Wished I could scrub the words off my skin like dirt. She trusted you to keep her safe, and she died anyway. I pressed my forehead against the tile. The sound that came out of me wasn't quite a sob. Wasn't quite a scream. Something between. Something broken. What kind of person says that? What kind of monster weaponizes a dead woman against the man who loved her? Who takes someone's deepest grief, the thing that haunts them every single day, and uses it like a weapon? Me. Apparently. I was that kind of person. That kind of monster. Deanna knocked on my door early. Virginia. We need to talk.
Go away.
I called Bernie. That got me up. You what? You've been catatonic for 4 days. I called your father. She opened the door. Looked at me with something between pity and frustration. He's worried. I'm worried. And you need to go back to school. I can't. You can. You have classes tomorrow. A thesis to finish. A degree to complete. Her voice gentled. Staying here isn't helping. Going back won't help either. Maybe not. But at least you'll be moving forward instead of drowning in my guest room. The marine biology metaphor wasn't lost on me. Drowning. That's what this felt like. Like when dolphins got caught in fishing nets, thrashing made it worse. Stillness meant death. There was no good option. Just choosing which way to suffocate. I don't want to see anyone, I said. Then don't. But go to class. Keep your routine. Don't let him, she stopped. Don't let this destroy everything you've worked for. She was right. I hated that she was right. I packed on automatic. Threw clothes in a bag. Didn't bother folding them. Didn't bother with makeup or hair products or any of the things I used to care about. What was the point? Deanna drove me to campus. The whole way, neither of us spoke. Call me, she said when we arrived at my dorm. Please. Even if you don't want to talk. Just let me know you're alive. Okay. I wouldn't. But she needed to hear it. I dragged my bag up to my room. My roommate was gone for the weekend. Good. I couldn't handle questions. Fell into my bed. Stared at the ceiling. Tried to remember what it felt like to want something. To care about something. To feel anything besides this crushing emptiness. Failed. Classes started. I went. Sat in the back. Took notes. Answered when called on. My brain still worked even if my heart didn't. The professor asked if I was okay. I said yes. Allergies. No one pushed. Lunch. I sat alone in the cafeteria. Pushed food around my plate. Ate enough to not faint. Carrie waved from across the room. I pretended not to see her. Afternoon class. More notes. More autopilot. Evening. Back to my room. Stared at my laptop. I had a thesis to work on. Chapters to write. Research to compile. Opened the document. Stared at the cursor blinking. Marine mammals and cognitive development. That's what I was studying. How dolphins learned. How they communicated. How they formed bonds. How they broke when separated from their pods. I closed the laptop. Climbed into bed at 7 in the evening. Still wearing my clothes. Jeans and a hoodie. Hadn't bothered with anything else. My phone sat on my desk. Still off. Still shoved in the nightstand at Deanna's that I'd transferred here. Part of me wanted to turn it on. See if Clay had stopped calling. See if he'd given up. See if Parker had tried to reach me. That thought punched the air from my lungs. Made my hands go cold. Parker. The little boy who'd called me his family. Who'd wanted me to be his mom. Who I'd abandon without explanation. Without goodbye. The cycle continuing. The pattern repeating. History on an endless loop. I'd become exactly what I'd always feared. Someone who left. More classes. More going through the motions. A girl from my marine biology seminar tried to talk to me. Asked where I'd been. Said she'd missed me. I mumbled something about being sick. Walked away before she could ask more. Lunch alone again. This time I didn't even pretend to eat. My stomach had shrunk. Or my appetite had died. Either way, food didn't appeal anymore. I looked down at my body. Jeans looser than they'd been a week ago. Hoodie hiding everything. I looked like someone in crisis. Like those college mental health posters warning about depression symptoms. Isolation. Check. Loss of interest in activities. Check. Changes in appetite. Check. Difficulty concentrating. Check. I knew what this was. Knew I should probably call the campus counseling center. Knew I was sliding into a hole I might not climb out of. Couldn't find the energy to care. Evening. My roommate came back. Took one look at me and retreated to her boyfriend's place. Good. I didn't want company. 7 o'clock. My phone, still off, still in the drawer, started vibrating. Someone calling my room phone. The landline no one used. I ignored it. It rang again. And again. Finally, I picked up. What? Virginia. Bernie's voice. Cautious. Your mother said you'd talk to me. She was wrong. Wait. Don't hang up. Pause. Please. I didn't hang up. Didn't speak either. Just held the phone. What happened? He asked. Nothing. Deanna said you came home in the middle of the night wearing an evening gown and fell apart on her kitchen floor. That doesn't sound like nothing. It's none of your business. You're my daughter. That makes it my business. The laugh that came out of me was ugly. Bitter. Since when? He didn't have an answer for that. Virginia, he said finally. I know I haven't been there. I know I've been a terrible father. But I'm here now. If you'll let me be. I don't need you. My voice cracked. I don't need anyone. That's not true. Yes, it is. Tears burned my eyes. I blinked them back. Everyone I let close hurts me. Everyone I love leaves or dies, or I couldn't finish. Or you push them away first, Bernie said quietly. To protect yourself. Don't psychoanalyze me. I'm not. I'm speaking from experience. He sighed. I pushed your mother away. I pushed you away. I told myself it was better to leave before I could get hurt. But all I did was hurt everyone and end up alone anyway. This isn't the same. Isn't it? I sat on my bed. Drew my knees to my chest. He said terrible things. About me. About my parents. About. What did you say back? The question stopped me. What did you say to him, Virginia? Something worse. My voice was barely a whisper. Something unforgivable. Does he know you're sorry? I'm not sorry. The lie tasted like ash. Like poison. He deserved it.
Did he?
I closed my eyes. Saw Clay's face crumpling when I'd mentioned Louise. Saw the way I'd hurt him on purpose. With precision. With the intent to destroy. I don't know anymore, I admitted. My voice cracked. I can't tell who was worse. Who started it? Who crossed the line first? All I know is we tore each other apart, and I can't see how to stitch it back together. Do you want to fix it? Did I? Or did I want to stay here in this numb, safe cocoon, where no one could hurt me because I wasn't letting anyone close enough to try? I don't know. The words came out broken. Honest. Bernie was quiet for a long moment. You don't have to know yet. But Virginia? You can't stay where you are. This isn't living. This is just surviving. Maybe surviving is enough. It's not. And you know it. His voice gentled. Get help. Talk to someone. A therapist. A friend. Anyone. Just don't do this alone. I've always been alone. That's not true. You've always chosen to be alone. There's a difference. The words hit like a slap. True and sharp and impossible to dodge. After we hung up, I sat in the dark. Thought about what he'd said. Surviving versus living. Choosing to be alone versus having it chosen for me. Pushing people away before they could leave. Building walls so high no one could climb them, then wondering why I was lonely on the other side. My phone lay in the nightstand. Dark. Silent. I pulled it out. The screen was black. Dead, maybe. Or just sleeping like me. Stared at the power button. Didn't press it. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Because turning it on meant facing what I'd done. Reading Clay's messages, if there were any left. If he hadn't given up. Facing the reality that I'd destroyed the best thing that had ever happened to me, with words I could never take back. And I wasn't ready for that. Didn't know if I'd ever be ready. So I put the phone back. Closed the drawer. Got into bed at 8 in the evening with my clothes still on. Jeans. Hoodie. Socks. Armor against nothing. And stared at the ceiling, the way drowning dolphins must stare at the surface of the water. Close enough to see the light. Too far down to reach it.
Chapter 16. Clay's Desperation. Clay.
The hotel room was too quiet. I stood in the doorway, staring at the made bed. Virginia's suitcase was gone. Her sundress draped over the chair, gone. The dolphin book Parker had been reading to her last night, gone. Everything that proved she'd been here. Gone. Except the note on the nightstand. My hand shook as I picked it up. 3 words in her handwriting. I can't do this. I'm sorry. That was it. No explanation. No second chance. Just those 6 words in empty space where she should have been. I pulled out my phone. Dialed her number. Straight to voicemail. Virginia. My voice cracked. Please. Just talk to me. I didn't mean what I said. I was scared and stupid and the beep cut me off. I texted instead. Please talk to me. I'm sorry. 3 dots appeared. Hope flared in my chest. The dots disappeared. Nothing. I tried calling again. Voicemail. Again. Voicemail. 5 times before I finally accepted she wasn't going to answer. I sank onto the bed where we'd slept, wrapped around each other just hours ago. Where I'd held her and thought everything was perfect. Where I'd been too much of a coward to tell her I was scared, so instead I'd rushed her into something she wasn't ready for. Where I'd said the most unforgivable thing I could possibly say. My phone buzzed. For one desperate second, I thought it was her. "Mom. Where are you? Breakfast is ready." "Right. My parents. I had to tell them." "You said what?" My mother's voice could have frozen fire. Dad sat beside her at the kitchen table, jaw tight, disappointment radiating off him in waves. I couldn't meet their eyes. I compared her to someone who tried to assault her. I told her she was running away like her parents. I said Louise would have said yes. "Get out." I looked up. Mom's face was white with fury. "Get out of my house. Right now." "Sarah," Dad started. "No." She stood, hands flat on the table. "I raised you better than this, Clayton. That girl opened her heart to you after years of protecting it. She trusted you. She loved you. And you threw the worst moment of her life in her face because you were scared. I know. You don't know anything." Her eyes filled with tears. "Louise would be ashamed of you. Using her memory as a weapon against someone you claim to love." The words hit like physical blows. Each one deserved. "I have to tell Parker." My voice was barely a whisper. "Yes. You do." Mom's expression softened. "And then you need to figure out how to fix this. If it can be fixed." Parker took it worse than I expected. I'd flown us back to Seattle, thinking familiar surroundings might help. Instead, I sat on his bed while he stared at the wall, silent tears streaming down his face. "Buddy, I'm so sorry. You let her go." His voice was small, broken. "You're supposed to fight for people you love. That's what you always tell me." "I know." "Then why didn't you fight for her?" "I tried to call." "That's not fighting." He turned to face me, and the devastation in those blue eyes destroyed me. "Fighting is when you don't give up. When you show them they matter more than anything. You just let her leave." "She got out of the car, Parker. What was I supposed to?" "You were supposed to go after her." He was crying harder now. "You were supposed to tell her you were sorry, and you were scared and you love her. But you just let her go. Like Mom." "That's different." "Mom didn't," but I couldn't finish. Because in Parker's 6-year-old mind, it wasn't different. I'd let both of them disappear. He turned back to the wall. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." "Parker." "Go away, Dad." I left. Because what else could I do? He was right. I'd let her go without fighting. And now, I was losing them both. The first week crawled by in a haze of missed calls and ignored texts. "Please, Ginny. Just talk to me." I was wrong. So wrong. "I'm sorry" doesn't cover it, but I'm sorry anyway. At least let me know you're okay. Nothing. Radio silence. I called every morning. Every afternoon. Every night before bed. 23 calls that first week alone. All to voicemail. Parker wouldn't speak to me. He ate breakfast in silence. Came home from the neighbor's house where I'd arranged temporary care and went straight to his room. At night, I'd hear him crying through the wall. I destroyed everything. By Monday of the second week, my assistant had called 6 times about urgent business matters. I ignored every call. Michael Jong, my biggest client, emailed, "Clay, where are you? The Singapore deal is falling apart." I stared at the email for 30 seconds, then closed my laptop. For 14 years, work had been my refuge. My purpose. The thing that made sense when nothing else did. After Louise died, I'd thrown myself into building an empire because at least business followed rules. Effort produced results. Hard work paid off. But what did it matter now? I had money. Success. $1 billion consulting firm. And I'd trade it all, every cent, every client, every achievement, for one more chance with Virginia. For Parker's laughter back. For the family we'd almost had. Work wasn't what mattered. It never had been. I'd just been too scared to admit it. Wednesday night, I finally found Artie Stone's contact information through Virginia's sparse social media presence. One photo from college, tagged with his name. From there, it wasn't hard to track down his email. I messaged him. "We need to talk. Please." He responded within minutes. "Video call. Now." His face appeared on my screen, disheveled dark hair, taped glasses, ink-stained pocket protector. Exactly how Virginia had described him. His expression was cold. "You're the billionaire who made my best friend cry." "Yes." "Give me one good reason not to hack your business accounts and reroute all your money to dolphin conservation charities." "I don't have one." I met his glare through the screen. I said unforgivable things to her. I hurt her. "I deserve whatever you want to do to me." He studied me for a long moment. "What did you say, exactly?" I told him everything. The proposal. Her panic. My fear. The comparison to Darren. The accusation that she was running away like her parents. The worst part, throwing Louise in her face. Artie's expression grew darker with each sentence. "You said she was running away." His voice was deadly quiet. "Do you have any idea what that girl survived? What she fought through?" "I know about Darren. The assault attempt." "You don't know anything." He leaned forward. "After Darren, she had PTSD. Nightmares every night for a year. Couldn't be alone in a room with a man for 2 years. Worked her way through therapy, fought back from panic attacks, built herself into someone who could trust again. And you took that hard-won trust and shattered it by comparing her to her abuser." The words landed like punches. I'd known it was bad. I hadn't known how bad. She told me she fought him. That she got him arrested. She did. After he locked her in a bathroom and tried to break down the door. Artie's eyes were cold. She called the cops while hiding in a bathtub, testified in court, and got a restraining order. That's not running. That's surviving. I was going to be sick. I didn't know all the details. You didn't ask. He adjusted his glasses. Neither did I, honestly. She doesn't talk about it much. But I know this, it took her 5 years to trust someone enough to date again. And that someone was you. Past tense. Was. How do I fix this? My voice broke. I'll do anything. Artie shook his head. I don't know if you can fix it. But for what it's worth, you're both idiots. She's terrified of moving too fast. You're terrified of losing someone again. Instead of talking about it like adults, you both panicked and said things you can't take back. She said something unforgivable too? She compared you to Darren. He shook his head. Which is just as bad as what you said, so don't think you're the only villain here. But you started it. You proposed after 45 days, and then attacked her when she wasn't ready. 45 days. When he said it out loud, it sounded insane. I was scared I'd lose her if I didn't lock it down. So you scared her into leaving instead. Brilliant strategy. I know. I rubbed my face. What do I do? Give her space. She needs time to process. But I think she loves you. She wouldn't be this destroyed if she didn't. She is. Destroyed. That's all I'm saying. Figure out your own mess. He moved to disconnect, then paused. And Clay. If you somehow fix this and hurt her again, I will hack your accounts. That's not a threat. It's a promise. The screen went dark. I sat in silence, processing everything he'd said. Virginia was destroyed. Which meant she still felt something. Which meant maybe, possibly, I hadn't completely destroyed us. But what could I do? Artie said, to give her space. My calls were up to 54 now. She'd ignored every one. I was trapped between fighting for her and respecting her boundaries. Between proving I'd changed and giving her room to breathe. Between everything I wanted and everything I'd ruined. Friday afternoon, Parker shuffled into my office. He'd barely spoken to me in a week and a half. Mostly communicated through head nods and shrugs. It was killing me. His voice was soft. "Can I use your phone?" Of course. I handed it over. "Who are you calling?" "Virginia." My heart stuttered. "Parker, I don't think." But he was already dialing. I watched his face as it rang. Hope flickering in his eyes. That desperate 6-year-old hope that somehow this time she'd answer. It kept ringing. And ringing. Parker's expression crumbled. "Hi, you've reached Virginia. Leave a message." Her voice on the recording, bright and cheerful from before I'd broken her. The beep. "Virginia." Parker's voice shook. "It's me. Parker. I miss you. I miss you so much." Tears started streaming down his face. "Dad says you need space, but I don't understand. Did I do something wrong? Did I make you mad?" "Buddy," I reached for him. He pulled away, still talking into the phone. "Please come back. Please. I'll be better. I'll clean my room and not complain about bedtime, and I'll eat all my vegetables. Just please come back. I love you." His voice broke on the last word. He dropped the phone and ran from the room. I heard his bedroom door slam. Then the sound of my 6-year-old son sobbing. I picked up the phone. The call was still recording. I couldn't speak. Couldn't form words past the boulder in my throat. I ended the call. For a long moment, I sat there, staring at the phone. At the call log showing 55 attempts. 55 times I'd tried to reach her. 55 times she'd chosen not to answer. I'd done this. I'd hurt her so badly that even Parker's voice wasn't enough to make her pick up. What kind of man does that to someone he loves? Sunday night, I stood in Parker's doorway watching him sleep. His face was tear-stained. He clutched the Dolphin book Virginia had given him. I'd failed Louise. She'd been scared of pregnancy, and I'd promised to protect her, and she died anyway. Now I'd failed Virginia. She trusted me with her heart, and I'd used her trauma against her. And I was failing Parker. My son needed a mother. Needed stability. Needed the woman who'd looked at him like he hung the moon. Instead, he had me. The man who let her walk away. "You're supposed to fight for people you love." His words from that first day echoed in my head. He was right. I needed to fight. But how? Artie said give her space. Mom said fix it. Parker said fight. And Virginia said nothing, because she wouldn't answer. I felt trapped by contradictions. By fear of making things worse. By the knowledge that I'd already said the worst things possible. What could I say now that would make any difference? What could I do that would prove I'd changed? How did I fight for someone who wouldn't let me near her? I didn't have answers. Just regret that stretched on in both directions. And a phone full of ignored calls. And a 6-year-old boy who cried himself to sleep every night. I walked back to my room. Sat on my bed. Pulled out the ring pop I'd tried to propose with. The little candy ring that was supposed to be charming. That had become a symbol of everything I'd destroyed. Tomorrow Parker would barely speak to me. Work would pile up. And I'd call Virginia for the 56th time. She wouldn't answer. Because I'd broken something precious. And I had no idea how to put it back together.
Chapter 17. Virginia Spiraling and Wake-Up Call. Virginia.
Monday morning, I went to class. Tuesday morning, I went to class. Wednesday morning, I went to class. I didn't miss a single lecture. Turned in every assignment on time. Took notes in organized rows. Maintained a 4.0 grade average. But I couldn't tell you what any of the lectures were about. The words washed over me like background noise. Meaningless sounds that I recorded in my notebook without processing. At some point, my hand would stop writing. I'd blink and realize class had ended. Everyone was leaving. Then I'd pack up my things and move to the next class. Repeat the process. I was a ghost going through the motions of being alive. My reflection in the bathroom mirror confirmed it. Dark circles under my eyes despite sleeping 12 hours a day. Cheekbones sharper than they'd been 3 weeks ago. Hair pulled back in the same messy bun I'd been wearing since I got back from Chicago. I couldn't remember the last time I'd bothered with makeup. Or worn anything besides yoga pants and hoodies. Or eaten a full meal. Food tasted like cardboard. Sleep brought nightmares. And looking put together required energy I didn't have. So I stopped trying. Wednesday at lunch, someone sat down across from me. I looked up. Carrie. Her dark hair in its usual ponytail, expression concerned. "Hey," she said. "Hi." Silence stretched between us. I poked at my salad without eating it. "Virginia, talk to me. What happened?" "I don't want to talk about it." "You haven't talked to anyone in 3 weeks." Her voice was gentle. "You eat alone. You sit alone. You ignore everyone. We're worried about you." The word "we" stung. Like I was a problem being discussed behind my back. "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You look," she caught herself. "I look what?" "Like you're barely holding on." She wasn't wrong. But I couldn't explain. Couldn't tell her about Clay or Parker or Chicago or the fight. Couldn't put into words how I'd found everything I ever wanted, and then watched it shatter. How I'd shattered it myself by comparing Clay to Darren. By throwing his dead wife in his face. How he'd shattered me, by saying I was running away like my parents. By comparing me to someone who'd never fought for anything. "I just need time," I said. "Time for what?" "To forget." Carrie reached across the table. Her hand covered mine. "Virginia, please. Let us help. Whatever it is, you don't have to go through it alone." I pulled my hand back. "Yes, I do." "Why?" "Because that's what I know how to do." The words came out sharper than I intended. "I've been alone my whole life, Carrie. This is nothing new." Her expression shifted. Hurt flickered across her face. "Then leave me alone." She stood. "If that's what you want." "It is." She walked away. I watched her go, feeling the hollow space in my chest grow wider. I was pushing everyone away. I knew it. But I couldn't stop. Because letting people in meant they could hurt you. And I was already broken enough. The days blurred together. I existed in a fog of numbness, punctuated by sharp spikes of pain. I'd be walking to class when suddenly my phone would buzz. Clay's name on the screen. Call number 73. Or 80. I'd lost count. I never answered. Sometimes I'd see his texts pile up. "Please, Ginny. Just talk to me." I was wrong. So wrong. "I'm sorry" doesn't cover it, but I'm sorry anyway. At least let me know you're okay. But I wasn't okay. And talking to him wouldn't fix that. Saturday evening, my phone rang again. Not Clay's name this time. Parker's. My thumb hovered over the screen. I could see his little face in my mind. Those blue eyes so much like his father's. The gap-toothed smile. The way he'd hug me like he was afraid I'd disappear. The ringing stopped. A voicemail notification appeared. I played it. "Virginia?" His voice was small, shaking. "It's me. Parker. I miss you. I miss you so much." A pause. Sniffling. "Dad says you need space, but I don't understand. Did I do something wrong? Did I make you mad? Please come back. Please. I'll be better. I'll clean my room and not complain about bedtime, and I'll eat all my vegetables. Just please come back. I love you." The message ended. I stood there in my dorm room, phone pressed to my ear, tears streaming down my face. He thought it was his fault. That sweet, precious 6-year-old boy thought he'd done something to make me leave. I sank onto my bed, curled into a ball, and cried until I couldn't cry anymore. Until there was nothing left but empty numbness. Sunday morning, I forced myself to the library. I had a paper due Tuesday. Something about marine ecosystem resilience. The irony wasn't lost on me. I couldn't even maintain my own emotional ecosystem, let alone write about ocean ones. I found my usual table in the back corner. Spread out my books and laptop. Stared at the blank document. 2 hours passed. I'd written 3 sentences. At a nearby table, a couple studied together. The girl laughed at something the guy said. He grinned and kissed her forehead. She blushed, smiling. They looked happy. Comfortable. Like they fit together. Like Clay and I had fit together. Before I ruined everything. Before he ruined everything. Before we both panicked and destroyed each other. I couldn't watch them anymore. I shoved my things in my bag and left. The student union was half empty on Sunday afternoon. I bought a salad I wouldn't eat and found a table in the corner. Picked at the lettuce with my plastic fork. Chewed without thought. Swallowed without tasting. Virginia? I looked up. Carrie stood there with 3 other people from our marine biology program. Emma, Jason, Marcus. People I'd studied with before Chicago. Before everything fell apart. We're going to the beach, Carrie said. Come with us. No thanks. Come on. You've been alone for weeks. We're worried. I said no. I'm fine. Carrie's jaw tightened. You're not fine. You look terrible. You're pushing everyone away. That's none of your business. We're your friends. Her voice rose. Other people in the union were staring now. Or we were, before you decided you were too good for us. I never said that. You don't have to. You made it clear. She picked up my salad container. So here. She dumped it on my head. Lettuce, tomatoes, and ranch dressing slid down my hair, onto my shoulders, into my lap. Cold and wet and humiliating. Everyone was staring. Now you have a reason to ignore us, Carrie said. Then she walked away. Her friends followed. Emma glanced back once, expression apologetic, but kept going. I sat there. Fruit and vegetables dripping off me. Ranch dressing soaking into my hoodie. Someone giggled. Then another person. Soon, half the union was either laughing or pretending not to stare. I stood. Salad fell off me onto the floor. I walked toward the bathroom, eyes straight ahead, refusing to run even though every instinct screamed to flee. The bathroom door swung shut behind me. Empty. I looked in the mirror. A stranger stared back. Hollow eyes. Gaunt cheeks. Hair matted with dressing and wilted lettuce. Hoodie 2 sizes too big, stained and wrinkled. The kind of person you'd cross the street to avoid. When had I become this? I'd thought I was protecting myself. Building walls. Staying safe. But I'd just become isolated. Cold. Pushing everyone away. Using walls to keep people out, instead of letting anyone in. Just like my mother. The realization hit like a physical blow. I'd spent my whole life watching Deanna push people away when they got too close. Sabotaging relationships. Choosing loneliness over vulnerability. I'd promised myself I'd never be like her. But here I was. Alone. Isolated. Pushing away everyone who tried to help. Carrie had been trying to be my friend. For months. Since the start of the semester. Sitting with me at lunch. Inviting me to study sessions. Including me. And I'd shut her out the moment things got hard. Clay had been trying to love me. To give me everything I'd ever wanted. a family, a home, a place to belong. And I'd compared him to my abuser. Parker had just wanted me to stay, to be his mom, to love him. And I disappeared without a word. I was running away. Clay had been right about that. Not in body, but in spirit. Shutting down. Refusing to deal with the pain. Choosing numbness over feeling. That was running. And I'd been doing it my whole life. I looked at my reflection. At the broken girl covered in salad. "What are you doing?" I whispered. My reflection didn't answer. I turned on the faucet. Started washing lettuce out of my hair. The water ran cold. My hands shook. I'd hit rock bottom. And I'd done it to myself. I walked across campus in wet clothes, hair dripping, fruit salad stains on my hoodie. People stared. I didn't care anymore. The afternoon sun was too bright. Everything felt too sharp, too real after weeks of fog. I needed to change. To shower. To figure out how to put my life back together. To maybe call Clay back and try to have a conversation instead of hiding. But I didn't know how. Didn't know where to start. Didn't know if he'd even want to talk after I'd ignored 87 calls. I was halfway across the quad when I heard it. A voice. Small and familiar. "Virginia." I stopped. Turned. And saw Parker running toward me.
Chapter 18. Artie's Intervention and the Plan. Clay.
The doorbell rang at 8 in the morning. I jerked awake on the couch where I'd passed out around 3. My laptop was still open on the coffee table, email inbox showing 200 unread messages. Work I was ignoring. Clients I wasn't calling back. A business crumbling because I couldn't bring myself to care. The doorbell rang again. For one wild, desperate second, I thought, Virginia. I stumbled to the door. Threw it open. A short, disheveled guy stood there. Dark hair sticking up at odd angles. Glasses held together with tape. Ink-stained pocket protector. Wrinkled button-down shirt like he'd slept in it. Or hadn't slept at all. "Artie Stone," he said. "We need to talk." Not Virginia. The disappointment hit so hard, I almost shut the door in his face. "How did you get my address?" "I'm a hacker." It wasn't hard. He pushed past me into the penthouse. Nice place. Very billionaire who breaks hearts. "What do you want?" He turned to face me. Behind the taped glasses, his eyes were sharp. Angry. "I want to know what you're going to do about Virginia." "I don't. Because if the answer is nothing, I'm going to make your life very difficult. I can access your business accounts. Reroute funds. Create viruses in your systems. Make your entire empire disappear with a few keystrokes." I should have been alarmed. Should have called security. Instead, I felt something like relief. Someone who cared about her as much as I did. Someone who'd fight for her. "Do whatever you want," I said. "I deserve it." That seemed to throw him. His aggressive stance faltered. "Dad." Parker appeared in the hallway, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "Who's at the door?" He stopped when he saw Artie. His eyes went wide. "You're Virginia's best friend. You're Artie." He ran forward. "Did she send you? Is she here? Is she okay?" The hope in his voice broke something in me. Artie looked at Parker. His expression softened. "She didn't send me. But yeah, I'm Artie." "Is she okay?" Parker asked again. "No, buddy. She's not." Parker's face crumpled. I moved to him, pulled him against my side. "But that's why I'm here," Artie continued. "To figure out how to fix this mess." He looked at me. "Can we sit down? Actually talk?" I nodded. "Parker, go get dressed. We'll make breakfast." "Is Artie staying?" Parker's eyes lit up despite the tears. Virginia always talks about you. She says you're the smartest person she knows. She does. Artie's voice caught. All the time. She says you saved her life once. When you met online. I just listened when she needed someone. Artie ruffled Parker's hair. Go get dressed, kid. Your dad and I need to talk. Parker ran off. Artie watched him go, then turned to me. He looks just like you. Yeah. I gestured to the couch. Coffee. 3 sugars. No cream. I made coffee while Artie examined my living room. Took in the empty takeout containers. The pile of blankets on the couch where I'd been sleeping instead of my bed. The general disaster of someone barely functioning. You look terrible, he said when I handed him a mug. Thanks. Good. You should. We sat. Silence stretched between us. I didn't know where to start. Tell me what happened, Artie said. Your version. I've heard hers. So I told him. Everything. Meeting Virginia in the hallway. The instant attraction. Parker falling in love with her. The way she fit into our lives like she'd always been there. New York. The rooftop. I love you under string lights. Then the fear. The panic as it got real. The proposal after only 45 days, because I was terrified she'd disappear if I didn't lock it down. Her panic when I asked. My abandonment wounds triggering. Her trauma triggering. Both of us saying unforgivable things. I compared her to Darren, I said. Told her she was running away like her parents. Said Louise would have said yes. Artie's jaw clenched. That's what Virginia told me. I needed to hear you admit it. I know, it was unforgivable. It was. He set down his coffee. But she said unforgivable things too. She compared you to her abuser. Threw Louise in your face. You're both idiots. The blunt assessment startled a laugh out of me. Dark and bitter, but still a laugh. She told you that part. Eventually. After I pushed. Artie leaned forward. Here's what you need to understand about Virginia. That girl has been abandoned by everyone. Her biological parents died. Foster families sent her back. Her adopted parents divorced and emotionally checked out. The one guy she trusted tried to assault her. I know about Darren. Do you know he locked her in a bathroom? That she hid in a bathtub while he tried to break down the door? That she had nightmares for a year after? That it took 5 years of therapy before she could be alone with a man without panicking? I hadn't known that. She told me about the assault, but not those details. No. She doesn't talk about it much. But I was there. Online but there. I talked her through panic attacks at 2 in the morning. Helped her find a therapist. Reminded her she was worth loving when she was convinced she wasn't. His eyes were fierce behind the taped glasses. So when you told her she was running away, you hit every wound she has. Abandonment. Cowardice. Being like her parents. I didn't mean. I know you didn't. You were scared and lashing out. Just like she was. He picked up his coffee again. But intent doesn't erase damage. So what do? You fight for her. How? She won't answer my calls. I'm up to 54 missed calls. She ignores every text. Because words don't mean anything to her. Artie set down his mug. Her whole life, people have said they loved her then left. Her foster parents said they'd keep her, then sent her back. Darren said he loved her, then attacked her. Words are meaningless. Then what? Actions. Proof. He leaned back. What would show her you've changed? That you're serious? I thought about it. What did Virginia need? What had driven us apart? Work, I said slowly. Work was always interfering. I was always on my phone, always distracted. She needs to know I'll be present. So prove it. I could hire a project manager. Cut my hours. Set boundaries. Good. What else? Therapy. The word felt foreign, but necessary. I need to deal with the Louise guilt, the commitment fears, all of it. Artie nodded. What else would matter to her? Her job. Gulf World. She loves it there. An idea sparked. What if I got her a job offer? Full-time position after graduation. Show her she has a future here with or without me. Now you're thinking. Artie pulled out his phone and typed fast. I'll reach out to someone. Get her class schedule. Figure out when and where to do this. Do what? The grand gesture, obviously. He typed rapidly. You're going to show up on her campus with proof of everything you just said. Job offer. Project manager hire. Therapy appointment. You're going to show her you've changed, not just say it. Hope flickered in my chest for the first time in 2 weeks. You think that'll work? I think it's your only shot. Parker appeared then, dressed and ready. Is Virginia coming back? Artie and I exchanged glances. We're working on it, buddy, I said. I want to help. This is grown-up stuff. She's going to be my mom. Parker's voice was firm. I should be there. Parker. He's right. Artie looked at me. Bring him. She won't say no if Parker's there. That's manipulative. Parker grinned. I learned from the best, Dad. Despite everything, I laughed. Fair point. The next hour, we planned. Artie contacted someone named Carrie. Got Virginia's class schedule. Found out she'd been eating lunch at the student union on Sundays. I called Gulf World. Spoke to Virginia's supervisor. He'd been planning to offer her the full-time position anyway. Was happy to expedite the paperwork. I contacted a project manager I'd worked with before. Offered him a position. He accepted on the spot. I found a therapist in Seattle. Dr. Morrison. Specialized in grief and commitment issues. Booked the first appointment. With each step, the plan took shape. Hope replaced despair. Purpose replaced helplessness. I was going to fight for her. Really fight. Not with words, but with proof. Parker drew pictures while we worked. The three of us. Holding hands. Smiling. Can I give this to Virginia? He asked. Save it for when we see her, I said. When's that? I looked at Artie. He checked his phone. Sunday, he said. 6 days from now. That's when she'll be at the student union. 6 days. It felt like forever. But it also felt manageable. I had a plan. I had help. I had hope. When Artie stood to leave, Parker hugged him. Thank you for helping get Virginia back. Artie hugged him back. Don't thank me yet, kid. She's stubborn. This might not work. It'll work, Parker said with 6-year-old certainty. She loves us. She'll come back. I wished I had his confidence. Artie walked to the door. Paused. Turned back to me. One more thing. If you hurt her again, I don't care how rich you are. I will destroy you. Your business. Your reputation. Everything. That's not a threat. It's a promise. If I hurt her again, I said, I'll deserve it. He studied me for a long moment. Then nodded. Good. See you Sunday, Clay. The door closed behind him. I looked at Parker. You ready for this? I've been ready since the day she left. He held up his picture. Do you think she'll like it? The drawing showed 3 stick figures. One tall, one medium, one small. All holding hands. A house in the background. A sun in the corner. Dolphins in the water. Everything we'd almost had. Everything I was going to fight to get back. She'll love it, I said. And I meant it. Because 6 days from now, I was going to show Virginia that I'd changed. That I was worth a second chance. That we were worth fighting for. I just hoped it would be enough.
Chapter 19. The Grand Gesture and Reunion. Virginia.
I walked across campus in wet clothes, hair dripping ranch dressing, fruit salad stains spreading across my hoodie. People stared. Whispered. Pointed. I didn't care anymore. The afternoon sun felt too bright after weeks of fog. Everything too sharp, too real. Colors too vivid. Sounds too loud. Like I'd been living underwater, and someone had dragged me back to the surface. I needed to shower. Change. Figure out how to apologize to Carrie. Figure out if Clay would even answer if I called him back, after ignoring 87 attempts. Figure out how to be a person again instead of a ghost. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out with shaking hands. Clay's name on the screen. Call number 88. My thumb hovered over the answer button. I couldn't do this over the phone. Not after 3 weeks of silence. Not after everything we'd said to each other. The ringing stopped. Another missed call to add to the pile. I shoved the phone back in my pocket and kept walking. Then I heard it. A voice. Small and familiar and impossible. Virginia. I froze. Turned around. A little boy was running across the quad toward me. Dark curly hair bouncing. Blue eyes bright with hope and joy and desperation. Parker. My heart stopped. He crashed into me at full speed, arms wrapping around my waist, face buried against my stomach. I missed you so much, he said, voice muffled. Dad said you needed space, but I didn't want to give you space. I wanted to give you hugs. I dropped to my knees. Pulled him close. My chest cracked open, and everything I'd been holding back for 3 weeks came flooding out. I missed you too, sweetie. The words came out broken. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He was crying. I was crying. Both of us holding each other like we'd never let go. Did I do something wrong? He asked. Did I make you mad? No. Oh, Parker, no. I pulled back to look at his face. Wiped his tears with my thumbs. You didn't do anything wrong. You're perfect. This was never about you. Then why did you leave? Because I was scared. And I handled it wrong. I touched his face, his hair, making sure he was real. But I should have called you back. I should have answered. I heard your message and My voice broke. I couldn't finish. Parker hugged me again. It's okay. You came back. That's what matters. Except I hadn't come back. He'd come to me. They'd fought for me. I looked up. Saw Clay standing 20 feet away. He looked different than I remembered. Thinner. Tired. Dark circles under his eyes that matched mine. His clothes rumpled like he'd slept in them. Hair messy instead of styled. Nothing like the confident billionaire I'd met in a hallway 4 months ago. He looked scared. Vulnerable. Human. Beautiful. Hi, he said. Just that. Hi. Like we were meeting for the first time again. I stood, Parker's hand still clutched in mine. What are you doing here? Fighting for you. His voice was rough. Like I should have done in Chicago. Like I should have done every day for the past 3 weeks. He walked closer. Stopped a few feet away. Close enough to touch but giving me space. I don't expect you to forgive me, he said. I said unforgivable things. But I need you to know I meant none of them. Clay. Please. Let me finish. He pulled a folder from his bag. Hands shaking. I called Gulf World. Talked to your supervisor. They're offering you the full-time marine biologist position. Starting after graduation. He handed me the folder. I opened it with numb fingers. Official letterhead. Job offer. Salary that made my eyes widen. Start date in January. I didn't pull strings, Clay said. Your boss said you're the best they've ever had. That they were planning to offer you the position anyway. But I asked him to send the offer today, so you'd know something important. What? You have a future here. With or without me. His eyes met mine. You don't need me, Virginia. You're brilliant and talented, and you'll be amazing with or without a billionaire in your life. But I need you. I need you so much it scares me. Tears blurred my vision. I couldn't speak. He pulled out another paper. I hired a project manager for my business. His name is Marcus Chen. He starts next week. I'm cutting my hours to 30 per week. No more constant phone calls. No more choosing work over family. Clay. I'm not done. He pulled out a business card. Dr. James Morrison. Therapist in Seattle. Specializes in grief and commitment issues. My first appointment is Thursday at 2 in the afternoon. I'm going to deal with the Louise guilt. The fear of commitment. All of it. I took the card. Read it through tears. Real. All of it real. And this. He reached into his pocket. Pulled out a ring pop. Lime-flavored. The same kind he'd chosen that first day when I offered him my desk drawer collection. I should have started here, he said. Not with a real ring after 45 days. Not with a big romantic gesture on a Chicago street. Just with this. He unwrapped it. Held it out to me. Will you have a ring pop with me? And talk? That's all I'm asking. Just talk. Give me a chance to prove I've changed. That I'm listening now. That I'll wait as long as you need. I stared at the candy ring. At the man holding it. At the proof he'd brought that he meant every word. You brought Parker, I said. The words came out somewhere between a laugh and a sob. He insisted. A small smile touched Clay's lips. Said you wouldn't say no if he was here. He's manipulative. I don't know where he gets it. From you, Dad. Parker grinned through his tears. You said we should bring my sad face. Despite everything, I laughed. It felt foreign. Like a muscle I'd forgotten how to use. I'll talk to you, I said. Both of you. Thank goodness. I spun around. A familiar figure stepped out from behind a nearby tree. Disheveled dark hair. Taped glasses. Ink-stained pocket protector. Artie. This was exhausting to plan, he said. Also, hi Virginia. I'm Artie. In person. Finally. I started laughing and crying at the same time. Ran to him. Threw my arms around him. My best friend. Here. Actually here after 11 years of screens and voices and never touching. He hugged me back. You smell like ranch dressing. Carrie dumped a salad on my head. I know. That was my idea. I pulled back. What? Well, Carrie's idea. But I encouraged it. You needed a wake-up call. He adjusted his glasses. Did it work? I hate you. No, you don't. He grinned. Come on. Let's sit down and talk. All of us. We found a spot on the lawn, away from staring students. Sat in a circle. Parker between Clay and me, holding both our hands like he was afraid we'd disappear if he let go. Artie sat across from us, watching like a referee. Clay spoke first. I'm sorry. His eyes met mine. For everything I said. You're not like your parents. You're nothing like them. They abandoned you. You survived. That takes strength, not weakness. Clay. You're not running away. You're protecting yourself. After everything you've been through, you have every right to be cautious. To need time. To be scared. His voice broke. I was scared too. That's why I rushed you. I thought if I didn't propose right away, you'd disappear. But I made you disappear by pushing too hard. I looked down at our joined hands. Parker's small fingers wrapped around mine. Clay's thumb stroking the back of my hand. I'm sorry too, I said. For comparing you to Darren. You're nothing like him. He took without asking. You've given me nothing but patience and kindness and love. Even when I didn't deserve it.
You deserve everything.
I don't know about that. I met his eyes. But I do know I was wrong. You weren't trying to replace Louise with me. You were trying to move forward. And I threw her in your face because I was jealous of a dead woman. Because I was scared I couldn't measure up. Virginia? Let me finish. I took a shaky breath. I was scared. I am scared. It was so fast. 45 days from meeting to a proposal. That terrified me. Not because I don't love you. But because every time I've trusted someone fast, they've hurt me. I hurt you anyway. We hurt each other. I squeezed his hand. We both panicked. We both said horrible things. We both let fear win instead of talking about it like adults. So what do we do now? Clay asked. We slowed down. I looked at Parker, then back at Clay. We do it right this time. No rushing. No proposals until we're both ready. Just dating. Just being together. Just learning to trust each other again. I can do that. Clay's voice was rough. I'll wait as long as you need. Months. Years. However long it takes. I don't think it'll take years. I managed a small smile. But I need time. To finish my degree. To work through things in therapy. To rebuild trust. We both need that, Clay said. I'm committed to therapy. To being present. To communication. To all of it. Parker had been quiet, looking between us. Now he spoke up. Are you coming back? His voice was small. To Seattle? To us. I looked at this precious 6-year-old boy. The child I'd fallen in love with, almost as fast as I'd fallen for his father. The one who'd called and left that heartbreaking message. Who'd run across campus and crashed into me with pure joy. Not right away, I said gently. I have to finish school here. But I'll visit. Every weekend, if you want. And you can come here too. We'll video chat every day. And when I graduate in December, I'll move back to Panama City Beach. Promise? I promise. Can I call you Mom? The question hung in the air. Clay's hand tightened on mine. I looked at Parker. At his hopeful, scared, loving face. Not yet, I said softly. Let's take our time, okay? Let me and your dad figure things out first. But someday. If you still want to. I'll want to. He said it with certainty. You're the best almost mom ever. I laughed through tears. Pulled him into a hug. You're the best almost son ever. Artie cleared his throat. So we're all good? No more fighting? No more ignoring calls? No more ignoring calls, I agreed. Thank goodness. He stood. Because you two are exhausting. I'm going to get coffee. You three talk more. Work out details. I'll be back in 20 minutes. He walked away, leaving us alone. Clay looked at me. Come with us. Just for the weekend. We can drive back to Seattle tonight. You can have the guest room. No pressure. Just time together. A chance to start over. I'm covered in salad. I don't care. I look terrible. You look beautiful. His voice was fierce. You always look beautiful to me. I thought about my dorm room. Empty and lonely. My campus full of people I'd pushed away. The 3 weeks of isolation and numbness. Then I looked at Parker's hopeful face. At Clay's loving eyes. At the proof of change he'd brought. The job offer. The project manager. The therapy appointment. Actions, not just words. Fighting for me, not giving up. Okay, I said. Let's start over. Parker cheered. Threw his arms around both of us. Clay pulled us both close, and for the first time in 3 weeks, I let myself feel safe. It wasn't fixed. We still had work to do. Trust to rebuild. Wounds to heal. But it was a start. And sometimes a start is all you need. We sat on the lawn talking until Artie came back with coffee. Details emerged. Clay explained how he'd found Artie through my social media. How Artie had flown to Seattle and threatened to hack his business. How they'd planned this together. I learned that Clay had been calling every day. That he'd ignored his entire business for 2 weeks. That Parker had barely spoken to him after I left. I told them about the depression. The isolation. How I'd pushed everyone away. How Carrie's fruit salad intervention had been the wake-up call I needed. Parker told me about the drawing he'd made. About staying with his grandparents. About how much he'd missed me. Artie interjected with sarcastic comments. "You're both idiots," became his favorite phrase. But his eyes were warm. Approving. When he came back with coffee, he handed me a cup. 3 sugars, extra cream. Just how you like it. You remembered. Of course I remembered. I'm your best friend. He sat down again. Even if we've never met in person until today. 11 years, I said. 11 years of being best friends through screens. Worth the wait. He grinned. Even if you do smell like a salad bar. I threw grass at him. He dodged, laughing. It felt good to laugh. To joke. To feel human again. Clay's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, then silenced it without answering. Work? I asked. Doesn't matter. He met my eyes. You matter. This matters. Work can wait. Proof. Right there. That he'd changed. Parker yawned. The adrenaline was wearing off. He leaned against me, tired. Should we get going? Clay asked. It's a long drive back to Seattle. We can grab dinner on the way. All of us. I looked at Artie. I'm flying out tomorrow, he said. Vanessa's expecting me. But we're having breakfast first. You, me, coffee, and catching up. Deal? Deal. Clay stood. Offered me his hand. I took it. He pulled me up. Parker stumbled to his feet, still holding my other hand. I need to pack, I said. And shower. And change into clothes that aren't covered in food. We'll wait. Clay smiled. As long as you need. We walked across campus together. Parker between us, chattering about dolphins and school and how he'd learned a new fact about orcas. Clay and I kept glancing at each other. Still scared. Still careful. But together. Students stared at the billionaire, the 6-year-old, the salad-covered grad student, and the nerdy hacker walking together. We must have looked ridiculous. I didn't care. For the first time in 3 weeks, I felt alive. Broken but healing. Scared but hopeful. Lost but finding my way back. Back to the family I'd almost thrown away. Back to the man I loved. Back to the little boy who'd called me almost mom. Back home. At my dorm, Clay and Parker waited outside while I showered and packed a weekend bag. Artie came up to help. You sure about this? He asked while I threw clothes into my bag. No. I pulled my hair into a ponytail. But I'm doing it anyway. Good. He sat on my bed. He's serious, you know? About the therapy. The project manager. All of it. I know. And you're serious? About giving him another chance? I paused. Looked at my best friend. The one who'd known me longest. Who talked me through panic attacks and breakups and foster care trauma. I love him, I said. I love them both. And yeah, I'm scared. But I'm tired of letting fear make my decisions. Artie nodded. Then I approve. You threatened to hack his business. I still will if he hurts you again. He grinned. But I don't think he will. He's an idiot, but he's a committed idiot. I zipped my bag. Looked around my dorm room. It had been my prison for 3 weeks. My hiding place. Time to leave it behind.
Ready?
Artie asked.
Ready.
We walked downstairs together. Clay and Parker were sitting on a bench, heads together, looking at something on Clay's phone. Parker saw me first. Virginia. Dad found pictures from Gulf World. Look. He shoved the phone at me. Pictures of us. The 3 of us. From before everything fell apart. Parker between Clay and me at the dolphin tank. All of us laughing. All of us happy. I forgot he took these, I said. I didn't. Clay's voice was soft. I've looked at them every day since Chicago. Our eyes met. Held. So much left unsaid. So much to work through. But time. We had time now. Let's go, I said. I'm starving. We piled into Clay's car. Parker insisted on sitting between us in the back. Artie took the front passenger seat. As Clay pulled out of the parking lot, Parker grabbed both our hands. Best day ever, he said. I looked at Clay. He looked back. Both of us thinking the same thing. Not fixed. Not perfect. But together. A start. And sometimes that's all you need.
Chapter 20. Rebuilding. Clay.
Virginia stood in my guest room doorway, looking uncertain. This is okay, she asked. Me being here. More than okay. I kept my distance, giving her space. Take the time you need. Bathrooms across the hall. Parker's room is next door. I'm at the end of the hall, if you need anything. She nodded. Set her bag on the bed. Looked around at the neutral walls, the comfortable furniture, the window overlooking Puget Sound. It's nice. It's yours. For as long as you want. Her eyes met mine. Thank you. For coming to get me. For not giving up. I'll never give up on you again. The words came out fierce. That's a promise. She smiled. Small and tentative, but real. I'm going to hold you to that. Please do. We stood there, 3 feet apart, wanting to close the distance but knowing we needed to go slow. Rebuild trust brick by brick. Good night, Virginia. Good night, Clay. I walked to my room. Closed the door. Leaned against it. She was here. In my home. Safe. For the first time in 3 weeks, I slept through the night. Morning came with the smell of pancakes. I found Parker and Virginia in the kitchen. She was at the stove, hair in a ponytail, wearing one of my old t-shirts she must have borrowed. Parker sat at the counter, chattering about dolphins. Did you know bottlenose dolphins can hold their breath for 7 minutes? He asked. I did know that. Virginia flipped a pancake. But did you know they sleep with one eye open? Really? Really? Half their brain stays awake to remind them to breathe. Parker's eyes went wide. That's so cool. She glanced up. Saw me watching from the doorway. Her cheeks flushed. Morning. I hope it's okay, I used your kitchen. It's perfect. I walked over. Poured coffee. You didn't have to cook. I wanted to. She plated pancakes for Parker. Besides, this one was hungry. I'm always hungry, Parker said through a mouthful of pancakes. Don't talk with your mouth full. The correction felt natural to her. Maternal. Parker swallowed. Sorry, Mom, he stopped. Eyes wide. Sorry. I mean Virginia. I forgot. Virginia's expression softened. It's okay. Maybe someday, remember? Someday soon. His voice was hopeful. Someday, when the time is right. After breakfast, Parker wanted to show Virginia his room. I cleaned the kitchen, listening to their voices drift down the hall. Her laughter. His excitement. The sound of normalcy I'd been missing. When they came back, Parker had his favorite dolphin book. "Can we go to the aquarium?" he asked. "All three of us." I looked at Virginia. "Only if you want to." "I'd love to." The Seattle Aquarium was crowded on a Sunday morning. Families everywhere. Kids pressing faces against glass. Parents chasing toddlers. We looked like them. Like a family. Parker held both our hands as we walked through the exhibits. He dragged us from tank to tank, reading every placard, asking Virginia questions she answered without hesitation. At the octopus exhibit, he pressed his face to the glass. "Look. She's changing colors." Virginia knelt beside him. "That's camouflage. Octopuses can change color and texture to match their surroundings. They have cells called chromatophores." "Can we get an octopus?" "No," I said. "What if it's a small one?" "Still no." Virginia laughed. The sound filled something hollow in my chest. We bought lunch from the cafe. Found a spot outside overlooking the water. Parker ran off to watch the seals, staying within sight but giving us space. "He's been happier today than I've seen in weeks," I said. "He's resilient." Virginia picked at her sandwich. "But we hurt him. Both of us. By fighting, by separating. We can't do that to him again." "We won't." "How can you be sure?" I set down my coffee. "Because we're going to talk. Really talk. About expectations. Boundaries. What we both need." She nodded. "Okay. You start. I need to know you'll answer when I call. Not every time, but enough that I know we're okay. My abandonment issues trigger when you go silent." "That's fair. I can do that." She took a breath. "I need you to be patient. To not rush me. To let me set the pace for big milestones." "Done." "What else?" "I need you to actually maintain the work-life balance. Not just say you will, but do it. Show up. Be present." Marcus starts next week. I'm committed to 30 hours. No more late-night calls. No more phones at dinner. "And therapy?" Her eyes searched mine. "You'll really go?" "First appointment is Thursday." I already confirmed. I reached across the table. Stopped just short of touching her hand. "Can I?" She nodded. I took her hand. Wove our fingers together. "I'm scared," I admitted. "Scared I'll mess this up again. Scared you'll realize I'm not worth the effort." "I'm scared too." Her thumb stroked my knuckles. "Scared I'll panic again. Scared I'll run instead of staying and fighting. Then we'll be scared together." I squeezed her hand. "And we'll talk about it, instead of letting it build until we explode." "Deal." Parker ran back over. Saw our joined hands. Grinned so wide I thought his face would split. "Are you dating again?" he asked. "We're trying," Virginia said. "Taking it slow. Is that okay with you?" "It's perfect." He climbed onto the bench between us. "Can we get ice cream?" "Always negotiating," I said. "I learned from the best." Virginia laughed. "Come on. Let's get ice cream." We walked to a nearby shop. 3 of us. Hands linked. Not perfect, but together. A start. Sunday evening, Virginia packed her bag. "I could drive you back tomorrow," I offered. "Stay tonight. Sleep in." She shook her head. "I have class early Tuesday. Need to study. Besides, I think we should stick to the plan. Slow and steady." Slow and steady. I leaned against the doorframe. "When can I see you again?" "Next weekend? If you want to come down." "I do. Parker and I both do." She zipped her bag. Turned to face me. "This weekend was good. Really good. But we still have a long way to go." "I know. I'm still working through things." The Darren trauma. The abandonment issues. All of it. So am I. With Louise. With commitment. With learning to be present. She walked over. Stood close enough that I could smell her shampoo. See the flecks of darker blue in her eyes. Thank you, she said. For fighting for me. For showing up with proof. For not giving up. Thank you for giving me another chance. She rose on her toes. Kissed my cheek. Soft and brief. Next weekend, she said. Next weekend. I drove her back to campus. Parker dozed in the back seat. At her dorm, I walked her to the door. Text me when you get home, she asked. Promise. I touched her face. Gentle. Sleep well, Ginny. You too. I watched her go inside. Got back in the car. Checked on Parker in the rearview mirror. She's coming back, right, Dad? She's coming back. Good. He yawned. I love her. Me too, buddy. Me too.
2 months later. Virginia.
The pattern became routine. Every Friday evening, Parker and I drove down to Virginia's campus. We'd have dinner together. Study sessions where she worked on her thesis while Parker did homework and I answered emails. Movie nights in her small dorm room, with all three of us crammed on her bed. Every Sunday evening, we drove back to Seattle. 4 hours in the car where Parker chattered about school, and Virginia told me about her classes and I shared stories from therapy. Dr. Morrison was helping. Teaching me to recognize when fear was making decisions instead of logic. Helping me separate grief over Louise from my relationship with Virginia. Working through the guilt I'd carried for 14 years. Louise's death wasn't your fault, he'd said in our third session. You can't protect people from medical emergencies. But you can honor her memory by living fully. By loving again. It was slow progress. But it was progress. Virginia was seeing her therapist too. Working through the Darren trauma. The foster care wounds. Learning to trust. I realized something, she told me one Friday night while Parker slept between us during a movie. I've been waiting for you to hurt me. Expecting it. Like I'm just counting down until you prove everyone else was right. And now I'm trying to trust that you won't. That we're different. She looked at me over Parker's sleeping form. That you meant it when you said you'd changed. I did mean it. I do mean it. I'm starting to believe that. Marcus had taken over most of my business operations. I worked 30 hours a week. Was home every night for dinner. Attended Parker's school events. Coached his soccer team. For the first time in 14 years, work wasn't my identity. Family was. Virginia started rebuilding friendships too. She apologized to Carrie, who forgave her right away. Started having regular coffee dates with her classmates. Joined a study group. I spent so long keeping everyone at arm's length, she told me. I forgot what it felt like to have friends. How does it feel? Good. Scary. But good. Her relationship with Deanna improved. They had lunch once a week. Actual conversations instead of arguments. Deanna was trying. Really trying to be a better mother. She asked about you, Virginia said one weekend. Wanted to know if we were okay. What did you tell her? That we're working on it. That it's getting easier. And it was. Each weekend, the conversations got deeper. The trust grew stronger. The physical distance between us shrunk. Holding hands became natural. Kissing goodnight felt right. Falling asleep with her in my arms, even with Parker between us, felt like home. 2 months wasn't enough to erase 3 weeks of pain. But it was enough to prove we could do this. Could rebuild. Could be stronger for having broken. Late August arrived with Parker's first day of first grade. We'd been planning for weeks. Virginia was moving back to Panama City Beach after graduation. The job at Gulf World started in January. We'd have 4 months together before she began. But first, Parker's big day. I picked Virginia up Thursday night. She'd finished her last summer course. Thesis defense scheduled for December. Everything on track. Nervous? I asked as she got in the car. About what? Tomorrow. Parker's first day. Should I be? You're coming with us. To drop him off. He requested it. Her eyes widened. Really? Really? He wants both of us there. The next morning, Parker woke at dawn. Too excited to sleep. He tried on his new backpack 6 times. Changed shirts 3 times. Brushed his teeth twice.
You ready?
I asked. Do I look okay? He spun around. New jeans, new sneakers, dinosaur t-shirt. You look perfect, Virginia said from the doorway. All 3 of us drove to Bay Academy. Parker chattered the whole way, nervous energy spilling out in rapid-fire questions and dolphin facts. In the parking lot, he grabbed both our hands. What if nobody likes me? He asked. They'll love you, Virginia said. You're smart and funny and kind. Just be yourself. We walked him to the first grade hallway. His teacher, Mrs. Henderson, greeted us with a warm smile. Other parents milled around. Other kids clutched new backpacks. Parker hugged Virginia first. Hard and long. See you after school? I'll be here. Then he hugged me. Love you, Dad. Love you too, buddy. Have a great day. He started to walk away. Stopped. Turned back. See you after school, Mom and Dad, he called. Then ran into the classroom before we could respond. Virginia's hand found mine. Squeezed tight. Her eyes were bright with tears. He called me Mom, she whispered. He's been wanting to for months. I know, but her voice broke. He really meant it. He did. I pulled her close. Come on. Let's get out of here before we start crying in front of the other parents. We drove to the beach. Our beach. Where we'd folded brochures. Where we'd had our first real conversations. Where everything had started. The morning sun painted the water gold. Waves crashed against the shore. Seagulls called overhead. Virginia stood at the water's edge, bare feet in the sand. I reached into my pocket. Felt the small velvet box. And the ring pop beside it. This was it. The moment I'd been planning for weeks. The moment that felt right instead of rushed. Virginia? She turned. Saw me down on one knee. Her hand flew to her mouth. I know we said slow, I started. I know we agreed to take our time. And I'm not rushing you. I promise. But I need you to know something. Tears were already streaming down her face. I love you. I've loved you since the moment you dropped your keycard in that hallway. I loved you when you rambled about dolphins. When you met my son and treated him like he mattered. When you challenged me to be better. When you forgave me, even though I didn't deserve it. I pulled out the ring pop. Lime flavored. Like that first day. This is where we started. With candy and awkward conversations and instant connection. And this time, I'm doing it right. I set down the ring pop. Pulled out the real ring. Simple. Elegant. A blue-green stone, the color of her eyes. Virginia Matthews. I'm not asking you to say yes today. I'm asking if you'll let me ask again in the future. When you're ready. When we're both ready. If you'll keep building this with me. Keep choosing me. Keep being my family. Clay. Will you marry me? Someday. When the time is right. She dropped to her knees in the sand. Kissed me. Deep and long and certain.
Yes, she said against my lips.
Yes to someday. Yes to building this. Yes to choosing you. Yes to everything. I slipped the ring on her finger. It fit perfect. I have something too, she said. She reached into her pocket. pulled out her own ring pop. Mango flavored. Clay Booth. Will you marry me? Someday. When we're both ready? I laughed. Kissed her again. Yes. 1,000 times yes. We sat in the sand. Rings on our fingers. Ring pops beside us. The ocean stretching endless before us. How long is someday? She asked. However long you need. What if I said I'm ready now? Are you? She looked at the ring. At me. At the life we were building. Almost. Ask me again at graduation. In December. That feels right. December it is. We sat there until it was time to pick up Parker. Then drove to the school together. Waited in the parent pickup line. Just another family among many. When Parker saw us, he ran over. Backpack bouncing. Face bright with joy. Best day ever, he announced. I made 3 friends and Mrs. Henderson said I'm smart, and we learned about the solar system. That's wonderful, Virginia said. Can we celebrate? Ice cream? I looked at Virginia. She nodded. Actually, I said, we have something to tell you first. Parker's eyes went wide. Did you ask her? How did you? I'm 6, not dumb. Did she say yes? Virginia held up her hand. Showed him the ring. I said yes. Parker shrieked. Threw his arms around both of us with pure joy. Best day ever, he repeated. School and Virginia said yes. Can I be in the wedding? Can I call you Mom now for real? Can we get a dolphin? Yes, yes and no, I said. 2 out of 3 isn't bad. We drove to get ice cream. 3 of us. Soon to be official. Already a family. Not perfect. Still healing. Still learning. Still growing. But together. At last together. And sometimes that's all you need.
Epilogue. First Love, Forever Love. Part 1. The Engagement. Clay.
I adjusted my tie for the 3rd time as we pulled into the Bay Academy parking lot. My hands wouldn't stay still. Dad, you're nervous. Parker bounced in his booster seat behind me. It's just school. Just school. My son had no idea what today meant. What I was planning. Virginia reached over and squeezed my hand. He's going to be fine. I wasn't worried about Parker. The kid had been counting down to 1st grade for weeks. I was worried about the ring box burning a hole in my pocket. The ring pop tucked beside it. The question I'd been waiting 2 months to ask. We'd taken it slow. Done it right this time. Therapy appointments every week. Weekend visits that turned into long conversations about our fears, our pasts, our futures. Video calls every night where we talked about everything and nothing. Rebuilding trust brick by brick. And somewhere along the way, slow had become strong. Cautious had become certain. I was ready. I just hoped she was too. Parker practically exploded out of the car the moment I put it in park. Virginia laughed, that beautiful sound I'd fallen in love with in an elevator 4 months ago. 4 months. It felt like forever and no time at all. We walked Parker to his classroom, his new backpack bouncing with each step. Other parents milled around, taking first-day photos. Parker tolerated exactly 2 pictures before squirming away. Okay, I get it. Virginia crouched down to his level. You're too cool for photos now. I'm 6, he said seriously, as if that explained everything. Almost 7, I corrected. He grinned, showing the gap where his front tooth had been. Did you know that 1st grade is when you really learn to read chapter books? Mrs. Anderson said so at orientation. I did know that. Virginia straightened his collar. And I know you're going to love it. Parker hugged her tight. Then he looked up at both of us, his blue eyes, so much like mine, shining with happiness. See you after school, Mom and Dad. He said it so casually. Like he'd been saying it his whole life. Like it was the most natural thing in the world. Virginia's breath caught. Her eyes filled with tears. Parker didn't notice. He was already running toward his classroom, waving at a boy he'd met during orientation. I slipped my arm around Virginia's waist as we watched him disappear through the door. She leaned into me, her hand covering her mouth. "He called me Mom," she whispered. "He's been calling you that in his head for months." I pressed a kiss to her temple. Just took him this long to say it out loud. She turned in my arms, tears streaming down her face. Happy tears. The kind that made her blue-green eyes even more beautiful. "I love you," she said. "I love him. I love this life we've built." "Good." I wiped a tear from her cheek with my thumb. "Because I have somewhere I want to take you."
Virginia.
Clay drove us to the beach. Our beach. The one where we'd had our first real conversation about Parker. Where Clay had opened up about Louise. Where I'd started to believe that maybe, just maybe, I could have this. The morning sun painted everything golden. Seagulls called overhead. The ocean stretched endless and blue. He parked in our usual spot and killed the engine. But he didn't move to get out. "Clay?" He turned to me, and I saw it then. The nervousness I'd sensed all morning. The way he'd been checking his pocket. The slight tremor in his hands. My heart started pounding. "Come walk with me." His voice was rough. We kicked off our shoes and walked down to the water's edge. The sand was cool and damp beneath my feet. The ocean breeze lifted my hair. Everything felt surreal, like I was moving through a dream. Clay stopped where the waves kissed the shore. Turned to face me. Took both my hands in his. "I've been thinking about this moment for 2 months," he said. "Longer, really. Since the day in Chicago, when I almost got it right." I opened my mouth to speak, but he shook his head. "Let me finish. Please." He squeezed my hands. "I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, Virginia. But the biggest one was almost letting you go. Almost letting fear win." A wave rolled in, soaking our feet. Neither of us moved. "You came into my life and changed everything. You saw me, really saw me, past the money and the reputation and the walls I'd built. You saw Parker and loved him for exactly who he is. You made us a family." He let go of one of my hands to reach into his pocket. "I don't want to rush you. But I don't want to wait either. Because I know. I've always known, from that first day in the hallway. You're my person. You're my forever." He dropped to one knee. My hand flew to my mouth. Tears blurred my vision. From his pocket, he pulled out a small velvet box. Opened it to reveal a stunning diamond ring. Simple. Classic. Perfect. And beside it, wrapped in plastic, a ring pop. Mango flavored. I laughed through my tears. "Virginia Matthews." His voice shook. "I fell in love with you the moment you dropped your keycard in that hallway. I fell deeper every day after. Watching you with Parker. Listening to you talk about dolphins. Learning who you are beneath all that beautiful awkwardness." "I'm not awkward," I protested weakly. "You're perfect." He smiled. "You're brave and kind and stronger than you know. You survived foster care and built a life from nothing. You faced your trauma and kept going. You took a chance on a broken billionaire and his lonely son." Another wave. This one soaked us to our knees. We didn't care. "I've learned from my mistakes. I've grown. We both have. And I'm ready, really ready for forever. If you'll have me." He held up the ring pop. "Will you marry me, Virginia?" "Yes." The word burst out of me. "Yes, but wait." I pulled my hand free and dug into my own pocket. My fingers closed around the ring pop I'd been carrying for a week, waiting for the right moment. Lime flavored. His favorite. Clay's eyes widened as I dropped to my knees in the wet sand beside him. My turn, I said. Clay Booth. My voice shook, but I didn't care. When I met you, I was so lonely I'd forgotten what hope felt like. I'd built walls so high I couldn't see over them. I'd convinced myself that family wasn't for people like me. He reached up to wipe away my tears, but his own eyes were wet. Then you showed up in that hallway. With your stupid blue eyes and your patience, and your willingness to wait for me to catch up. You gave me everything I didn't know I needed. I held up the ring pop. You gave me Parker. You gave me a home. You gave me a place to belong. You showed me that family isn't about blood, it's about choosing each other. Every single day. A bigger wave crashed around us, soaking us both. We laughed. I love you. I love the father you are. I love the man you've become. I love the future we're building together. I took a shaky breath. So I have a question too. I met his eyes. Those deep blue eyes that had seen straight through me from day one. Will you marry me, Clay? For a moment, he just stared. Then he threw back his head and laughed. Are you seriously proposing to me? Fair's fair. I grinned. You asked me. I'm asking you. Equal partnership, remember? Yes. He cupped my face in his hands. 1,000 times yes. We both fumbled with our ring pops, laughing as we tried to open the packages with shaking fingers. Finally got them free. Slid them onto each other's fingers, mango on my left hand, lime on his. Then he slid the real diamond ring onto my finger, beside the ring pop. It caught the sunlight, sending rainbow sparkles across the water. Perfect together, he murmured. He kissed me there in the surf, both of us on our knees in the sand, soaking wet and laughing and crying all at once. The ocean crashed around us. The sun warmed our faces. And for the first time in my entire life, I felt completely, utterly home. When we finally pulled apart, Clay rested his forehead against mine. We should probably go pick up our son, he whispered. Our son. I'd never heard anything more beautiful.
Part 2. The Graduation. December. Clay.
Graduates and their families packed the auditorium. I spotted Bernie 3 rows ahead, Lila beside him. Deanna sat on his other side, the 3 of them talking quietly. Civil. Almost friendly. Miracles did happen. I see her. Parker bounced on his seat beside me. Row 5, Section 3. That's her. Shish. But I was smiling. I saw her too. Virginia in her cap and gown, blonde hair falling in waves over her shoulders. She was scanning the crowd, looking for us. I caught her eye and mouthed, I love you. She grinned and mouthed back, I love you more. Impossible, I whispered. Artie leaned forward from the seat behind us. You two are disgusting. You're just jealous, Vanessa elbowed him. That was adorable. Parker held up the sign he'd made. Block letters in blue marker, that's my mom. Not yet, buddy. Wait until she walks across the stage. I know, Dad. I'm not 5 anymore. 6 months ago, that would have made me panic. My baby growing up. But now I just smiled. He was growing up healthy and happy and secure. What more could I ask for? The ceremony began. Speaker after speaker. Parker fidgeted, but stayed mostly quiet. I kept my eyes on Virginia. She looked nervous. Excited. Proud. She'd done it. Despite everything, foster care, Darren, a broken family, financial struggles, she'd earned her master's degree in marine biology. In 2 weeks, she'd start full-time at Gulf World as their newest marine biologist. She was living her dream. And I got to be part of it. Finally, they called her name. Virginia Matthews, Master of Science in Marine Biology. Parker shot to his feet, holding up his sign. That's my mom. Everyone around us laughed. Virginia's face turned bright red as she walked across the stage. But she was beaming. She caught Parker's eye and blew him a kiss. He caught it and held it to his heart, dramatic as always. The man next to me chuckled. Cute kid. Thanks. He's pretty great. I stood and whistled as Virginia shook the dean's hand and accepted her diploma. Behind me, Artie was cheering so loudly that people were turning around. Vanessa had her phone out, recording everything. Virginia returned to her seat, diploma in hand, happy tears streaming down her face. That was my girl. My brilliant, strong, beautiful girl. Soon to be my wife.
Virginia.
After the ceremony, chaos. Graduates everywhere, families trying to find each other, cameras flashing. I pushed through the crowd, searching for them. My family. Then I heard him. Virginia. Parker crashed into me like a small, enthusiastic missile. I dropped to my knees and hugged him tight. I'm so proud of you. He pulled back to look at me seriously. Did you know that only 30% of people get a master's degree? I did not know that. I kissed his forehead. But I'm not surprised you do. I researched it. For your special day. Clay appeared behind him, pulling me to my feet and into his arms. Congratulations, Dr. Matthews. Not a doctor. Just a master's. Still impressive. He kissed me softly. I'm so proud of you. Deanna arrived next, mascara running, pulling me into a hug. My baby girl. A marine biologist. I'm so proud. Thanks, Mom. And I meant it. We'd come a long way, the two of us. Therapy helped. Time helped. Both of us trying helped most of all. Bernie was next, emotion clear in his voice. My brilliant daughter. His voice cracked. Your mother would have been so proud. I stiffened slightly. We'd never talked about my biological parents. The ones who died when I was a baby. He saw my reaction. Not Deanna. Your birth mother. Whoever she was. She'd be proud. I hugged him tight. Thanks, Bernie. Dad, he corrected gently. You can call me Dad now, sweetheart. More tears. Happy ones. Artie swept me up in a hug next, spinning me around. Look at you, marine biologist. Put me down, you nerd.
Never.
But he set me down, grinning. Vanessa hugged me next. Proud of you, Virginia. Thanks for coming. Both of you. Wouldn't miss it. Artie adjusted his taped glasses. Been friends for 11 years. Had to see you walk across that stage. Clay's parents appeared on the video call Lila was managing, cheering from Chicago. Everyone talking at once. Family photos with everyone squeezed together. Lila organizing us like a professional photographer. Big smiles. This is history. In the photo, I stood between Clay and Parker, one arm around each of them. Deanna on my other side. Bernie next to Clay. Artie and Vanessa behind us, Artie making bunny ears behind my head. My family. Chosen. Imperfect. Perfect.
Clay.
Dinner was at Virginia's favorite seafood restaurant, overlooking the ocean. Private room. Entire family there. Conversations overlapped. Parker told Bernie about first grade. Deanna showed Lila wedding venue options on her phone. She'd insisted on helping plan, and Virginia had agreed. Artie was explaining cryptocurrency to my mother via video call. I watched it all, feeling something I hadn't felt in 14 years. Complete peace. Virginia caught my eye from across the table, raised her glass of champagne slightly. I raised my water glass. Parker was watching, and we toasted silently. To us. To this. To forever. After dessert, I stood and tapped my fork against my glass. Everyone quieted. I have an announcement. Virginia's eyes widened. We'd agreed to tell everyone together, but I wanted to do this right. 4 months ago, I almost lost the best thing that ever happened to me. I let fear and old wounds get in the way of love. I looked at Virginia. But she gave me another chance. Gave us another chance. Parker grinned beside me. He knew what was coming. We've spent the last few months rebuilding. Doing therapy. Learning to communicate. Growing together. I pulled Virginia to her feet and held up her hand, showing the engagement ring. And in August, we both decided we were ready for forever. Squeals from Deanna. Artie whooping. Bernie standing to shake my hand. We're getting married next summer, Virginia added, laughing at everyone's reactions. June. On the beach. About time, Artie said. I was getting impatient. More celebrating. More photos. Deanna already planning, of course. Bernie promising to walk Virginia down the aisle. Parker announcing he'd be the ring bearer. As the chaos continued around us, Virginia leaned into me. Thank you, she whispered. For what? For fighting for me. For us. For not giving up. I kissed her temple. Never. You're stuck with me now, Ginny. Good.
Virginia.
Later that evening, after everyone had gone home and congratulations had been said, the three of us drove to Gulf World. I'd called ahead. Used my new staff credentials. They'd given us special after-hours access. The park was empty, dark except for safety lights. But the dolphin habitat was lit, the water glowing blue. We sat on the platform where I'd spent so many hours this past year. Where Parker had first fallen in love with dolphins. Where Clay had watched us bond and realized what we could be. Parker sat between us, our arms around him, watching the dolphins glide through the water. Moonlight painted everything silver and blue. The ocean beyond the park whispered against the shore. In the distance, I could see our penthouse building. The place where it all started. This has been the best day ever, Parker said quietly. You graduated. We told everyone about the wedding. And we're here with the dolphins. Pretty great day, Clay agreed. Parker was quiet for a moment. Then, can I ask you something, Virginia? My heart knew what was coming. I'd been waiting for this moment since August. Of course, buddy. He turned to look at me, his blue eyes so much like Clay's, serious and hopeful. Can I call you Mom now? Like all the time? Not just at school drop-off? The tears came instantly. I'd cried so much today, but these were the best tears yet. I'd love that. My voice broke. I'd love that so much. Really? He threw his arms around me. Because I've wanted to for so long, but Dad said to wait until you were ready. I looked at Clay over Parker's head. He was crying too. I'm ready, I said to both of them. I've been ready. Parker pulled back, grinning his gap-toothed grin. Best family ever. Best family ever, I echoed. Best family ever, Clay whispered. We sat there, the three of us, watching the dolphins play. Our family. The one we'd built through fear and mistakes and second chances. Through fighting for each other when it would have been easier to walk away. This is what first love was always supposed to be. Not the fairy tales. Not the romance novels. Not perfect people meeting under perfect circumstances. Just this, choosing each other. Every day. Through the hard parts and the beautiful parts. Through fear and courage. Through breaking and healing. My family. My home. My forever. Clay shifted, preparing to stand.
Ready to go home.
I looked at him. At Parker. At the life we'd built together. Home wasn't the penthouse. Wasn't the beach. Wasn't even Gulf World, though it would always be special. Home was these two people. This moment. This choice to keep choosing each other. I am home, I said. And I was.
The end. Sneak peek for Rescued by Him. Chapter 1. Escape. Bethany.
The bruise under Bethany's eye had faded to a sickly yellow-green, but she could still feel Michael's fist connecting with her face every time she looked in the mirror. 3 days. 3 days since she'd pressed charges, changed her locks, and sworn she'd never let another man hurt her again. She tossed her overnight bag into the backseat of her battered Dodge and slid behind the wheel. The engine coughed twice before turning over. 5 hours to Gore Mountain. 5 hours between her and the small studio apartment where Michael kept showing up, despite the protection order. 5 hours until she could breathe without looking over her shoulder. Her phone buzzed as she merged onto the highway. Unknown number. Again. She declined the call and turned up the radio, letting classic rock drown out the anxiety churning in her stomach. He'd already violated the protection order twice this week. The police had arrested him both times, but his mother always bailed him out within hours. The pattern was getting old. Boston traffic crawled around her, all honking horns and aggressive lane changes. She gripped the steering wheel tighter and focused on the road ahead. Just get through the city. Just make it to the mountains. Her phone rang again. Different unknown number. "Leave me alone," she muttered, sending it to voicemail. The third call came 5 minutes later. This time she answered, her voice sharp. "Stop calling me, Michael." "Babe, come on. You know I'm sorry. I was just upset that you..." She hung up and blocked the number. Then she pulled up her recent calls and blocked the previous 2 as well. How many burner phones could one unemployed loser afford? Her therapist's words echoed in her mind. "You're not responsible for his behavior, Bethany. You can't fix him. You can only protect yourself." She was trying. Heaven help her, she was trying. The city fell away behind her, replaced by stretches of highway flanked by bare trees. March in New England meant the worst of winter was over, but spring hadn't quite committed yet. Gray sky, gray road, gray landscape. Perfect match for her mood. Her phone stayed mercifully silent for the next hour. She stopped for lunch at a roadside diner, some weird mobster-themed place with movie posters on the walls and red vinyl booths. The waitress brought her a menu and water, her smile warm despite the tired lines around her eyes. Bethany ordered a bacon cheeseburger without a second thought. Michael used to make disapproving noises whenever she ate anything more substantial than a salad. He'd wanted her skinny to the point of sickness. Well, Michael could go to hell. The burger arrived hot and juicy, and she ate every bite, savoring each one like a small act of rebellion. Freedom tasted like melted cheese and crispy bacon. Who knew? She paid her bill and left a generous tip, then headed back to her car. The cold air bit at her cheeks, carrying the scent of coming snow. She pulled her jacket tighter and climbed behind the wheel. Back on the highway, the landscape began to change. The road climbed steadily upward, and snow appeared in patches along the shoulder. Then in larger swaths. Then everywhere, covering the evergreens in thick white blankets that bent the branches toward the ground. This was what she'd been craving. The mountains. The silence. The space to think without jumping at every sound. Her phone rang again. "Are you kidding me?" She glanced at the screen. Unknown number. She rejected the call and kept driving. The traffic thickened as she approached Gore Mountain, other weekend warriors heading to the slopes for late-season skiing. The snow was piling up on either side of the highway now, pushed there by plows that must have worked through the night. The wind picked up, sending clouds of white powder across the road. She slowed down, ignoring the honks from the guy behind her. He could deal with it. She wasn't about to end up in a ditch, because some jerk was in a hurry. Her phone rang for the 5th time that hour. This time she pulled over to the shoulder and answered, her patience finally snapping. "I swear to, if you don't stop. I'm standing outside your apartment right now, babe." "Where are you?" Ice flooded her veins. "You're violating the protection order. Again. I just want to talk. You can't just throw away what we had because of one mistake." "One mistake?" Her voice rose. "You cheated on me in our bed. Then you punched me in the face when I broke up with you. Then you tried to break down my door." That's not one mistake, Michael. That's a pattern. You made me do those things. If you'd just been more understanding. She hung up and called 911. While she waited for the dispatcher to answer, she watched fresh snow begin to fall. Thick, heavy flakes that obscured her view of the cars passing by. Something felt wrong about the weather. The wind was picking up too fast. The snow clouds were too dense, too dark, rolling down from the peaks like a wall of gray. But she had more immediate problems. 911, what's your emergency? My ex-boyfriend is at my apartment in violation of a protection order. She recited her address, Michael's full name, the case number she'd memorized. Her voice stayed steady despite the trembling in her hands. The dispatcher asked questions. Bethany answered them. Yes, he'd been arrested before. Yes, there was documented violence. Yes, she felt he was a threat. Units are responding to your address now, ma'am. Are you in a safe location? I'm 5 hours away. In the Adirondacks. Good. Stay where you are. We'll have officers check on you there if needed. Bethany thanked her and ended the call. She sat in her car on the shoulder of the highway, engine running, heat blasting, and let herself feel the relief. Police were about to arrest Michael. Again. But this time she wasn't there. This time she was far away, heading toward mountains and peace. She pulled back onto the highway, joining the stream of traffic crawling toward Gore Mountain. The snow was falling harder now, the wind gusting strong enough to rock her car. She turned on her headlights even though it was barely afternoon. A sign appeared through the swirling white, Gore Mountain 15 miles. Avalanche warning in effect. She frowned at the words. Avalanche warning. She'd lived in the Adirondacks as a kid. Avalanches happened, sure, but not often. Not on the main roads. Still, something about the sign made her uneasy. The traffic slowed to a crawl. She could see brake lights stretching ahead into the white distance, a long chain of red glowing through the snow. Everyone heading to the resort for the weekend, probably. Last chance for spring skiing before the season ended. The wind howled, shaking her car. She gripped the steering wheel with both hands and focused on the taillights ahead of her. 1 car length. 2. Keep your distance. Don't panic. Her phone buzzed with a text. She glanced at it quickly. Unknown number, you can't run from me forever. She deleted it without responding and turned her phone to silent. Michael was being arrested. She was hours away. She was safe. So why couldn't she shake the feeling that she was driving into something worse than anything she'd left behind? The mountains loomed ahead, beautiful and terrible, wrapped in snow and shadow. The wind picked up again, stronger this time, and the car in front of her fishtailed slightly before recovering. Bethany slowed down even more. The guy behind her honked and swerved around her, speeding past into the storm. Let him. She'd take her time. She'd be careful. She'd survived Michael. She could survive a little snow. The radio crackled with static, then a voice broke through, advising all motorists to exercise extreme caution near Gore Mountain. Multiple avalanche warnings in effect. Road crews are monitoring the situation. She turned the volume up, trying to hear through the static, but the signal faded in and out. Something about high winds. Something about unstable snow conditions. The traffic ahead stopped completely. Brake lights glowed red in the white storm. Bethany stopped too, leaving plenty of space between her car and the one ahead. She could see other cars now pulled over on the shoulder, their hazard lights flashing. Smart people waiting out the storm. Maybe she should pull over too. Wait it out. The hotel reservation wasn't until 6 o'clock anyway. She had time. But something in her wanted to keep moving. To get there. To reach that hotel room and lock the door and finally be alone. The traffic started moving again, creeping forward at a crawl. Bethany followed, hands tight on the wheel, eyes straining to see through the snow that fell thick and fast, blanketing everything in white. Behind her, Boston was a distant memory. Ahead, the mountains waited, dark and imposing, beautiful and dangerous, holding secrets she couldn't yet imagine. The wind howled louder, and Bethany drove on into the gathering storm.
Chapter 2. The Avalanche. Bethany.
The traffic stopped moving. Bethany put her car in park and killed the engine, watching the brake lights ahead stretch into the white distance. Around her, other drivers did the same. Some got out of their cars, looking up toward the mountain peaks hidden in the storm. She cracked her window, letting in a blast of frigid air. Maybe she could hear something over the wind. Some indication of why they'd stopped. Nothing. Just the howl of wind and the hiss of falling snow. Her hands ached from gripping the steering wheel for so long. She flexed her fingers, working feeling back into them. The heater blasted warm air, but it couldn't quite chase away the chill that had settled in her bones. A man in the car ahead got out, pulling his hood up against the wind. He walked toward the line of stopped traffic, joined by others emerging from their vehicles. They stood in small clusters, pointing up at something she couldn't see. Bethany unbuckled her seatbelt and opened her door. The wind nearly ripped it from her hands. She grabbed her jacket from the passenger seat and pulled it on, then stepped out into the storm. The cold hit her like a fist. Snow swirled around her, stinging her face, making it hard to see more than a few car lengths ahead. She walked toward the cluster of people, hugging herself against the wind. "What's happening?" she asked a woman in a ski parka. The woman pointed up. "Roads closed ahead. They're saying the avalanche risk is too high. So we just wait? They're trying to get plows through. Clear some of the buildup." The woman's face was tight with worry. "Shouldn't be much longer." Bethany nodded and turned back toward her car. The wind had picked up even more in the minute she'd been standing there. Snow blew sideways across the highway, reducing visibility to almost nothing. She climbed back into her car and slammed the door, grateful for the shelter. Her phone showed no signal. Not surprising this far into the mountains. The wind howled louder. Then she heard it. A sound like distant thunder, but wrong somehow. Too sustained. Too growing. She looked up through the windshield, trying to see past the swirling snow. Other drivers were getting back in their cars, moving fast. The man who'd been standing outside scrambled into his vehicle and locked the doors. The rumbling grew louder. Bethany's heart began to pound. She'd heard that sound before, when she was a kid living in the Adirondacks. The avalanche that had destroyed 3 empty summer homes and taken out a section of hiking trail. But those happened in the backcountry. Not on major highways. The rumbling became a roar. Through the white curtain of snow, she saw it. A wall of white, higher than the trees, moving down the mountain slope like a living thing. Fast. Too fast. No. The word came out as a whisper. The roar became deafening. Someone started honking their horn. Then another. Then everyone, a cacophony of panic that was swallowed by the sound of the mountain coming down. Bethany's hands moved on instinct. Engine on. Gear shift to drive. But there was nowhere to go. Cars ahead, cars behind, nowhere to run. The avalanche hit the road. The impact threw her forward against the seatbelt. The car behind her slammed into her bumper, shoving her into the vehicle ahead. Metal screamed. Glass shattered somewhere. The world tilted. Her car spun, caught in a wave of snow and debris. She couldn't see anything. White. Just white. And the roar that drowned out her scream. Another impact, this time from the side. Her car lifted. Weightless. Flying. Then falling. The airbag exploded in her face with a sound like a gunshot. White powder filled the air, choking her, burning her throat. The seatbelt cut into her shoulder and chest as the car tumbled. Sky. Ground. Sky. Ground. Everything spinning too fast, no up or down, just momentum and terror and the certainty that this was it, this was how it ended. The impact when they hit knocked the air from her lungs. Metal crunched. Something gave way with a shriek of tearing steel. Her head snapped forward, then back. Pain exploded through her neck, her shoulder, everywhere. Then silence. Not complete silence. The wind still howled. But the roaring had stopped. Bethany opened her eyes. Tried to make sense of what she was seeing. Everything was upside down. No. She was upside down. The car had landed on its roof. She hung suspended by the seatbelt, blood rushing to her head, making her vision swim with dark spots. Her breath came in short gasps, each one sending pain through her ribs. The airbag had deflated, draping across her lap like a shroud. White powder coated everything, mixing with the snow that blew in through the shattered passenger window. She tried to move. Her right hand responded, fingers flexing. Left hand too. Relief flooded through her. Not paralyzed. Her feet. Could she feel her feet? Terror seized her throat. She wiggled her toes. Nothing. She couldn't feel anything below her knees. No, no, no. She forced herself to breathe. To think. Maybe it was just the angle. The pressure of hanging upside down. She wiggled again. Felt it this time. A tingling, like pins and needles, but feeling. Thank God. Feeling. Blood dripped onto what was now the ceiling, now the floor. Her blood. She couldn't tell where it was coming from. Her lip throbbed. She'd bitten through it during the impact. The cold was already seeping in. She could see her breath misting in the air. The passenger window had shattered completely, letting in wind and snow, and the dropping temperature. She needed to get out. Bethany reached for the seatbelt release. Her fingers fumbled with it, numb from cold and shock. The button wouldn't press. She tried again, harder. It clicked. She fell, unable to catch herself, and landed hard on her shoulders and head on the inverted ceiling. New pain exploded through her. She lay there for a moment, breathing, waiting for the world to stop spinning. Slowly, she pushed herself up to sitting. Every muscle screamed in protest. Her neck ached. Her shoulder throbbed where the seatbelt had dug in. Her ribs felt like someone had kicked her. But she was alive. She was alive. The door. She needed to open the door and get out. Find help. She crawled to the driver's side door, bracing herself against the dashboard, and pulled the handle. Nothing happened. She pulled harder. The door didn't budge. Jammed. She tried the passenger door. Also jammed. The windows. She could climb through the broken passenger window. She crawled across the interior, glass crunching under her hands. The window opening was smaller than it looked, the frame bent and twisted from the impact. And it was high up now, since the car was upside down. She tried to pull herself up, but her arms shook with exhaustion and shock. She couldn't get the leverage she needed. Her phone. She needed to call for help. She felt around the interior, searching through the debris. Airbag fabric. Broken glass. The contents of her purse scattered everywhere. But no phone. It must have flown out during the tumble. Gone. The panic she'd been fighting crashed over her like a second avalanche. She was trapped. Injured. Alone in a wrecked car in a ravine somewhere below the highway. No phone. No way to call for help. And it was getting colder. The wind howled through the broken window, carrying snow that accumulated in small drifts on the inverted ceiling. She could already feel the cold creeping into her bones, making her shiver despite her jacket. How long before someone found her? Hours? Days? No. She said it out loud, her voice hoarse. No. Someone will come. They had to. There had been dozens of cars on that highway. Someone would be organizing rescue efforts. They'd find everyone. Including her. She just had to stay calm. Stay warm. Stay conscious. The horn. She could honk the horn. Make noise. Help them find her. She reached up to where the steering wheel hung above her head and pressed. The horn blared, loud and jarring in the enclosed space. She pressed it again. And again. 3 short blasts, 3 long, 3 short. SOS. Something she'd learned as a kid. She kept it up for what felt like hours but was only minutes. Her arm ached from the awkward angle. Then she stopped, listening. Nothing but wind. She honked again. Waited. Listened. Still nothing. Tears pricked her eyes. She blinked them back. Crying wouldn't help. Panic wouldn't help. She needed to think. To stay warm. To conserve energy. She pulled her jacket tighter and curled into herself, trying to make herself as small as possible to preserve heat. The shivering was getting worse. Shock probably. Or hypothermia, already setting in. How long had it been since the crash? 10 minutes? 20? Time had lost all meaning. She honked the horn again. 3 short. 3 long. 3 short. The wind answered with a gust that sent more snow swirling into the car. Then she heard something else. A sound that wasn't wind. She held her breath, straining to hear. There. Again. Footsteps. Crunching through snow. Help! She tried to shout, but it came out as a croak. Her throat burned from the airbag powder and the cold. Help! I'm here. The footsteps grew closer. Definitely footsteps. Heavy boots breaking through the crust of snow. Relief flooded through her, so intense it made her dizzy. Someone had found her. She was going to be okay. The footsteps circled the car. Slow. Deliberate. A shadow moved past the broken window. Please, he called out. Please help me. The footsteps stopped. Silence, except for the wind. Then they started again, coming around to the driver's side. She couldn't see anything through the cracked windshield except shadows and white. A gloved hand brushed snow from the window. Bethany held her breath. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Was it rescue? Or was it something else? Someone else? Michael's voice echoed in her mind, "You can't run from me forever." But no. Michael was being arrested in Boston. 5 hours away. It couldn't be him. Could it? The footsteps stopped right beside her door. She could see a shape through the distorted glass, dark against the white. Large. Male. Hello. Her voice shook. Can you help me? The figure moved closer to the window. Bethany pressed herself back against the far side of the car, suddenly unsure. Suddenly afraid in a way that had nothing to do with the crash, and everything to do with the last year of her life. What if it wasn't rescue? What if it was someone who saw an opportunity? A woman alone, trapped, injured, helpless? The shadow bent down, and a face appeared at the window. Bethany couldn't make out features. Just the outline of a man, backlit by the white storm. The footsteps crunched through the snow, circling her car. Closer. Closer. Bethany held her breath, upside down in the dark, and waited to see if she'd been found by salvation or something worse.
Chapter 3. The Rescue. Henry.
The Lexus had stopped moving 10 minutes ago, trapped in the line of traffic crawling toward Gore Mountain. Henry Frakes drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, watching snow accumulate on the windshield between wiper passes. He shouldn't have come down from the castle. The weather reports had been clear about the storm. But Uncle Jake had needed supplies, and Henry had needed to get out of his own head for a few hours. The rumbling started low, like distant thunder. Henry's hands tightened on the wheel. He knew that sound. Had heard it once before, 20 years ago, on a night that had destroyed his life. The roar grew louder. His breath caught. The world narrowed to a pinpoint. Icy road. Car's voice. The argument. The drunk driver weaving into their lane. The impact. The silence after. Not now. Not here. He forced himself to breathe. In for 4 counts. Hold for 4. Out for 4. The technique Dr. Morrison had taught him. The avalanche hit
before he could finish the second breath. The Lexus rocked as something slammed into it from behind. All around him, cars collided in a chain reaction of crunching metal and shattering glass. The wall of snow hit the road with a roar that drowned out everything else. Then it was over. Henry sat in the sudden silence, hands shaking, breath coming too fast. The PTSD was trying to drag him under. He could feel it pulling at the edges of his mind, trying to take him back to that night. Kara. Gosh, Kara. I'm sorry. No. Focus. Here. Now. People needed help. He unbuckled his seatbelt and climbed out of the car. Snow swirled around him, wind cutting through his jacket. The highway was chaos. Cars at odd angles, some overturned, debris scattered everywhere. People were emerging from vehicles, dazed and bleeding. And the edge. Several cars had gone over the edge where the highway curved along the mountainside. Henry started walking. His legs moved without conscious thought, driven by something deeper than reason. His hands flexed at his sides. His breath misted in the cold air. He had to find her. Had to save her this time. What? The thought came from nowhere. There was no her. This wasn't that night. This wasn't Kara. But his feet kept moving toward the edge of the highway, toward the ravine below where cars had tumbled into the darkness.
Bethany.
The face in the window disappeared. Bethany waited, barely breathing, upside down in the dark. Was he leaving? Was he? A sound. Metal on metal. Someone was trying to get the door open. "Hello," she called out. "I'm trapped. I can't." The door groaned but didn't open. More sounds. Something scraping against the car's exterior. Then a voice. Male. Deep. Strained with effort. "Hold on." 2 words. That was all. But something in that voice made her throat tighten with relief. Not Michael's voice. Not the voice of someone who wanted to hurt her. The sound of digging. He was digging through the snow, trying to clear access to the door. Bethany pressed herself against the far side of the car, giving him room to work. Her whole body ached. The cold had seeped so deep into her bones, she couldn't stop shivering. Almost there. The voice again, closer now. "Can you hear me?" "Yes." Her voice cracked. "Yes, I can hear you." "Are you injured?" "I don't know. I don't think anything's broken." "Good. I'm going to get you out. Stay back from the door." She heard him move away. Then a tremendous impact as something hit the jammed door. Once. Twice. 3 times. The door shrieked as it gave way, metal tearing. Cold air and snow rushed in through the opening. A man's face appeared in the gap. Dark hair dusted with snow. Green eyes that seemed to look right through her. A face that was handsome despite, or maybe because of, the lines of age and worry carved into it. "I've got you." He reached in, his gloved hands massive. "Can you move toward me?" Bethany tried to crawl closer, but her body wouldn't cooperate. Everything hurt. Everything shook. "I can't. It's okay." His voice was calmer now, gentle in a way that made her want to cry. "I'm coming in." He pulled himself through the opening, moving with surprising grace for someone so large. The car rocked slightly under his weight. Up close, she could see him better. Older than her, maybe late 30s or early 40s. Powerfully built. And something in his eyes, pain or maybe recognition, that made her breath catch. "What's your name?" he asked, reaching for her. "Bethany." His hand stilled for just a moment. His eyes unfocused, looking at something she couldn't see. "Kara," he whispered. Bethany's heart stuttered. "What?" He blinked. Focused on her again. His jaw tightened. "Sorry. Bethany. Your name is Bethany?" He reached for her again, his hand steady now. "I'm going to lift you. This might hurt." "Okay." His arms slid under her shoulders and knees. She gasped as he lifted her, pain shooting through her ribs and shoulder. But his hold was secure, careful despite his size. "I've got you," he said again, and this time she believed him. He maneuvered them through the opening, his body shielding her from the worst of the wind and snow. The moment they were clear of the car, he shifted her higher in his arms and started walking. Bethany looked up at his face. His jaw was set, his eyes fixed on something ahead. She could see his breath misting in the cold air. Feel the power in the arms that held her. "Thank you," she whispered. He didn't respond. Just kept walking, sure-footed despite the snow and debris. They emerged onto the highway. The scene was chaos. Emergency vehicles had arrived, their lights strobing red and blue through the falling snow. Paramedics moved between cars, treating the injured. Someone was shouting orders. Her rescuer carried her toward an ambulance, his stride never slowing. A paramedic saw them coming, and rushed over with a backboard. "Set her down here," the paramedic said, gesturing to the board. The man lowered her with the same care he'd used lifting her. His green eyes met hers for just a moment. "You're safe now," he said. Then he turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd before she could say anything more. "Wait." She tried to sit up, but the paramedic's hand on her shoulder stopped her. "Easy, miss. Let's check you out first." "But I didn't. I don't even know his name." The paramedic was already running gloved hands over her limbs, checking for breaks. "Who, the guy who carried you?" "Yes. He saved me." "I'll find out who he was. Right now, I need you to tell me where it hurts." Bethany answered the questions on autopilot, her eyes scanning the crowd. Searching for dark hair and green eyes. But he was gone. The paramedic shook his head in wonder. "You're one lucky lady. Bruising, minor cuts, but nothing broken. No concussion. You don't even need the hospital." Bethany stared at him. That was it. After tumbling off a cliff? "Just shock and cold," he continued. "And the kind of luck that doesn't come around often." They wrapped her in heated blankets and made her sit in the ambulance for 20 minutes, monitoring her vitals. Through it all, she kept looking for him. He never reappeared. They cleared her to go. A shuttle bus was taking victims to a motel in town. The hotel she'd reserved was on the other side of the closed road. She'd have to stay somewhere else tonight. Bethany stood on shaking legs, wrapped in the emergency blanket they'd given her. Around her, the rescue operation continued. Tow trucks were arriving to clear the wrecked vehicles. Police were taking statements. The snow had slowed to flurries, but the wind still cut like a knife. She saw him then. He was standing near his own car, a Lexus that had sustained only minor damage. Talking to a police officer, his hands in his pockets, his shoulders hunched against the cold. Without thinking, Bethany pulled out her phone. It had survived the crash, screen intact, no cracks. She'd found it wedged under the passenger seat when the paramedics had retrieved her belongings from the wrecked Dodge. She aimed the camera at him and took a photo. Just one. She wasn't even sure why. Some instinct that told her she needed to remember this moment. This man. As if he felt her watching, he turned his head. Their eyes met across the distance. For one heartbeat, she saw something in his face. Anguish. Longing. Recognition. Then he looked away, said something to the officer, and walked back to his car. Bethany watched him drive away, his taillights disappearing into the falling snow. A hand touched her shoulder. She jumped. "Time to go, miss." One of the emergency workers gestured toward the waiting bus. "We need to get you somewhere warm." Bethany nodded and let herself be led toward the bus. But she clutched her phone in her cold hand, the photo saved, proof that he'd been real. She didn't know his name. Didn't know where he'd come from or where he'd gone. But she knew his face. Those green eyes. The way he'd said, "I've got you," like a promise. And she knew one other thing, strange as it was. He'd called her Kara. She sank into a seat on the bus, the heated air making her shiver harder as feeling returned to her frozen limbs. Other survivors filled the seats around her, some crying, some silent, all in various states of shock. Bethany looked down at her phone, at the photo she'd taken. He was turned slightly away from the camera, his profile strong and defined. Snow caught in his dark hair. The emergency lights painted him in shades of red and blue. She zoomed in on his face. And her breath caught. She'd seen that face before. Not in person. But somewhere. Recently. Where? The bus lurched into motion, carrying them away from the avalanche site, away from the chaos and the cold and the wreckage of her car. Bethany stared at the photo, until her vision blurred with exhaustion. Kara. He'd called her Kara. Who was Kara? And why had this stranger looked at her with such recognition, such pain, when he'd said that name? She had so many questions. But first, she needed to find out who he was. And then she needed to thank him for saving her life.
End of sneak peek. If you enjoyed listening to this preview of Rescued by Him, you can read the full novel by searching for Rescued by Him, a grumpy billionaire age gap romance by Jessica L. Fox. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it. Please leave a review to support the author. It helps more than you can imagine. This has been Rescued by Him, a grumpy billionaire age gap romance. Written by Jessica L. Fox. Narrated by Google Play, auto-narrated audiobook. Copyright 2025 by Jessica L. Fox.